third round of the 2015 Neo Endurance Series is next from the majestic Spa-Francorchamps. All 6 hours will be live here, only on RaceSpot TV.
Fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 in the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to coverage of this, the third round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV. The cars just working themselves down towards the bus stop chicane on what is a very short pace lap before we get these 3 classes running. Now, once we hit the halfway point of this race, we'll be halfway into the season, and that means for some of these drivers there's a lot at stake, because championship momentum going into round number 4 into Argos in a month's time will be critically important. And of course, this is all of the drivers' favourite tracks. It is Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. It is just a little over 7 kilometres in length. That's about 4.4 miles. There you can see your pole position driver. It is Commander Sim Sports' Marty Piatella, about to pick up the pace in the prototype class. And this, the third round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV, will start right now. There you can see a P-Class all coming down towards turn 1 for the first time. You'll notice the separation between these classes isn't as much. We have a look down in the field, a little bit side-by-side racing there between Nick Theaton and Andre Martins. They come down towards Air Rouge and the Radion Complex for the first time, but they get themselves back single file. Now you can see your GT class. You've got Lassie Brun-Hansen leading the way there in the Apex Racing UK car. Green flag out now for your GT class as they storm down towards Elite Air Rouge Radio Complex for the first time. Looking at all these drivers getting themselves a clean start for the time being. And here you can see Antoine Hegelin in the Apex Racing UK number 73 car. Now getting himself ready to jump this field into action. You can see already a little bit of two-wide action between the IRDK endurance car we ride along board with right now. And he was working himself side by side there with Simon Trendell. So have a look from the rear of Marcelo Malio, who's running in that number 95 car. So there you can see already actually that number 95 car going wide on the exit of Rodillion. That's going to create a bunching situation here. You have to slow down, and you can see your race leader as well, Lasse Brun Hansen, have the same issue. Cold tyres here at Spa means that Lasse Brun Hansen, I believe, has fallen down. Yeah, sorry, Andre Hegelin, I'll take that one back, has fallen down the field into 8th place in class. With not even a minute of this race being scored complete. And I hear a little bit of contact there as well, but it looks as though everyone's able to get through that one without any incident. Let's have a look though. This one from Lasse Brun Hansen. This is him working himself down the hill. And just have a look. We'll try and show you it from our aerial coverage, powered by And1 Design. Show you exactly what happened to him. You can see coming now up Rodillion right about now, running all four wheels there off of the racing surface. You can't do that. That is why Lasse Brun Hansen is falling so far back at the start of this race. The last thing you would ever want at the start of a 6-hour endurance race. So get another look on board then with him as he works himself down into that corner. This is Lasse Brun Hansen. So we'll slow that one down for you right about here. And this is what you absolutely cannot do. Two drivers in your GTC class affected by that one in the early going. There you can see Lasse Brun Hansen is one of them. All four wheels off. That is an absolute no-no. And in the driver's briefing, they did say that drivers will be giving that slowdown penalty should they cut over that corner of Rodillion. Meanwhile, it looks as though your field is settled down. A little bit of side-by-side action. We'll keep it with GTC for the time being. As you can see, right along board with Team Ramirez, Simon Trendell in the number 87 car as he works himself down into the bus stop chicane for the first time. And, well, your front row have, your P-class even, have completed their first lap here, looking at the GTC class. And these guys are battling for P2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 position on the racetrack. Really got stacked up there by two slowdown penalties on that opening lap. The GTC class is very close. Over in your GT class, you can see there one of the slow drivers at the rear of the field in your P class. He's working himself through drivers, scored a lap down for the time being, but there you can see the gap from Lasse Brun Hansen to second place in your GT class. It is only about 0.6 of a second right now between the Apex Racing UK car and the iRacing Denmark Assault racing machine, currently being driven by Gunnar Moore as they work themselves down into a barrage on their second lap of the race. Behind, you can see a little close battle going as well in the GT class. That's between the Sim RC car, Manuel Sanchez, and the Red Sim Racing UK car, currently being driven by Mike Chanusa. These drivers are about 0.1 second behind each other on the racetrack. In your P class, however, you can see your overall race leader. It is Vasco Piatella in the kind of Sim Sports cars. We have a look from the rear of his machine. You can see that the Apex Racing UK car, Sebastian Job, is only about 0.9 of a second back from him as they come down in towards turn number 1 once again. And behind Sebastian Job, Paul Ilbring's only a further 4 tenths of a second back. So it's incredibly close between these drivers as they work themselves down in towards the Air Rouge Rodillion complex again. This will be their third time that they've done that here. Of course, it's such a long lap at Spa. Laps don't mean as much unless you're talking about fuel strategies. We'll have a look now on board with that Apex Racing UK car of Sebastian Job. The Radicals online machine of Paul Ilbring just 3 tenths of a second behind him as they work themselves down in towards Lecombe once again. You can see Ilbring is stalking. He's close and just behind as well. You've got yourself 2 wide action with Marcus Hamilton working himself through some traffic in the early going. But Sebastian Job, there you can see, is just able to hold on from the rear of Paul Ilbring as they come back down towards the barge on their third lap. So there you can see your top 6 in each of the classes with the first 5 minutes of this race scored complete. Martin Piatella leads in your P class from Sebastian Job, Paul Ilbring in 3rd, Ben Tusting in 4th, Nick Thiessen in the 5th position, and then Joshua Chin rounding out your top 6. And then in your GT class, Lasse Brun Hansen leading the way from Gunnar Moore, then Ahmed Yamin, Manuel Sanchez, and then you've got yourself a Newson and Thielen there. And then Anders Stahl is actually currently now, was leading the way, but he has just been passed by Antoine Hegelin. We're going to go and have a look at that battle, because here you can see Antoine Hegelin in the, actually I take one back completely. Antoine Hegelin is of course completely down the field in that Apex Racing UK car. There you can see him from the very start of this race. He is currently still running himself 7th place in class. So after bringing the field to the green flag, and you notice here the car just ahead of him going very wide on the exit of Rodillion. Now he will be okay with that because he pushed wide on the outside of the corner. It's when you push wide on the inside that you lose the most time, because you have to take that slowdown penalty. And that was the Dark Fox car, the number 88 car of Carl Martin, as you can see there, working himself now through the Coombe complex down towards Rivage. There you can see Antoine Hegelin putting that pressure on. It'll be fascinating to see what he can do now in the next maybe 10-15 minutes of this race, see if he can come back through the field. Because Hegelin, well again, he started this race in 1st position. Our graphics will show him as only being down in the 7th spot overall, but they can see he's having a tough day of it in that GTC Apex Racing UK car. Got him more, by the way. He's still putting pressure on another one of the Apex Racing cars. They are all under pressure in both the P car, the GT class, and the GTC class. Who's right on board then with the driver of Gunnar Moore in the iRacing Denmark Assault Racing car. He is literally just a boot. What points into a second really is not much at all, as he works himself out of the bus stop chicane back down towards one. He does lose himself a couple of attempts actually, as Marcus Hamilton is just going to breeze himself by. Now Marcus Hamilton started this race at the rear of the field. They can see him in the Friction Racing car, getting himself past two GTC cars, so those 2 GT cars. The issue is, of course, he is already scored dramatically down from the race lead, 65 seconds almost now from the race lead. So just have a look at him going up the hill. Incredible gradient change there as you work yourself through the Air Rouge running off complex. And now down this back straightaway, the Kemmel straightaway, which you can see there as you just come behind the trees. It's a beautiful way to enter the Coombe complex. You'll dart back behind the trees, and then you just see the sweeping nature of this racetrack. Sector 1 here, it's so fast. You've got yourself that horse, of course, the slowest corner on the racetrack, but then after that, you speed the car up. You're flat out pretty much all the way in your P class, in your GTC class. You do have to take a lift in the Air Rouge corner. And then after that, you know, Sector 2, it is much more about aerodynamic grip, about the car management. Then Sector 3, it's back to flat out. Although, we'll see some fascinating things a little bit later on when the GT and GTC cars work themselves through Blanchimont with P cars right behind them. So let's check in with Paul Ilbrink as he continues to run himself in the 3rd position there in the Radicals Online car. There you can see him gap between himself and Sebastian Job, about 0.9 of a second right now as they work themselves down the Kemmel straightaway once again. So he is still maintaining contact with Sebastian Job for the time being. There you can see the gap. It's about 1 second. In fact, it's less than 1 second already as they work themselves back down in toward the Rivage complex of the racetrack. Once again, go back on board then with the Radicals Online car. Although Gunnar Moore has got very close, he might be looking for a pass here. There you can see Gunnar Moore. This is down into Blanchimont, and Gunnar Moore, you see right behind now as they work themselves down into bus stop chicane. Will he be able to do anything about it? We'll cut back to another camera looking down to the inside in the bus stop chicane. Not quite close enough, but Gunnar Moore has been putting pressure since the drop of the green flag over the Apex Racing UK car of Lassenbrunn Hansen. And now he did lose a little bit of momentum there, 0.5 of a second back, but we're right along board with him for the 1st sector of this lap. More not able to do anything then as he works himself back down towards Lecun. Still scored second position in that class. We have got ourselves a couple of scraps going on in the P class as well. And here you can see Joshua Chin in the number 21 car. He is hounding down Nick Thiessen in this battle for 5th position on the racetrack right now. There you can see the gap between the gap of the Tweakers, number 1 car there of Nick Thiessen, and the New World Supersports car of Joshua Chin. We have a look to the rear of the number 8 cars that work themselves down towards Air Rouge once again. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can keep in contact with us on Twitter or Race Long. If you'd like to just say hello to us or anything else, let's give a shout out to @TomStanley961. Good luck to all the teams racing in the hashtag #IronNeo at Spa. We'll be watching on the sidelines here today. Well, we hope you enjoy the coverage. And send us a tweet. We'll try and read out the best of them over the course of this broadcast. As you can see there, Nick Thiessen still got himself. He's actually been able to build up the gap there to Joshua Chin, and we'll have a look on board with Joshua Chin and show you the reason why. They're coming up behind GTC traffic for the first time, and there's an absolute lot of it. And Nick Thiessen was the biggest winner there, I think, in that battle, because he was able to put 2 seconds on. He does run very wide at no-name corner as he tries to put a gap now over Joshua Chin, just behind him actually. You've got yourself and Dominic back right behind here. The driver who's chasing is Steve Hobbs right now. There you can see Hobbs on your screen, and there you can see the gap. It's about 3/10 of a second between the USCR Team Optimus car, who's racing in the series for the first time here today, and the Twisted Apex Racing machines. They work themselves through the Fungus chicane. Traffic already becoming a big factor then, and that's going to be the story of the day for your P class, because they're going to have to make sure that they can negotiate traffic safely, but also do it in such a way that they can gain a competitive advantage. Let's go back to your GT class, however. Here you can see them, your battle for the overall race lead, and this time by it does look as though again you've got yourselves with a little bit of overspeed actually there for Gunnermore. We're about 2 miles an hour, but it's not enough to propel them ahead of the Apex Racing UK car. Well, the important thing is that these top 2 drivers, we need to check out, it's now 4 seconds to get between themselves and Ahmed Yamin in that New World Supersports car. And when you remember the fact that our P class will be coming up behind them in maybe the next 4 to 5 laps, then you know that you've got to make sure that you've got yourself as much of an advantage as possible. Everyone, the 40 drivers then are still running, ladies and gentlemen, as we complete our first 15 minutes here on RaceSpot TV. As it's down to your race leader in the P class, it's Martin Piatella now with 1.2 second advantage over Paul Ilbing. Ilbing has been able to get himself up 1 position into that second spot, and there you can see him. He has moved up now ahead of Sebastian Job. We'll try and find where that one happened, but Sebastian Job now down into the 3rd place. That last time by, it was a miserable lap for Sebastian Job. A 2:10.8, 1 second slower than Ulrich and 2 seconds slower than Martin Piatella. Piatella is absolutely dominating this field right now. So there you can see the gap between Martin Piatella and the Radicals Online car of Paul Ilbin as they come back down into the Fungus chicane once again. If you have a look from the rear of that Koan, the Simsport number 11 machine, the number 1 car, the Radicals Online machine of Paul Ilbin right behind him, to work themselves now back through Stavolo towards the run to Blanchimont, then the bus stop chicane, and of course then the start finish line. Now it'll be interesting of course to see what these drivers all do in terms of strategy. Any of you who watch the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series, the supporter series to the Endurance Series yesterday, will know that these drivers are able to get about an hour on their fuel tanks. It's not that precise a measurement here in the Neo Endurance Series. So some of these drivers, they are going to be looking for a little bit of help along the way. So you can see P4, Ben Tusting, the Team Shimura car. Just coming into view now is the Gathering of Tweakers car, Joshua Chin falling off from the rear of him, the New World Supersports car. Twisted Apex Racing, Dominic Batt in 7th, Connacht Motorsports 8th place with Ronald Gross, Steve Hobbs in 9th, the USCR Team Optimus car, 10th place there for the Racing Lions machine of Team Neighbours. But we know the 4 GTs can go to about the 1 hour margin. We know that the Roofs can do about that as well. The interesting thing will be to see what drivers do strategy wise in that P class. Got Andre Martin there, bringing up the rear of the field. He's one of the 2 drivers who started way down the field here, so as you can see that he's already 40 seconds behind your overall race leader. Got ourselves a nice three-way battle going on now in your GTC class. This has been caused in part by traffic and the IRDK endurance car. Now with just a 0.3 per second advantage over Team Jamira's Simon Trindale as they work themselves through Air Rouge into Radion once again down the Kimmel straightaway. Now that last time by, the drivers are pretty much evenly matched. You can see the Team Jamira car has got himself a bit of momentum as they work themselves down the Kimmel straightaway. The IRDK endurance car taking a defensive line. But will Team Jamira try and look down to the inside? The answer to that question is going to be, well, he's looking to the outside. Going to have to be very lucky. He will kind of go side by side for just 1 second and then slot back into line. Give me an update though on Antoine Hegelin. There you can see him. He's currently running down on the inside of the number 74 machine of Stephen McGarvey. And Hegelin, who brought the field in the GTC class to the green flag, falling down to the 8th position after he had himself a slowdown penalty and the exit of Rodilia. Now back up inside of the top 4. So good movement by him right now. As there you can see, was running as high as first. It's been as low down as the 7th position, but now he is back into the 4th spot. Well, that number 74 car, Stephen McGarvey, is putting just a little bit of pressure on him, running in the SRN Motorsports car as they work themselves back down towards the Farmers chicane. Timo Vorhorst going side by side right now with David Stoll. They make contact there as well. That's not what you want early on into a 6-hour endurance race. We ride on board then with Timo Vorhorst as we try and make sense of what happened to this. And this is the Talk Creek Racing number 41 car. You can see that one of the P cars working himself from the inside, then flicking to the outside. Kind of upset the balancer of the car ahead of him. As you can see, working themselves now out of the bus-stop chicane, down in towards the bus-stop chicane. We'll get it on our super slow-mo replay, and there you can see a little bit of contact there being made between the number 44 car and that was David Roche is behind the wheel of that, and the Talk Creek Racing car, who does look as though pretty much just didn't actually turn into the corner. Maybe just locked up his front tyres. We'll get ourselves another look at that one. But David Roche in the number 44 car losing out as well in that incident. Let's have a look then from Talk Creek Racing. Does he just outbrake himself? Yeah, he easily outbrakes himself. That's the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, just pushes a little bit too hard. Goes a little bit late into the corner. That's what meant that Timo Vorhorst has got himself a little bit damaged. And also the number 44 car, there you can see the Aston Motorsports machine has rolled down to the rear of his class right now. To give you an update, there has only been the one protest going on, which has been from Rev Sim Racing, and that has been for an abuse of driver communications. We'll give you an update on that one. It's the first warning for him. If anything else happens again, then he may well have to make a journey down on towards the pit road. As we turn our attention then to the driver of Phoenix Motorsport, to Joris Thielen in the battle for the race lead. Actually, I take this back, because Paul Ilbrink has somehow been able to get himself to the race lead in the last couple of moments. There you can see Kind of Motorsports, Mike Sapila turn down into the 2nd position on the racetrack, but Paul Ilbrink is now the leader of this race. We're trying to figure out what happened here. You can see at this point in time, Kind of Motorsports was the leader. I have a feeling that something might have happened down at the Air Rouge Radio complex. So we'll pay attention to this one then for Marcel Piatello, whether it's on this lap or the lap after. But now it's Paul Ilbrink who leads away by 3 seconds on the racetrack. Was it a slowdown penalty potentially for Marcel Piatello? Well, it wasn't on that lap, but we'll try and get an update on it as quickly as we can for you. And you see that a lot of traffic to climb this in for Marcel Piatello. He had to negotiate. We'll find out what happened. We'll get yourselves a replay as quickly as we can on that one. But you can see the amount of traffic that Marcel Piatello had to work himself through in such a short space of time. You can see down to a barge, you can see 1, 2, 3 of those GT cars that he had to get himself around. It's an incredibly difficult infield section here. You've got to be very careful the way you use your line, and when you come down to corners like Pure, you've got to be very careful that you don't push too wide. Otherwise, you will get yourself into a little bit of bother, potentially causing car-to-car contact, or even worse, ending your race or the race of others. Piatello down into 2nd place right now. That means that your new race leader is Paul Ilbrink. The 20 minutes of this race now scored complete. Give you an update as well what's going on in the wonderful world of race control. And the number So I take this back. The number 41 car, the Talk Freak Racing Machine, number 41 car, is being placed under review by the looks of it. That is Timo Warhorse there, and that is for that incident that we saw down at the bus stop chicane. So he's under review for that incident, and we'll let you know what the outcome of that one is as soon as we possibly can. Joshua Chin in your P-Class having himself a little battle right now with the driver of Dominic E. Batts. This is New World Import versus Twisted Apex Racing. As you can see, the Twisted Apex Racing car right on the rear of that number 21 machine as they work themselves on the exit of Stavolo, back down towards the Blanchimont corner once again, working themselves past the wounded Ashton Motorsports car who we saw involved in that incident just a couple of moments ago. And you can see Chin's actually a little bit fast in a straight line. That should help him in the long haul here today. Now I know that Josh is running in that New World Sports car along with a couple of other drivers, and he's hoping to just bring this car today home in one piece. Here you can see now in your GTC class, it is SRM Motorsports trying to hold off Team Chimera, battle for P4, P5 on the racetrack. Antoine Hegland has now moved himself up into third place in class once again. Of course, we did see that dominance at Road America before an unfortunate incident for them. Have a look in the rear then of the SRN Motorsports car as they work themselves down in towards, this will be Stavolo once again, 0.3 of a second. We'll get the speed chart up as well, and let's see what the draft is for these two drivers as they come back down towards the bus stop chicane. SRN's actually a little bit better on the gas there. That gives him the early advantage. Even at this point, he still has the overall straight line speed advantage over the Team Chimera car. Then they come down into the bus stop chicane, come down into Blanchimont. That's when the Chimera car again will be hampered as well. It's going to make life very difficult for people to overtake at this section of the racetrack, especially in GTC. You're more likely to see them do it down at the bus stop chicane. There's Antoine Hegland as well. It's actually putting pressure over Markelli and Mayo. And this is a battle for P2 on the racetrack right now as we go along board then with the driver of Antoine Hegland in that number 73 Apex Racing UK car coming out of La Source, corner number 1. Down the hill they'll come. We'll stay on board with him until he works himself out of Eau Rouge. But Antoine Hegland is just having himself an absolute recovery drive for the ages right now. Third down to 8, back up into third position, hunting down second already, and is only classified as about 11 seconds off the overall GTC race lead. It was easy when you look at it from that way, so they worked themselves down into the Lecum complex, and you can see Antoine Hegland nice and easy on the inside. He gets himself up into second position without any hassle at all, although it does back up Macaulay and Malio just a little bit there into the path of Stephen McGarvey, who we talked about a moment ago. So another good pass then by Hegland, trying to recover from the incident he had a little bit earlier on. To go back though to your GT battle, we talked about how this driver is having such a strong race a little bit earlier on. That's the IR Denmark Assault racing car. It's actually now fallen back 2 seconds from the overall GT race leader as traffic is coming into play right now, and that means that these drivers can't run their standard lines that they want to. In fact, you can see there at the bottom of your screen that Aston Hansen had a car going down to the inside of them just before they hit the apex for Eau Rouge. And I believe that was one of the Phoenix Motorsports cars. You can see another one just going past the about there. And this traffic will be so important over the course of this race. Managing your race, getting it to the point that you control your own destiny rather than it being other drivers will be so critically important. As there you can see, it was the Twisted Apex Racing car who got past secondly, and it's actually a New World Sports car who made that move down into Eau Rouge, getting himself past your GT race leader. So then we've got ourselves a couple of more protests coming in. First of all, we start with the Apex Racing UK car. The number 73 machine have had themselves a word with the stewards, or are having themselves a word with the stewards at the moment. Phoenix Motorsports are also under investigation. That's the number 64 car. And finally, the number 23 team are currently under investigation as well. That is this team you can see right here, the Twisted Apex Racing car. So, number of drivers currently under review. We'll bring in the information on that one as soon as we can. And one of the drivers who are under review does include This one, the number 73 GTC car being driven by Antoine Hegland, who works himself back through every corner once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, 25 minutes of this race is going complete. We're going to step aside for a moment, but you won't miss a moment as we take you side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kimmy Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Don't miss a moment here with Side by Side on RaceSpot TV. We have got ourselves our first driver on pit road. Out and away there, Massimo Bindi in behind the wheel of that Team 7 IB Classy web car with half an hour of this race scored complete. There you can see him working himself out of pit road down towards the Rouge Radio Complex once again. We did see a couple of drivers, of course, at the start of this race having themselves some issues with tyre temperature. And it is cold here today at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and that has made it a little bit difficult for these drivers to get grip on what is one of the hardest corners in all of racing, which is the Rouge Radio Complex. You've also had this driver here, the Aston Motorsports car, making a pit stop. That is David Ashoris in the number 44 car. He is now down at the bottom of the GT field, and you've also had yourself Andre Martins making himself a pit stop as well, just to keep a 4 second stop with him by our time and scoring. However, as he worked himself past a little bit more of the GTC lap traffic, GCC traffic, I do feel bad for him at times here. As you can see, Martins right up behind the rear of Steve Hobbs to work himself down towards Air Rouge once again. Let's give a shout out to JCR George. You can see actually Andre Martin's getting right out the gas there at RaceSpot TV. Hashtag INEO, side by side for commercials. Nice, yeah, we try to do our best. But here you can see that Martin's having to get right out the gas there in that Phoenix Motorsports car as he worked himself back down towards Leclerc once again. We did tell you a little bit about some incidents that were going on and were being reviewed by the racing stewards. To give you an update on that one, the Phoenix Motorsports on the 64 car, we're still awaiting the outcome for that one. There's also 2 penalties right now, 2 incidents being reviewed in the number 23 machine. That's the Twisted Apex racing car. There you can see him on your screen. That is Dominic. He back behind the wheel of that one, and he is under review now twice. We'll give you an update on that one as soon as we possibly can. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Team Jamir's Ben Tosting currently hunting down Martin Piatella, and this is a battle for P3 on the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget as well, by the way, if you are after live timing and scoring, head over to live.neoendurance.com for all of the latest timing and scoring throughout the course of today's event. That one is brought to you by the Motorsports Safety Foundation. So, Martin Piatella, let's think about him for just one moment as we have a look from the rear of him as he works himself down towards their Rouge once again. He started this race on pole position, fell down into the 2nd position, now down into the 3rd position overall. Sebastian Gobbs needs to get back past him. Commander, very good at the start of this run, but they seem to be struggling in the middle stage of it. There you can see the Apex Racing UK car now up into 2nd place. And there you can see the gap. It's currently 2 seconds on the racetrack as it stands. The Commander are struggling overall. They did have themselves a slowdown penalty on the exit of Rodillion. We weren't able to show you that one on our screens. We do apologise for that one. But they did have themselves a slowdown penalty, did Coanda. That is the reason why they are currently scored down in 3rd place. And Phoenix Motorsports had themselves a nice little move going on as well. They moved themselves up, positioned down at the bus stop chicane a couple of laps to go as well. Field is starting to get a little bit more spread out. But let's turn our attention over to this battle that's going on between Mick Claridge in the Laserman racing car and Timo Vorhorst in the Torque Trick racing machine as they work themselves down towards Savilo. We're right on board then with Laserman Racing out of Savilo down towards the bus stop chicane. Laserman Racing going down to the inside there, and you can see a bold move by him. Will he be able to make it work into the bus stop? He's going to be side by side. He does fall in behind us and not able. The Toxic Racing car spins it around. That is Timo Vorhorst then onto the grass. So the pressure put on did help him. And that was Mick Claridge, of course, the Laserman Racing car. We'll get ourselves another look on that one from on board with this driver, which is Timo Vorhorst. And this is from the exit of the Fanga chicane. So you can see the moving made kind of all the way from the exit of Stavano. You can see, as we have a look at our replay, just how close it was as they worked themselves then out of Stavano down towards the bus stop chicane. Radicals Online are still leading this race by 7 seconds, so Sebastian Job Here you can see Tall Creek Racing, and here you can see coming into view as they work themselves down into Spa-Francorchamps. It's a very, very late move there by the Laserman racing car as they work themselves side by side down into the corner. And you can see it's all set up there as the Tall Creek racing car just goes to the outside, pushes a little bit wide, in fact gets two wheels onto the grass, will speed it back up again as they work themselves through the corner. And then as they work themselves down to the bus stop chicane, they almost made contact. Coming down in towards the bus stop chicane, Timo Vorhorst had himself a little bit of his half spin by the looks of it, as here you can see right about now just getting himself loose there on the exit of the corner, and that is Timo Vorhorst falling all the way down to 11th place in class. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll step aside for just one moment. We shall be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun, but there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of...
Apologies for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple of technical issues from their hands there. You can see Timo Vorhorst is, well, down in 11th place in his class and got a lot of traffic around him right now. Give you an update on some of the penalties. Phoenix Motorsports have had themselves a 30-second stop and hold penalty. So we'll show you them. And there you can see that the Phoenix Motorsports car going down to the absolute rear of your GT field in that number 64 car. I'll give you an update on flying him. But also you've had yourselves the number 31 car, the Tall Creek Racing car, who we're having a look at right now, has been under investigation. Avoidable contact, we're not quite sure what the outcome of that one is yet. But the Apex Racing number 73 car, and this one is important, it's incredibly important, because we know that Apex Racing number 73 car of Antoine Hegelin is onto pit road right now, and there you can see him, a stop and hold penalty for him, and that's the last thing he's going to need to have happen to him after falling down the field at the early going, getting a little bit too aggressive, and is now going to have to do a 30-second stop and hold. That is going to be incredibly important for him. Twisted Apex Racing UK, Twisted Apex Racing, they got themselves a warning for the fact that they did not respect track limits. That is the number 23 car that you can see on your screen now. So they had two incidents under review that we talked to you about earlier. The first one, no further action. That was involving the number 2019. That was the driver you can see 8.4 seconds down the road, the Cohen Motorsports car. And then the number 21 team also made a protest. That was the New World Sim Sports car, for not respecting track limits. And that is the reason why a warning has been given to the Twisted Apex Racing car. So you can see Antoine Hegelin coming back out onto the racetrack. But this is not the event he would have wanted today. All the way down in the 13th position on the racetrack, as we have ourselves now 40 minutes of this race scored complete. Phoenix Motorsports, the number 64 car, will give you an update as soon as we can find them on our timing and scoring. They do seem to disappear now. As you see, see them there, you can see him. A stop and go penalty for him. That was a 30-second stop and hold penalty for an incident which involved the number 69 team, which was Rins Jacobs in the Friction Racing car. So Jacobs running himself in 7th position right now. And the number 64 car all the way down in class, second to last in their class right now. As you got Robert LaRouge working himself on the exit of the final Leclerc there. He's working himself right behind Timo Vorhorst, about 2.3 seconds back from the rear of him. We were saying on our timing and scoring screen, it does look as though it's a lot closer than that as we ride along board then with the Racing Lion GT car through Pouan. So then there you can see the Racing Lions GT car still scored in the 11th place on the racetrack. As for them back a little bit, you have got yourself a nice little battle going on right now, and this is between Correct Motorsports and the Racing Lions car for P8 in your P class. Correct Motorsports currently working themselves in P8 on the racetrack, and P9 is the Racing Lions car. You've also got yourself Marcy Piatella still struggling in this race. We'll try and get a word across the SimSports as soon as they are available. Figure out if they got any damage when running over that curb on the exit of the Dillon in the opening stages of this race. But here you can see Piatella struggling right now with traffic right along board of him as he works himself past the New World SimSports car. There you can see right there getting himself past now. But going to SimSports and working himself in the exit of Stavolo at just 0.6 of a second to Ben Tusting in that Team Tremira car as they work themselves back down in towards Blanchimont and then the bus stop chicane. In your GT class, you've still got a nice little battle going on. This is between Lassibud Hansen, who's working himself in the exit there of La Source, and the IR Denmark Assault Racing car, currently being driven by Donna Moore. Now, I'll stand by. Moore, 3 tenths of a second faster than Lassibud Hansen in the Apex Racing UK car as they work themselves on the exit of Radillo down the Kimmel straightaway once again down towards the beautiful Lacoon complex. And you can see the speeds as well there. A little bit of overspeed already, about 2 miles an hour there between those two drivers. And that is the effect of the draft at this racetrack. If you get yourself in a one-on-one situation and you're 0.2 of a second back, you will have the opportunity to make the pass down into Lacoon. But you've got to be very good at how you place that one out. All drivers of the 40 who started are still currently leading the way. We'll get that ticker running again along the top of your screen. And here are your top 6 in each of the classes. Paul Ilbeck leading the way from Sebastian Jobs. It's Radicals Online leading from Apex Racing UK with Commander SimSport in 3rd. Team Tremira in the 4th position. Ben Tusting, Nick Thiessen in 5th. New World SimSport in 6th place there with Joshua Chin. Lassibud Hansen, there you can see one Apex Racing UK car going past another Apex Racing UK car. Side by side as they work themselves down into the Fungi chicane. He is leading the way. Gunnar Moore in the 2nd place right now in the IR Denmark Assault Racing car. 3rd place is Ahmed Yamin in the New World SimSports machine. And then it is Led One. There you can see him coming up on your screen right about now. He is in 4th place in the VRS car. And then Mike Finucane running out your top 5. There you can see the car. There is the Rev Sim Racing UK machine. And 6th place is Manuel Sanchez in the Sim RC.DE car. Getting ourselves back over to the GTC class. And ladies and gentlemen, surprise, surprise, is Arne Starr leading by a country mile right now. 17.4 seconds the advance between himself and the IDK Endurance car at Marseille and Mayo as they work themselves down in towards the Rouge complex once again. And then P3 in class is currently Stephen McGarvey, Simon Trindell in 4th, Dennis Greason in 5th, and then Carl Martin rounding out your top 6. So then to go back to your battle in the GT race lead, and we'll have a look from the rear then of your race leader in class is Apex Racing UK's Lassie Bryn Hansen, and the IR Denmark Assault Racing car Gunnar Moore is right behind you. If you've missed it, then you have got to, we'll give you a run through of all of the penalties that we have right now that have occurred in this race. You can see the gap about 0.3 of a second. They work themselves back down in towards the Lacoon complex once again. And as far as, say, incidents have gone, Rebson Racing got themselves a warning. Talkic Racing, no further action for their incident down to the bus stop chicane. We've had ourselves Phoenix Motorsport a 30-second stop and hold contact. Apex Racing UK, which has been driven, which was actually leading at the start of this race, fall down to 8th, themselves back up into 3rd, back down the field again they go. Not going to set the 3 car, 30-second stop and hold. And a warning as well for Twisted Apex Racing UK. We'll turn our attention though back to our GTC class and have a look to see where that number 73 car is. And there you can see him all the way down in the 12th place in class. I'm trying to find out where he is. He's almost a lap down to your race leader already. So that has been a killer start of this race for Antoine Heglin in that GTC class. Not the sort of thing he would have wanted to have happened to him at all in today's event, as he works himself now on the exit of Lecune down towards Rivage again. Of course, the drivers in this GTC class will have themselves one AM driver and one pro driver. The way that one is determined will be by their I ratings. So the drivers in the pro drivers in the GTC class have to have an I rating above a certain level. The GA AM drivers want below a certain level. It is as simple as that. We'll give you an update over the course of the race, who is running in a particular car at that particular given point as well. So you can see Antoine Hegelin still scored in the 12th place in class. And here you can see Dennis Garrison in the Virus car, putting the pressure right now on Simon Trendell. We saw these drivers battling, of course, last time out at Circuit of the Americas. They're doing exactly the same thing once again. That's P4 and P5 on the racetrack. They work themselves out of the last source complex in just one moment, work themselves down towards the start finish time. We ride along board then with the Virus car in just 1 moment's time. Jonas Lecurian now in behind the wheel, or there you can see coming out of pit road of the Radicals Online car. So the Radicals car were the first to blink. That's potentially the reason why they had a little bit more speed in the early stages of this race. Lecurian now getting behind the wheel of that car. If you have a look at the rear of him, got the Racing Lions car right behind. That's the number 14 car, Cole Tyson Lecurian. Pit stop time for him was a 31.7 stop for him as he comes back down into Lecune. Having to keep that position in the early going, of course, will be critically important. But a little bit of lap traffic there to play as well. Going to work himself faster on the GTC cars. That is the number 80 machine. And that was Corey Davis behind the wheel of that car. There you can see in the KRT Motorsports machine. But Lecurian then taking over the wheel. And that's the first of our main pit stops in that P class as we ride along board. You can see, actually, no, he's lost that position very recently too. The Racing Lions cars. We'll have to get ourselves another look at that one. So then here is Jonas Lecurian, of course, a driver in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, down into Rivage, just taking in a bit of a wide line there. Now I'm wondering if that would have affected him working out of the corner. As you can see there, Racing Lions car, Dominic Bat's actually just ahead of him. 3.4 seconds, but Lecurian, that was actually a lap traffic car, so we do take that one back, who he was working himself behind there, so we do apologise for that one. But Lecurian currently scored in the 7th position. Dominic E. Bat is about 3 seconds ahead on the racetrack and run across, so you can see there, still classified as about 6/10 of a second behind him. Radicals Online, the first of the drivers to pit. Of course, we did see them doing a slightly different strategy at Circuit of the Americas last time out. Now, we don't know whether it would have worked for them, because we never got to see the straight fight between themselves and Coanda. Coanda proved himself in the early going here today, but Martin Piatella is once again leading this race, as we've also got Marcus Hamilton on towards pit road right now in the Friction Racing number 15 class. So pit stops are a go in that P class. So here you can see Friction Racing then as they work themselves down this very long, complicated pit road. Now, we are running only the first part of pit road here. We're not running the full 60 pit endurance layout, as you can see there. Friction Racing car coming onto pit road. Will he make a driver change? We'll keep an eye out on that one. As you can see there, other cars just storming themselves past start finish time. We'll keep that pit timer up for you, though, to have a look at Marcus Hamilton in that Friction Racing car. We've got a 4GT on pit road as well. That is Rinch Jacobs in the number 69 car coming in to make a pit stop for himself. And there you can see confirmation of that one in the... And Frederick Evers getting behind the wheel of that Friction Racing car. So it does look as though that as Marcus Hamilton comes back out onto the racetrack, does seem to be that Friction Racing doing a very similar strategy between their P-Class car and their GT-Class car. And Friction Racing coming back out onto the racetrack in the 13th position for the time being. There you can see the only other driver in the P-Class who made a pit stop, that is Phoenix Motorsports. Andre Martin, of course, he did have himself a stop and a hold penalty as well in this race. We'll keep up to date to see how he goes for the rest of today's journey. So So Federico is coming back out onto the racetrack, and there you can see him in the friction racing car. Pit time for him, 32.4 seconds back out onto the racetrack as he's got himself a P-car class, just working himself ahead of him. You also got Mick Claridge, by the way, right on the rear of Manuel Sanchez. It's the battle for 6th and 7th place on the racetrack right now. We'll have a look at this one from the rear of Manuel Sanchez, who let himself back down into the Fungi chicane. Brun Hansen versus Gunnar Moore. They're both on towards pit road this time by. So this is going to be a critical stage of that race. And there you can see Lasse Brun Hansen in the Apex Racing UK car making himself a pit stop. Lee Thompson going to get behind the wheel of that Apex Racing UK car. Does look as though at this point in time Gunnar Moore is going to double stint it in that GT number 35 machine. These two drivers were incredibly close as they worked themselves down on towards pit road. So as it stands right now, it'll be a case of who can get out of here quicker. Of course, a driver change. There will be a driver change as Rasmus Larsen's going to get behind the wheel of that car. Having a look then as the pit stop times, it is going to be a 35-second stop then for Lee Thompson as he comes back out right behind a piece of GT traffic. Rasmus Larsen, 36.4 second stop. You've got Mike Van Newson on pit road as well in the number 31 RevSim Racing UK car, making himself a pit stop. So pit stops are really coming into play now for the GT class. We expect the rest of your P class onto pit road in the next 5 minutes time or so. We have also been joined by Paul Ilbrink from the Radicals Online organisation as it's a 35.5 second stop for the RevSim Racing UK car as he comes back out onto the racetrack. Now Paul, you've got yourself your first driver change complete now. Eunice Mercurian behind the wheel of that number 1 car. How's that first stint been for that Radicals Online organisation?
It's pretty good. We're a bit disappointed again with only 3rd in qualifying, but managed to get the lead, and now we're just hoping that our strategy will pay off.
Now, we never really got to see exactly what that strategy would have been between yourself, but actually we've got ourselves a lot of cars now onto pit road, including Martin Piatella, who is now on pit road. We've also got John Broadmeadow taking over the Apex Racing UK car by the looks of things there. You can see him making himself a pit stop. You've got Broadmeadow coming out of the pits ahead there of Marty Piatella, and the seals will have a look from the rear. Confirmation, Broadmeadow 34.7 stop for him. Marty Piatella out in the 3rd place as well. So it's all come back into play here as Apex Racing UK are ahead of Kleiner Sim Sports right now. You've also had Ben Tusting just making a pit stop, so right on board with Marty Piatella. Tusting is out and away, and your entire top 7 drivers have now made a stop, or are making a stop, as Steve Hobbs is making a stop in his number 16 machine. You've also got yourselves Maxim Ramstein on pit road. There you can see him coming out of pit road, and Ramstein's stop there was a 32-second stop for the Twisted Apex Racing car. Steve Hobbs, the USCR Team Optimus car, of course, new here for this event. They're making their pit stop right now. They'll be back out and away in a couple of seconds' time. And Daniel Corrini behind the wheel of the KRT Motorsports car as well. But to go back to the point I was making just one moment ago, Paul, we didn't really kind of figure out which strategy was better at Sebring. Not at Sebring, Circuit of the Americas even. Do you think that this strategy will be more beneficial later on in the race? Of course, for some of these drivers, they've not made it to the 1 hour window, so it does look as though everyone has got to do the same number of pit stops.
Yeah, that's the idea as well, but we try to stop a little bit earlier so we can take advantage of the fresh tires, and more importantly, I think, is keeping track position, which seemed to be crucial since Coanda and Apex were fighting quite a bit.
Now, how fortunate were you the fact that Monty said at the very start of this race had himself that slowdown penalty, and how much you think that will play into the overall finish here today? Because of course we all know Spa as a track, the least mistakes you make, the more chance you have being at the top step of that podium.
It helped a lot, I think, at least for now. Of course, it gave me some clear laps where I could focus more on the lap times instead of staring off at a gearbox of another car. But yeah, it should be good.
thanks very much for talking to us, Paul Ilbring. You can see Lee Thompson behind the wheel now of that number 34 Apex Racing UK car. Your GT class have made themselves a pit stop as we get close to concluding our first hour here. Also going to bring in Egil Sandfield. He's both racing and also working on race control here today. Now, Egil, your first at Spa, you always get either a lot of incidents or pretty much zero. We haven't really had many at all here. Just having a look through our review sheet, and only about 6 incidents so far. Only 2 drivers have had a penalty, 2 others having a warning.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the track is also different from last time that we visited Kota, and naturally there's more room on this circuit, so well, guys are giving each other way more room. But yeah, we had the 2 major incidents for now where they were quite similar. I didn't judge the 73 incident, but deemed that the 64 needed to just come and visit us in the pit lane.
But as we get into the second hour of this race, we know that Spa is a track which can often hurt these drivers. We've got Joshua Chin, by the way. Not only scored his time in scoring it as the lead, but he's not. Second hour of this race, if drivers double stinting, we know how hard it can be on these drivers. Do you think that we're going to start getting a little bit of sloppiness as far as the off-track situation is concerned?
Well, not yet. I think most of the guys here are used to doing multiple stints. But what we might see is new drivers swapping the seats in the car, so we might get a new dynamic here in the second hour and also in the third hour and in the last end of the race. So from now on, the racing is really spicing up because we get the new driver relations, and it's really spicing up the race.
Apex Racing UK's Antoine Hegling going to make himself his first pit stop of the day there in that number 73 car. You can see him revving the engine out and away. 33.4 second stop for him. And Edgar, before we let you go, of course, we all know that there's a very big team working here in the New Endurance Series as far as race control goes. Take us through people doing race control, etc. are here today.
Yeah, well, we have 4-5 guys in the race control, and it's a good team, and we've been working together for a long time, and it really shows. We really try to be as effective as possible, and do and process the protests once they come in, and it's getting better and better for each race, and I think I hope that the penalties that we give are being more consistent and more transparent, and so it's getting better and better all the time, but there's always room for improvement, of course.
Talk racing is Timo Verhurst able to get himself ahead of the Gavin Tweakers car, being driven currently by Makeout Milius, as you can see there, back from P number 10 and 11 on the racetrack. Now TFR was one of those teams who have had themselves a little bit of a word with race control a little bit earlier on. But ladies and gentlemen, we've completed our first hour of the race. It is out front, Jonas Nakurian leading the way in your C1 class. That is your top 10 with 1 hour score complete by 6.2 seconds over Apex Racing UK, Karina Simsport in third, Team Korea in fourth, and Gavin the Tweakers running out your top 5. In the GT class, it is Apex Racing UK, currently being driven by Lee Thompson, IR Denmark Assault Racing in second, New World Simsport in third, VR Race Racing in fourth, and Aston RaceSpot running out your top 5. Then finally, in the GTC class, Virus leading from Team Chimera, Virgil Racing, IDK Endurance, and Slipstream Racing, although pit stops are still ongoing in that battle. Time to step aside for just one moment, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll be back after these messages. You are watching RaceSpot TV, home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down to super stretch going into turn 2. And now the 93, 39, the 30 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's leading the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you
Brad
love it.
Davies, here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on RaceSpot TV. Just over an hour, 5 minutes of this race is all complete. Jonas Nakurian continues to lead the way in his Radicals Online car on a slightly different strategy to what we see from Martin Piatella, Ben Tustin. By the way, John Broadmeadow has fallen down into 4th place in his class now. So Broadmeadow struggling to get to grips as he's fallen behind the Team Chimera car. We're right on board of him right now. And Apex Racing UK, well, have been pretty much everywhere inside this top 4 right now. You can see right as high as 1st place. They're down into the 4th place right now. And, well, Broadmeadow struggling to get to grips with this car. He's falling behind by 1.1 seconds in the rear of Ben Tustin as they continue their battle on the racetrack right now. Last time by, though, you see 3 seconds lower than what he really should be doing. Nick Thiessen running in 5th place in that P-Class car. But here you can see Jonas Nakurian working himself then down towards the bus stop chicane. Let's ride a lap on board with that Radicals Online driver. There you can see, ladies and gentlemen, a lap with the one and only Jonas Nakurian in the Radicals Online car as he comes past the start-finish line now with a 5.3 second advantage over Commander Simsports and Marty Piatella. Now, we didn't actually get to see what would happen between these 2 strategy calls back at Circuit of the Americas. Looks as though that both teams are going to try and roll the dice on different strategies once again. And it'll be fascinating to see what happens between those drivers. Although, back in your GT class, you got yourself now Lee Thompson right behind, I mean right behind, your race leader Rasmus Larsson in class. There you can see the Apex Racing UK car working himself through. La Source getting a little bit of traffic getting his way. That's going to actually hurt his momentum as they work themselves down towards Air Rouge Radillion once again. As here you can see, they work themselves down into Air Rouge, into Radillion right about now. And there you can see Rasmus Larsen in the IR Denmark Assault Racing car now leading the way. And you can see the gap between these two drivers is 0.8 of a second. Lee Thompson running himself in the Apex Racing UK car. New into that car, it was Lasse Hansen who was driving for the first stint. Rasmus Larsen leading though in that IR Denmark Racing Assault team. The number 35 car won themselves in the exit of Lecum once again. Got a couple of people to shout out to on Twitter. We'll get through as many of these as we can. First of all, Phoenix Motorsports on the best part for our cars. Both had contact. Number 64 got a stop and 30-second hold from P5 to P12. 5 hours to make up for it. And that is one of these things about endurance racing. It is a long haul game. So you've got yourself lots and lots of time to try and get yourself back into the action. Down in your sorry, actually, we'll stick with the P class for one moment, because here you can see Steve Hobbs battling with Racing Line's Mikel de Jong. The gap between these two drivers is about 0.7 of a second right now as they work themselves on the exit of Lecum once again. We'll have a look now from the rear of the USCSR Team Optimus car of Steve Hobbs, new into this series for this round. So welcome to the Neo Endurance Series for the USCSR Team Optimus car. Racing Lines, Mikel de Jong, battling with them for the final of the top 10 positions here in your P class. They work themselves through P1, a little bit wide though as they try and get themselves past. There you can see, and that's going to allow the Racing Lines car to close right up as they work themselves down into the final chicane. This gap between P number 10 and P number 11 really is hotting up on the starting to work themselves now out of Fongyu down towards Stavolo once again. Hobbs a little bit wide. That's going to allow the Racing Lions car to get right up underneath him. As you see, traffic there in play as well. That free wide situation there. As you can see, down to the inside will go the Racing Lions car. Bold move there, down into Stavlov. He will take the inside line. They'll be side by side. Bit of a wiggling for both of them. The USCSR Team Optimus car somehow able to hold on the exit of the corner. Fantastic driving. Replay of that one coming up. So here you can see then another look at that one. As you can see, they work themselves down into the Blanchimont corner, down side by side as they come into the corner. Through the exit of the corner, you can see a wiggle from both race drivers. Importantly, they both kept it on the racetrack, and that's actually one thing that we talked to Race Control before the start of this race. They were very clear on making positions, or alternatively, holding onto a position due by going out of bounds will get you a warning. After that warning, well, you'll get yourself a stop and hold penalty. Let's go back down and have a look in your GTC class. If you have a look on board then with the driver, and you can't see that one, there we are. The driver of Slipstream Racing's Marcus Endman, running himself in P11 right now, trying to catch up to the rear of Grasper Groenroad. This is battle for P10 in class. And the Slipstream Racing car running in P11, that last time by, they were 2 seconds slower as they fell behind that number 81 Torque Freak Racing car in that battle for position, as an hour 15 minutes of this race now will be scored complete. They work themselves now through the bus stop chicane once again and work themselves back on board then with the Slipstream Racing car on Martin Endman as they work themselves down towards the start finish line, down towards turn 1. You can see Endman getting out of the way to allow some of that P car traffic to go past. That is the number 8 machine, that's Nick Thiessen in the Gavin Tweaker's car to work himself out of that corner down towards the Air Rouge Radillion complex once again. And you can see the Torque Freak Racing car getting out of the way as well. They kind of neutralise the advantage that TFR car would have had to work themselves up the hill. And the gap between these two drivers is still about 0.8 of a second. So you can see they work themselves on the exit of Air Rouge Radillion right now, down towards the Coon complex once again. As we have a look from our aerial coverage today, brought to you by the Motorsport Safety Foundation, official partner of the Neo Endurance Series. There you can see the gap remains about 0.5 of a second. They work themselves down into Rivage. This 180-degree right-hand corner. Wait yourself on the exit of that. You then come down through Brussels into that left-hander known as no name corner. So have another look then from the rear of that Torque Freak racing car of Jesper Groenewald to work themselves down into P1 once again. Now actually we'll go and have a look on board now with Groenewald, and we'll slow this one down, try and explain to you the situation here. On the outside of the corner, this is where you've got to be very careful. You've got yourself that line on the outside. We'll get our pen, everything from around there. You can't basically run wide, otherwise you will get yourself a slow down penalty. If you do it too often times, you'll get yourself a 30-second stop and hold by race control. So these drivers have to be very cautious to make sure they keep all four wheels inside the racing surface all of this race. And in this P class, one of the questions they did ask, actually, as they came to the driver's briefing was, well, what happens if we have to make a last-minute change direction? What do we do then? The answer for race control is very simple. So long as you don't gain any time overall, or it was a clearly evasive maneuver, that way you won't have to worry about it. The only exception to that is, of course, down at Rodillion, where you automatically will get yourself a slow-down penalty. As you have a look from the rear, the Racing Lions car, Mikel de Jong, ahead of the USCSR Team Optimus car now of Steve Hobbs. This ongoing battle for P number 10, P number 11 on the racetrack. Going to be side by side once again, potentially. There you can see the Racing Lions car. You've got Mikel de Jong on the outside, almost clutching there. We'll go along board then with Mikel de Jong. As we have a look from the rear, they can see still maintaining that advantage in that Racing Lions car over the USCSR Team Optimus car, working themselves out of the bus stop chicane. A nice little scrap then going on for P number 10 and 11 on the racetrack. Here are your top 6 though in each of the classes. Nakurian still leading the way for the Radicals Online organisation. 2.5 seconds is that gap to himself and Ben Tosting. Martin Piatella is actually now classified in the 2nd place. It's Tosting in 3rd, Broadmeadow in 4th, Decent in 5th, and Josh Chin rounding out your top 6. Lawson leading the way from Thompson, from Yamin, from Jegluski, Danusen and Evers. They are your top 6 in the GT class. And then GTC is Dahl from Mayo, McGarvey from Trendale, from Lisa, and then Brown. Back then to have a look at your battle that's still ongoing for your race lead in the GT class. And here you can see then the gap between the IR Denmark Assault Racing car and the Apex Racing UK car is currently scored at 1 second on the racetrack. Here you can see though, they're running themselves about 1 second still on the racetrack as they work themselves down into pure once again. Now that Apex Racing UK car did start this race at the lead. He fell down at some point down into the 2nd position. You've also had yourself, of course, other Apex Racing UK cars struggling here today. There you can see, we'll put him on the screen, Antoine Hegelin. He has run the first 2 stints now in that car, all the way down in 9th position. More importantly, he is well off the lead right now in his car class, as he had himself just a horrible start to this race. Lap number 1, running wide at Rodillion, that cost him an absolute bunch of time. And then after that, he had himself a stop and hold penalty due to an incident. Well, that's pretty much made his life incredibly tough as far as today's event was going to go. We are joined though for the time being quickly by Jesper Pedersen. We're going to get a word of him in just 1 moment's time. He runs in the Apex Racing UK GT car, who we just saw battling for the race lead in that GT class. So not this one that we can see right now, is the other Apex Racing GT car, the GT4 GT, who to see there, still 1.6 seconds behind your race leader in class. And Jesper, take us through then the situation for that Apex Racing car as it runs P2 in that 4 GT class.
Yeah, hi Will, thanks for having me. The situation with our car at the moment is Lasse. He had a really good first stint and had the iRacing Denmark Assault car just behind him, and those 2 cars managed to pull a gap on the rest of the field. And yeah, now Lee Thompson is in the car. and sitting just behind the iRacing Denmark car for now. So far it's going really well.
Well, second in place, second in class right now, and of course you still got yourself 4 hours 40 minutes of this race to go. Plenty of strategies to go in this event, plenty of driver changes to go. But the fact that you're still within touching distance of that race lead, psychologically, do you think that's an advantage to you guys right now, knowing where the target is and still being able to manage your race?
Yeah, for sure. And I think we have the best position right now, sitting behind the lead car, and just can manage tires and fuel for whatever iRacing Denmark is going to do. So right now it's looking good.
Of course, though, last time we saw you at Circuit of the Americas, it was what I can only describe as an atrocious day. It's not been a good day in your GTC class, with your driver having himself a couple of incidents, shall we say. Antoine Hegling, they can see him currently P8 in class. But do you think he can bounce back, potentially podium position for that GTC class if he keeps it clean?
It's still a long race, so I'm sure we can make up some positions in that class as well. And Antoine is turning some really quick lap at the moment, so he is on a mission right now.
Well, thanks for talking to us, ladies and gentlemen. Jasper Pedersen, looking after the Apex Racing UK team. There you can see, though, the gap is still about 1.6 seconds between himself and the IR Denmark Assault Racing team car as they work themselves now to complete what is actually their 33rd lap on the racetrack. As far as the battle is going on in the P-car class, there you can see Marty Piatella, he's got himself a 2-second advantage over Team Chimera. However, we did see in the early stages that Piatella was a little bit slower in the first part of this event. And I have got to ask you one more question, Jasper. Is it going to be AR UK for you or IRDK as far as the GT goes, or is that a stupid question?
Obviously I'm driving for Apex Racing UK, so that's the one I'm cheering for. But as a Dane, it's good to see fellow friends doing so well. So it's a mixed feeling, but obviously I'm a Apex Racing UK driver.
Well, thanks again for talking to us, Jasper. They can see Boy Vanderlaag trying to get behind the wheel of that Phoenix Motorsports car, not having himself a good day though. Classified down in the 13th place in class, down in fact now just dropped down into 14th place on class with a very long pit stop for them. So some issues for the Phoenix Motorsports boys after having themselves an interesting start of this event. Just checking in though down in the field, you can see Maxime Ramp, you can see Friction Racing's Marcus Hamilton. Now last time by, Friction Racing were a full 3 seconds faster than Maxime Ramstein in that Twisted Apex Racing UK car. So it's kind of like hurt a little about what was going on between these two drivers. They can see Friction Racing, and they will be able to see now Maxime Ramstein as they work themselves down into the layer, in towards turn number 1 as the Twisted Apex Racing car. Got themselves a 12-second cushion over the Connaught Motorsports car from the 29 machine as they continue to battle in this P-class. They've also got an ongoing battle there. We can see the one part of it as we have a look between the Gathering Tweakers 2 car, currently being driven by Makia and Milius, and you've also got the Sim RC.D machine of Team 30. Just 0.4 of a second, 0.3 of a second now behind actually. This is your closest battle that we have on the racetrack right now as they work themselves down into a barge once again. That last time by, Tom Bertie 5 seconds off the pace, so falling down the field after making himself a little bit of an incident. However, he is recovered at a slowdown penalty down at Rodillion, we believe. And well, he is trying to recover, get himself back past the Gathering of Tweakers 2 car as they work themselves down in towards Pure once again. But and actually, whilst I still got you here, Jasper, very quickly, just how tough is that section of the racetrack? Both, you know, at Pure, through Stavelot, through Blanchimont as well. Especially when these drivers start getting tired, to making sure that you don't just push out a little bit too wide and draw the irk of race control.
It's a very difficult sector of the track, for sure. As a driver, you always try to nail it, but it's very difficult. And when you have this many cars on track, it's really difficult to do it lap after lap. And fatigue in this race is also a factor. So yeah, it's a difficult one.
There you can see, of course, it is kind of cold here, track conditions here today. Tom Burch is going to look down to the inside in that Sim RC car as they work themselves side by side through the bus stop chicane. The Sim RC car will move himself up one position, gets a little bit loose on the exit of the corner, but is able to maintain that momentum as he works himself now down towards last source once again. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see Boy van der Laar is still scoring on pit road there. You can actually, you can't see him at all. But now you can kind of see him, still scored on pit road, still a very long pit stop, over 21 minutes for him right now. So not the day Phoenix Motorsports will be having. We'll see if we can get an update from them at some point soon. And just having a look through our Twitter feed as well. Virtual Racing, of course, Nia saying leading the GTC class, IDK joins in second. So, and of course you can check us out all season long here on RaceSpot TV, as you can see. Boy van der Laar still scored on pit road. A horrible day for him. You've got yourself a little battle going on again between Torque Racing, we saw having themselves in a bit of a war earlier on, and Laserman Racing. These two drivers been battling it out all race long, as we're going to have half an up look now at the driver of, here we are, it's Laserman Racing, Wayne Sanderson, 0.4 of a second, 0.5 of a second behind Torque Freak Racing as we rattle on board with him. Racing still putting that pressure on, as you can see, using all the curve. Oh, that's very close though, as they work themselves down in towards Blanchimont. This is going to give them a run though. You can see the Torque Racing car just a little bit out of sync as they work themselves down into the bus stop chicane. We have a look from the rear now. Laserman Racing able to move themselves up one position. We'll get ourselves another look at that one, and I'll explain it to you from our crane cam, powered here today by the Motorsport Safety Foundation. And so you can see down into Blanchimont, you'll notice the fact that there's an NMP car, so they come behind the trees right now, coming into view, comes past one of them, gets past the other one, just as that TFR car was working himself down into Blanchimont. That allowed the Laserboy Man Racing car to come down into the inside and work himself the path, which is exactly what he would have wanted. And apparently, by the way, you've got yourself a story to tell me, Jesper, about a virtual time in a competition.
Last week I visited Autosport International with my school, and I was just walking around and networking with some of the businesses at the show, and then I saw a simulator at one of the stands, and I thought it could be fun to have a go. It was a Leo Butner steering wheel, and I heard a lot of nice things about it, so
I wonder
why not try it? Yeah, and why I mentioned it. But anyway, I jumped in the simulator and did a few laps, and yeah, it was very nice simulator. And then they told me I had the fastest time of the week so far, which I was a bit surprised of because it was a bad lap. And then I just went home, and then this week I got an email about that I won the competition, and I didn't just win the competition, but they will also like to invite me to the UK, and then I would receive some track time at Silverstone, where they will see a simulator expert go to the real life racing. So this just highlights how far the sim racing has come, and everybody who's sim racing can also go to the real world. Yeah, just being fast in the sim can also translate to the real world.
I have got to ask you a very serious question. You do know where Autosport International is, don't you?
Yeah.
And you do know who lives in Birmingham, don't you?
Yeah, but I didn't want to write to you because you had exams.
Yeah, you know, but Say great opportunity at Silverstone. Do you know what car he was driving yet?
I'm not sure yet, but I think it will be a car called Fun Car.
Okay, I know that about, and of course it's Silverstone as well. And do you think that when you actually get to Silverstone, the amount of track time that you've done here on iRacing will kind of translate into, you know, being able to get yourself acclimatized a lot better, and of course potentially put yourself on a better show for the guys who will be not only giving you the prize but also keeping an eye on you?
Yeah, for sure. I also got a little bit of advantage, not only using the simulator, but also I raced on Silverstone before in the GT Academy, so I know the track. But yeah, for sure, the simulator prepare a guy like me very well for the task ahead.
And you make that good point as well, actually, about GT Academy. And of course, last year we had 2 iRacers kind of involved in that one, as far as I know, actually more than 2. Yourself, you also had Blake Town involved in that one as well. You talk about just how much sim racing has kind of changed in the last 3-4 years, and how, you know, it is, iRacing's always used that model of it being a driving tool. But at the same time, some people originally thought that to be a bit of a joke, but nowadays, think about the amount of equipment that people have and the kind of realism factor that there is involved in actually driving a car. Would put all the other bits to one side, so I know we can have a 5-hour debate upon things like that, etc. But the simple purpose of driving a car, do you think that, you know, it is a long-term solution of getting more people into motorsports?
Yeah, for sure. I was one of those people who didn't think that you could go straight from the simulator to the racetrack, and definitely not other sims than iRacing. But what I saw at the GT Academy was a few guys couldn't do it, but there was a lot of guys who was fast straight away, and people were beating the instructors, and they just came from the simulator. So I'm pretty sure that you can learn to drive on the track. Of course, you need some time in a real car as well, but driving in the simulator, of course, helps. And I'm sure it will only get better from now on.
Just having a look, by the way, at a replay of Friction Racing's Frederick Evers in number 69 car. He was right up behind Mike Van Newson there, as you can see him just looping it out the exit of the bus stop chicane. Not the first time we see a driver do that one, not the last time we do that one as well. We did actually see in the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series race yesterday some drivers losing it on the exit of the El Rouge Radio complex. Oh, well, I'll ask you one question about that one actually very quickly, Jesper. Just how tough is it, especially in these GT cars, to work yourself up that hill? Because we know from the 24 hours of Spa, and as I just mentioned a moment ago, back in the GES yesterday, some drivers looping it. You've got that kind of green painted gutter there, and it seems to be if people catch that one, their car will just flip loose on them.
Yeah, the AstroTurf is very slippery, and you really, yes, Spa need to use all the track to carry that momentum speed. And sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. But yeah, I think we'll see more drivers looping it right there, because it is very difficult to get it right.
Having a look then at Joshua Chin in the number 21 New World Sim Sports car, getting himself past his own teammate in the GT class. There you can see Joshua Chin in 6th place in the New World Sim Sports P car, and he's got Ahmed Yamen in the number 50 New World Sim Sports car, currently running in 3rd place. There you can see him in the GT class as they continue their journey along the racetrack. Got another tweet to read out for you, ladies and gentlemen, and that one was halfway through Steve's 2nd stint, riding in 3rd place, keeping up with the IRDK endurance car. That is SRN Motorsports number 74 car. Now, well, just having a look at that one actually, they're only 4 seconds behind that. Understar is continuing, and we don't talk enough about Understar here, because every time we see him in GT action, he is just generally absolutely dominating, as they actually then see Understar work himself down in towards last source once again, and he's got himself an incredible gap already over, in fact he's got himself a big gap. It's so big we can't see it on time and scoring, so we have got ourselves a car on pit road who has had himself a that is number 10 machine of Jose Almeida in the Phoenix Motorsports number 14 car. He is actually classified now for the time being as out of the race, and here you can see actually second place in your GTC cars is the IRDK Endurance car being driven by Marseille Mayo. Now you can see Mayo working himself towards the start finish line now, and there you can see Virtual Racing working himself down in towards Leclerc. Incredibly big stuff by him. We are going to hopefully get a word from Boy van der Laar in a couple of moments time as well, as soon as we get the opportunity to find where he is and drag him up to have a chat. But there you can see Virtual Racing, the gap is currently standing at 42.2 seconds on the racetrack. Incredible stuff. Then, I know you've raced with Virtual Racing and Anders before. I don't think there's many people who can be in the same league as Anders, and especially in these very big long races.
No, for sure not. I've known Anders for a few years now, also when he just joined iRacing, and back then he was also very quick. But from then until now, he moved a huge amount, and yeah, I don't think anyone can beat him in that car, and it doesn't matter what track it's on. So Virtual Racing have a extremely good car with Anders in that car for sure.
And here's a look then at the number 74 car, thanks to your tweet SRN Motorsports. Don't forget, you're going to use the hashtag IRNEO to keep involved with us all day long. And as it's a Neo Endurance Series race, if you are eating pizza or any other form of takeout, let us know what it is you're having, how you're enjoying this Sunday afternoon here as we continue the action on RaceSpot TV. SRN Motorsports still 3.5 seconds back from the rear of Marseille Mayo, as they can see Mayo work himself down into the front chicane. Two of the P car, actually it's a P car and a GT car, work himself past them, and you see another car on the exit of the front chicane. That's going to cost him a little bit. He's lost himself half a second on that one couple of set of corners alone. In fact, he's the second of the IRDK Endurance car has lost, as you've got past himself there by two GT cars and one P class car. Now, going to bring in, say, Boy van der Laar into the conversation here, and Boy, it's not really been a day that you would have wanted in that Phoenix Motorsports number 10 car.
Yeah, that's true. It didn't went how we planned to do. We had a nice planning going on, like just doing a full stint with the fuel, and then do a little bit of a different strategy while not taking so much fuel for the rest of the race, and that seemed to work. Unfortunately, everything turned out in a different way in Lacombe, fortunately, but that's racing.
Well, so you had yourself a bit of an incident on the racetrack, got yourself on pit road. Thing is, 4 hours and 22 minutes left of this race. I'm sure the last thing you ever would have wanted is to be sat here on the sidelines talking to this annoying guy called Will Vinson, or even worse, watching your competitors rack up points. And of course, we all know how important points are in this series. So how do you bounce back as we're now getting into the halfway point? In fact, we'll be at the halfway point of the season in 1 hour and 22 minutes time, as we head ourselves to the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace in a month's time, and then for the final round of the season as well.
Well, actually, I don't think I'm the right person to answer that question for you, since I haven't been doing much of the racing. I've just been spotting for the most part of our team. I wanted to join the conversation because I heard Mr. Pedersen over here talk about sim racing compared to real racing, and okay. I think he's forgetting one really important step. That's if you drive a real car on a track, no matter how fast you are in a sim race car, you forget that it's real, and you start being afraid. Like, what if a wheel drops off, or this wall's coming at me and everything like that? That's like the adrenaline factor, and that's something you seem to forget. That's not in sim racing.
I think that's actually a really important point. It goes back, in my opinion, to the very early days of console gaming, and also as far as, sim racing goes. And of course, sim racing's got a very long and rich heritage to it. Anyone who's, of course, a fan of IndyCar, the Rob Legends games, even if you go back to like NASCAR 2003, etc., ad nauseum. They're the ones I'm allowed to mention, by the way, seeing as this is a racing broadcast. But if you think about those, the key thing on all of them is that at any point on the offline side of it, you could just hit the reset button and start again. Remember Jeff Crammond, his original Grand Prix game, and also on Grand Prix 4 actually, because of the fact you had, the horrible ability for it to crash every 14.6 seconds. You'd save it, you'd come back to it, you wouldn't have to run that long endurance of it, you wouldn't get the ability to understand, well, if I crash, this could be game over. Online racing adds a bit of it, but the ability to you heading into a wall at 100, 120 kilometers an hour, that's a thing that I think that if you get people into a car on a real racetrack, you see some of the moves here today, you see Coranda again pushing it right now behind that number 16 car, that is Steve Hobbs actually, who is, that's not actually Steve Hobbs, it's someone else, we'll come back to that. It's a number 18 car, there you can see, on KRT Motorsports car. I think, boy, that's when it becomes different, the scare factor that you talk about, the fact that you can actually get hurt.
Yeah, that and a lot of other factors. I was just talking about with a teammate about this. Like, we see a lot of guys do like these dive bomb attacks, especially in the official series, not in this league series. You see them doing these dive bomb moves, but in real life you would think about like, well, this is a $1 million car I'm driving. You wouldn't do that kind of stuff. It's a different thing. There's a lot of factors that people seem to forget that it's what is in real racing. And that's not sim racing.
No, I agree. I mean, for example, Mike Conway, I think, is a perfect example to talk about here. IndyCar driver involved in a huge, and I mean a huge accident at the end of 2010, Indianapolis 500, involving Brian Hunter-Reay hard on into the safety barrier and the catch fencing. And he was scared after that, to the point that in 2013 he said, I don't want to race on ovals anymore. It's that sort of thing, whereas if you have an incident of that magnitude here on iRacing, Indianapolis, it's a case of you'll be angry. And I think the emotions of anger, regret, sadness, exhilaration, they all kind of exist, as does the kind of camaraderie that you get in racing and the mental physical fatigue to an extent, because you don't get the physical fatigue as far as the G-force from your neck goes unless you have really got a moving motion cockpit, etc. You have some of it, but you don't have all of it, and I think, that's the one thing, well, I don't think you can do much more about that unless you're going to get a sim racing cockpit where someone's going to punch you in the face if you hit the wall.
Unfortunately, I did experience myself. I've been in a car crash just on a normal road, so I've never been in a big crash on a circuit whatsoever before. But the first thing you think about is when you crash a car, it's just about your life, that you survive it, like, oh well, I'm still alive, and then you start continue thinking about other stuff, and yeah, in sim racing it's just pressing escape, but that's not the point. It's more the whole package itself. Well, yes, I think you learn how to go quick with a car, but then again, it's like that mental barrier you have to cross, especially when you would be driving a prototype or a high downforce car, I think. But yeah, that's just what I think about it. It's an opinion.
Well, let's see Radicals on line car very quickly. 31.5 second stop, out and away on the alternate strategy here today. But Jesper, is that the sort of thing you think about, of course, when you did the GT Academy, and also, of course, thinking in terms of Silverstone again? And did you get any kind of guidance on that when you were preparing for GT Academy?
I think, yeah, Boyd is right, and I also know he's a former GT Academy driver, but I think it's work both ways, actually, with the fear and the physics kind of stuff in this discussion, because I saw guys who was extremely fast in the sim who didn't have the guts to go fast on the tracks, but then I also saw a few guys who had was too brave, and they thought they still could just restart it when they went off. And we had crashes at GT Academy. They never been mentioned public, but we had crashes, and it was a big one. So yeah. So I see both things. But yeah, of course we get taught that we have to go out, feel the car first, instead of just going flat out. And we had a test where we could see our pulse when we drove, and it was very different from some was at the peak, where the heart couldn't beat faster, and others were a little bit more relaxed. So yeah, I saw both things really.
37.7 stops there for Friction Racing, Rince Jacobs. Of course, we saw both the Friction Racing cars come in about the same time in their first stint as he comes back out onto the racetrack. And actually, I saw a little piece of research about that previously, as we're having a look now at Connaught Motorsports' Roland Gross. In fact, if we turn our attention over to Joshua Chin, because he's right behind the driver of Matt Backham, who's just come out of pit road. I actually did see a piece of research on that, in that generally you have yourself a kind of bell curve which peaks at the start of the race itself, that kind of 30 seconds before the race lights go out or the green flag comes out, depending on what sort you're running on. Then it'll kind of calm itself down, peak again at pit stops, it'll peak if you're in a very close situation, and then towards the end of the race as well. And you do get that sort of bit in sim racing quite a lot, Jesper.
Yeah, for sure. But at least for me, at some point in sim racing, it's when you have driven a lot of leagues, close combat with a lot of quick drivers, then at some point it doesn't get that exciting any longer. But yeah, that's just me. In real life, I of course have the potential danger, and that's what the extra little kick is for me.
I think that's one to throw out to our viewers. Use the hashtag
That's what keeps you going.
Neo. Is it the fear that's the difference between sim racing and motor racing? Is there anything else that sim racing could use as a method to kind of bridge that gap for drivers? And I know a number of things have been referenced. I mean, some of them would work in some ways, but not in others. And we've got Mike Newton, by the way, on pit road, number 31 car. And when you consider how safe racing is these days, boy, of course, as you say, Mr. Newton's actually going to get out of the car, and Kevin Cox is going to get into that Riv Sim Racing UK car. He's also got the Talkfreak Racing car of Lars Mardenhorner getting in that one. So he's going to take over GTs in that number 41 machine. And that's one potentially to think about as well, Jesper, the fact that if you crash these days, Simon Styles also onto pit road, if you crash these days, there's a strong chance you're not going to get injured. Motor racing, it's still dangerous. I know that one better than most. I know my favourite racing driver of all time lost his life in a horrific crash in 2011. But it's a lot safer than it's ever been. And for a lot of people these days, actually the one thing that they're worried about more than anything else is the fact that they might have to face a repair bill. And there's actually a RaceSpot TV commentator, Dan Blake, who had a crash. It wasn't even his fault. The repair bill is the more important thing in those situations, more than the actual, am I going to get injured? It's, can I afford to go racing again if I lose this car, lose this engine, lose this gearbox, can't afford the next set of tyres, or whack it sideways into a tyre barrier?
Yeah. You're gonna have a conversation, I guess, with your team boss, because somebody has to pay that bill, right? So you're the guy that's responsible for that crash in most of the cases. But I guess Jesper knows a lot more about this than I do, so I'll let him do the talking. But it's just, I was interested in what he was saying, and I just wanted to put my 20 cents on that most people seem to forget. So I wish you guys the best of luck with commentating in the race. You guys are doing an excellent job. We'll be listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
No way. Before we go any further, we have got pit stops underway. Apex Racing UK's Lee Thompson on pit road making his stop. He's going to actually run another stint there. 35.1 seconds out and away for him. We've got Marty Piatella for Coranda Simsport on pit road, as well as Ben Tusting. Tusting is going to stay in the car, as will Marty Piatella by the looks of it. So Joshua Chin, for the time being, takes over the second spot in that P-Class. Nick Thiessen also onto pit road in that number 8 Racing Lions car. But here you can see Coranda Simsport is actually going to have Ben Tusting get ahead of him there. So another position lost there for Coranda Simsport. 30.3 seconds there for the Team Chimera car. And you've now only finally got Marty Piatella back out onto the racetrack. And it's a 34.9 second stop by him. 5 seconds longer. That will, however, potentially give him a little bit more fuel if he runs a certain strategy game. And to sum up our conversation there, Jesper, it's always a fascinating thing when you try and compare. I'm going to call it esports here because, it's a term that's used so widely. Esports, sim racing, and real sports. what makes people tick. And I think the point that you made a couple of moments ago over that fear factor, call it fear from many different ways, I think that is the most important thing for some people. Of course, there's a lot of people who won't be able to get into motorsports if they weren't to have, you know, this kind of online racing thing that we have these days. And that in itself, you know, it's that exhilaration which kind of gets them into it.
Yeah, for sure. And also, the biggest thing is, of course, you have the fear factor. But then the second most important thing in my eyes is when you're sim racing, you don't have that feel of the pants from the car. You have your steering wheel where you get some feedback from, and then you have the screen. So that means you get a very good eye-hand coordination when you're sim racing, because you react on things you feel through the wheel and what you see in the car. Sometimes, or most of the time, you react on things that happens before you can see it, because you feel it through the pants, pretty much. So that's also a big part that you have to adapt, how you react on a car's behavior from the steering wheel to more of the feel of the pants.
Well, there you can see the Radicals Online car. That's actually John Broadmeadow coming onto pit road in his machine. There you can see him, the Apex Racing UK car, on to make a pit stop there, so they can see his pit time. Let's see whether he will stay in the car very quickly. Going to get ourselves a quick little tweet here. This one is from Thinking Neighbours, and he said, well, go to first hit for Racing Lines. Happy how it went, only the last lap was one to forget. Hashtag IRNEO, keep your tweets coming in throughout the course of today's event. Got another one from @Ramstein-Fan, Du hast will. Second stint from Mike, almost done. Good luck to Kevin Cox on your double, or maybe even triple stint. That is for Revs Racing. Back out and away then comes John Broadmeadow. His pit stop time, 33.7 seconds. As Maxime Ramstein is now on towards pit road in the Twisted Apex Racing car, making himself a pit stop. You can see the pit stop time up already to 20 seconds on the clock. And most of these drivers looking at about 35-second stop overall. We've also got Frank van Bundwink into the number 42 machine. We'll turn our attention to him in just one moment's time as he's making a pit stop. But 32 seconds out and away then for that machine. And there you can see Van Bundwink into the Racing Lines number 42 car. And he's going to complete his service in just one moment's time and get himself back out onto the racetrack. So for the most part, your second round of pit stops are now scored complete, ladies and gentlemen, as we close out almost our second hour here on RaceSpot TV of the third round of the Neo Endurance Series. Here is your race leader. It is Mac Backham in the Radicals Online car. And here you can see your top 10 in your C-Class. Actually, we'll come back to that one because it will run itself back as we work themselves past the start-finish line. It is Mac Backham who once again leads the way. Joshua Chim running himself in second place, but coming onto pit road right about now is that new World Sim Sport car. There you can see him working himself on towards pit road, and that will put Matt Backham into the overall race lead. As they can see, new World Sim Sport, Joshua Chin on towards pit road. Chin doing himself a good job for the time being in that number 21 car. He's done a double stint. Will he try and treble it? We'll keep an eye out on him. And then as he comes onto pit road, we'll get that pit time up for him as well. And for these drivers triple stinting here today, Jesper, just how hard is it? Especially in these P cars, because you've got to negotiate so much traffic.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The first stint you feel alright, it's not a big deal. Of course it's difficult to drive around other cars, and the second stint you think, what have I signed up for? And in the third stint, you just want it to end, and if you get the car home safe to the next driver, you have an awesome feeling afterwards, and it's really rewarding. So that's what all these guys are after, is getting that feeling and teamwork.
As you can see then, it is going to be Joshua Chin staying in the car for the time being as pit stop time. It's a very long pit stop time for him, over 55 seconds. I believe this might actually have been a stop and hold penalty. We'll have a look to see what the stewards are saying on that one in just one moment's time. As you can see, 1 minute 5 and counting then for Joshua Chin, as he's still stuck on pit road. A very long pit stop for him. Let's have a look then to see if there's anything that's come up on race control. It's been a fairly quiet hour. A warning for KRT Motorsports. His chin is out and away. 1 minute 19 for him. Apex Racing UK is on the 34 car. No further action for him. So nothing showing up as far as penalty goes for Joshua Chin. Back out onto the racetrack. 1 minute 19 second stop for him. An incredibly long start. He comes back out down in the 8th position on the racetrack. So ladies and gentlemen, here are your top 10 in each of the classes. Radicals Online. Ladies and Blue World Team Sport in your P class. Team Chimera in 3rd. Prime Sim Sport in the 4th position. Apex Racing. And then Gathering the Tweakers, Friction, Twist Apex, Current Motorsports, and then Racing Lions running out your top 10. In the C2 class, you can see it is iRacing, Denmark Assault Racing leading the way. From Apex Racing, Blue World Team Sport, VRS, and then Friction Racing. Rest of the top 10, you can see that up on your screen. And then finally, in the GTC class, it's IRDK Endurance with Jacob Zondergaard now behind the wheel, taken over from Arne Stahl, who double stinted at the start of this race. So in Motorsports in 2nd, Virtual Racing in 3rd, Team Chimera and Apex Racing UK rounding out your top 5. We will step aside, ladies and gentlemen, as we complete our 2nd hour of coverage here on RaceSpot TV. But you won't miss a moment as we are going to take you side by side. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down to super stretch going to the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can lift it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you
Brad
love it,
Davies, here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump. The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down to super stretch going to the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can lift it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you
Brad
love it,
Davies, here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Join us a moment on Side by Side here on RaceSpot TV as we enter the third hour of competitions. Running on board with Bob Van Kantwink in the number 65 car. Don't forget, for live timing and scoring throughout the course of this race, head over to live.neo-endurance.com. We'll leave that one up there for you for just 1 second in case you'd like to write it down or type it into your web browser. Don't try and copy and paste it because, well, the video in there for you can't, unfortunately, unless you've got a QR code. We'll get that one for the next race if you like. We've got a couple of tweets for you to read as well. We start off with this one. This is from the at UKI Racer. It seems like we do like to make things hard on ourselves in the Apex Racing number 73 car, using the hashtag IRNEO. It's currently Tim Mawson behind the wheel of that car, so you can see getting himself passed there by one of the faster P cars who work themselves down in towards Rouge Radiant once again. I'm doing the Johnny Simon now. Also got ourselves another little message as well. This one will come to you courtesy of this driver, and it was at USCSR. Hobbs in his first stint, car felt good, front tyres went off, but a change at the first stops helped him with that. So some of these drivers are doing some rather interesting changes to their race cars throughout the course of this event that we want definitely that we should pay attention to when we talk to drivers throughout the course of this event. And they can see an MT73 Apex Racing UK car, and one of the front though it is still Matt Backen leading the way. Ben Tusting with 1.5 second advantage right now over Kalanda Simsport. We are joined for a quick chat with one of the drivers on race control, that is Elvin Nevers. And Elvin, as far as it's gone over the last hour or so, having a look through the protest list, there's only really been one or two of them. KRT got themselves a warning, and also Astra Motorsport currently under review as well.
Yeah, this last hour has been pretty quiet up in race control. We've had a little bit of peace compared to the first hour that we had like 6 or 7 incidents all coming up at the same time. So we had a pretty hard time at first, but now this last hour has been pretty smooth, pretty good racing from everyone so far.
Now there are some drivers who are treble stinting. I asked this question to Egil earlier about the drivers who will start becoming a little bit fatigued, start pushing that car a little bit wide at some of these corners. Of course, you get yourself the automatic slowdown at the top of the hill at the Dalion. But if you're going yourself through Puan or Stavelo or Blanchimont, it's down to you guys to make the call on that one. Do you think that it's something that these drivers are going to start falling into the trap of a little bit?
Well, usually in those cases, that's something that we look more on a case-by-case basis. We see exactly under which circumstances they are going off track. You know, sometimes it's fatigue, like you were pointing out. Sometimes they get desperate because they want to overtake and they don't want to lose momentum. But yeah, we usually look at those on a case-by-case basis, and from there, then we determine what is the course of action to take.
Trying the Sim Sports, getting ourselves a little replay at this one. Been able to move themselves now ahead of Ben Tusking in that Team Tremere car. So we'll have a look and try and figure out what one's happened with that one. Of course, this is a very different racetrack, Alvin, compared to at Circuit of the Americas. Mainly because you haven't got those huge areas of AstroTurf that we saw last time out. Do you think that has really helped the racing here, and do you think that's going to be a call to the rest of the season? Now, of course, Interlagos is going to be a track again where there's very little runoff areas for these drivers to really push wide at.
Absolutely. I think that Coda and Spa are way two different tracks. Even though they may be very long tracks, but in terms of how they are driven, they are very different. Whereas Coda, you have these large runoff areas, but you also have a bunch of slow corners where most drivers will try to brake as late as possible, trying to overtake each other, and sometimes they know that if they outbrake themselves, they have these runoff areas that is basically like safety nets. Whereas Spa, it's a more fast flowing circuit and most of the corners, and most drivers don't want to risk trying to do an overtake on a high speed corner, plus knowing that while being high speed, if they lose control, they may end their races. So yeah, definitely the type of track also plays a huge role on sometimes people taking risk here and there, being more aggressive or not. So yeah, also the last 2 rounds being kind of similar to Spa in terms of runoff areas. I think we may see the kind of similar racing that we're seeing today.
And of course, final point in that as well, as the championship battle continues to heat up as well, some drivers have got to remember that yes, every position matters, but at the same time, in some cases, going for that one pass can cost you a lot more than you gain.
That is definitely something that all teams have to take into account. Now we are into the point of the season that every single point counts, and most of the teams are running with a calculator now rather than just driving to do the just driving to go for the win. Some teams, of course, getting the win should be the #1 priority for most of the teams, but sometimes you gotta see in the situation that you found yourself, and then from there you can decide which is the best course of action to take on that race. Is it better to go for the extra point? Is it best to hold station and take the points that you have in hand? You know, it's something that every team has to negotiate now. Now we're in the 3rd round. We got 2 rounds to go, so yeah, this is definitely something that everyone is looking at.
Well, thank you very much for having a chat with us, Alan, one of the race control members here today in the Neo Endurance Series. Having a look at a freeway battle going on right now. We do apologise for the Christmas tree effect that's going on. We're on board then with driver running himself in the 7th position. It is the Revs Sim Racing UK car hunting down Rins Jacobs in the number 69 car, who in turn is hunting down David Destroyer in the number 44 car. Freeway battle going on for P5, 6 and 7 in your GT class car. Now we haven't spent any time looking on board of these GTs, and actually we get one of those cars onto pit road. That is going to be Aspen Motorsports. David Destroyer is making a pit stop, but we're going to ride along board then with this driver. It is the Laserman Racing car of Wayne Sanderson. So we'll ride a lap on board with him. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a lap then on board of Laserman Racing's Wayne Sanderson. As you can see, he's really caught now up to the rear of that car ahead of him. That's the number 31 machine. The Rebson Racing UK car currently being driven by Kevin Cox as they continue on the racetrack. They've now done 55 laps. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know. We always do it every race. And if you get the answer completely wrecked, we might even give you a little bit of a prize. Let us know how many laps you think your overall race winner is going to complete here today. So we've actually got Richard Holiday. He's just made himself a bit of an error, and that is on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Let's get ourselves another look at that one. Down into chicane, not the first time we're going to see someone spin on a corner exit. There we are, catching that white line, getting himself spun around. Now, he's going to have to be careful, because I do think that he would have been a little bit close there to violating one of the rules, which is rejoining the race in a safe and efficient manner. We'll have ourselves another look at that one, though, as he works himself down into the chicane, right a boot here, coming out of the corner. You can see here, there is the white line. Just had that left rear tyre on it. Working himself then, he was down in the 11th place. He's lost himself a position because of that one. Now, we'll zoom that camera out and you can see car is about to come into shot there. That is the number 42 car of Frank van Brundwick as they work themselves then out of the bus stop chicane. Now, actually, on second reflection, you see Phoenix just trying to get his car out of the way. No one else in sight at this point, so would have had the opportunity to get back out into the racetrack without causing anyone any damage. Nice recovery. Good, actually, kick tail spin to get that car back going, but he's now scored down in class just a little bit. Let's go back then. Martin Piatella is now still 1.8 seconds ahead of Team Chimera. Now, this is a very good run here today by that Team Chimera car. Ben Tussle behind the wheel of that one. They've done themselves a sterling job being able to keep up with Commander Sport all the way through this race. So, well-deserved run by them. And despite the fact that there's a lot of traffic on this racetrack still, we run through drivers out of this race in just one moment's time. But when you consider all the drivers who are still in it, Team Chimera doing themselves an absolutely sterling job. And we of course know that both the Radicals team and also Commander Sports team have had themselves issues in latter stages of a new endurance event. So that is definitely going to be one to bear in mind throughout the second part of this webcast. Gap is slowed down to 1.4 seconds. Going to have a quick message though from our good friends over at the New Endurance Series, even they know how to tweet. Mainly AM drivers in the GTC class right now, but a few pros remain. So that means there's going to be some new dynamics and new battles going on at some point soon. We're going to have ourselves a look actually at one of the battles that is going on in your GTC class. That is between the 95 car and the number 74 car. There you can see 0.4 of a second is the gap between those drivers as they work themselves down. Whereabouts is this one? This is down into Pure. The IRDK Endurance car, as you'll just get rid of that graphic, we do apologise, and the SRN Motorsports car. We are going to try and bring Egil Sandfield up. If he knows what I'm doing right about now, then he will pay attention to me. But we say Egil Sandfield, he's a really person to come in on this point, because Egil, the GTC class, it's unique really, not only in the Neo Endurance Series, but also overall in this kind of endurance racing on iRacing. The pro drivers and the AM drivers. We know that Anders Dahl is one of the best when it comes to racing. He's a pro driver, of course, but now he's handed that car over to Alexander Lacroix. Some of these drivers have had the pro drivers to the early stints, they'll do the end stints. In the middle, got to entrust it into the hands of an AM driver that's based upon iRacing, which means that they're not as experienced. We're not going to say as good, not as experienced as their pro counterparts.
Yeah, you're totally right. We have this amazing dynamic in the GTC field. We also have it in the other classes, but not as pronounced as here. So what we basically do with the Pro-Am structure in the GTC class is that we bring on new guys into the series on a lower level. So they are competing with the other guys, both pros and AMs, but they have similar paced competitors on the track, and so they, even though they are slower or less skilled than the pro drivers, they will still probably have somebody to compete against on the track. But the thing is that it's not certain when the AM drivers are joining and going out on the track. So once in a while we always see those competitors where we have one pro driver versus an AM driver, and it gives a lot of shuffling around with the positions.
And also what it does as well is it gives the AM drivers the opportunity to kind of, you know, make a statement for themselves, because they might be a pro driver for what, they might be an AM driver for 1 season, maybe 2 seasons, depending on how things go as far as their iRating is concerned. But at the same time, if they can go toe-to-toe for pro driver on a race like this, it's a positive for them, but it's also positive for the series as well. And also another point on that matter is an AM driver, even if they're not running toe-to-toe against someone on the racetrack, they are still battling the clock, and they've got to make sure, of course, they give their car back to their teammate with 4 wheels on it, all pointing in the right direction with as little bodywork damage as possible.
Yeah, it's the finest job of most of the AND drivers, really. At least in our team, right now we have Jacob running the 95 IRDK endurance car, and he's quite stable, but he lacks the top speed. But he's always saying that his finest job is to just bring it into the pits and hand it over to the next guys without any trouble. So he's doing his minimum time required, and then he's out of the pits. And he said to me several times that it's not about him getting much race time. It's just about being a part of this exciting dynamic in this class, and once in a while he can actually enjoy the real battle with somebody on his own level. And actually we see it right now with him being in a battle between him in the 95 car and the 74 car of SRN Motorsports.
Now, just before we let you go, there's 2 other questions I want to ask you. First one, just to all the viewers who are new to the Neo Endurance Series, explain to you what you mean by the amount of time drivers have to run minimum, because of course in the first round of the championship, Glacier Racing did get caught out by that one. They haven't actually been running in the last 2 rounds of the season, as we're having a look there behind the trees. That's not a good camera angle at all. And also, we're getting into the car soon, but before you go racing, we know that you like to eat. Is it pizza day today?
Nope, it's a Chinese box. Yeah, I'm thinking outside of the box.
But
I'm not going pizza this time. I'm only having 1 pizza slice. But anyway, yeah, we have a required driving time for drivers. We feel we needed to put this rule in because we didn't want any driver to just do all the time racing. So we have a minimum time required, and that's 45 minutes, and a maximum time of 4 hours. And well, if you do 4 hours, you still have another guy who needs to do 2 hours, and we've seen that in a couple of last races. I think it was Team Chamero, the 87 car of Trindle and Parley, where the pro driver is doing about 4 hours, and then the amateur driver does the last 2 sessions. So it is possible, and it's a nice structure.
Well, thank you very much for having a chat with us, Igil. Good luck when you go racing, and enjoy your Chinese box and your 1 slice pizza. We are finally, ladies and gentlemen, joined by the one and only... 1 minute, I'm going to have to do this. Cam, are you ready to dance?
No, I'm not ready to dance, Will.
Well, you're going to dance anyway!
Oh, okay, great.
There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Mr. Cameron Welch here on RaceSpot TV. As we just get ourselves a replay then of the number 88 car. That is the Dark Trucks machine, working himself past Marcel Bosman to move himself up into P7 on the racetrack. Hi Cam, how are you?
I'm decent, Will. How are you doing? I hear there's been a motor race going on for the last couple of hours.
There has been indeed. So having a look at that from the rear, the Laserman Racing cars, it comes back down in towards turn number 1. It's being passed there by Kiwanis Imports, who running themselves in the second position in class. In fact, now we have you here, I think it'll be a high time to run through everything that's happened so far today. You ready?
It's a great idea. Let's do it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome back to continuing coverage here on RaceSpot TV of the 3rd round of the Neo Endurance Series. This driver, Radicals Online, are your current overall race leaders. They didn't start there, however. They have been able to move up through the field from 3rd place. They are on an alternate strategy as they were trying to do at Sebring and Circuit of the Americas. Who knows what happened with this one. The driver who started in pole position, that's Kiwanis Imports. Watson Piatello working himself past some traffic right now as he's falling down 1 spot on an alternate strategy, going longer than Radicals. It's going to make it very interesting come the end of the race because they are currently 21 seconds behind your overall race leader. As far as your GT class is going, it's been a nice little scrap that's been going on between 2 teams, the IR Denmark Assault Racing car and the Apex Racing UK team. 5 seconds is the gap between those. Lee Thompson behind the wheel of the Apex Racing UK car, and with Lawson behind the wheel of the IR Denmark Assault Racing machine. And then in your GTC class, it is currently Alexandra Lacrosse leading the way in that number 77 car, taking over from the one and only Andy Style, who led in a dominant fashion at the start of this race. Can you imagine that one, Cam?
That's surprising news to me to hear that Virtual Racing's up ahead in the GTC class, but actually, yeah, that is quite a big gap. Kind of a bigger gap than I was expecting, actually.
As you can see, Daniel Gurity running himself second in class, but under pressure from the IRDK Endurance team, with Jacob Sondergaard behind the wheel of that car. As we have a look from the rear of the SRM Motorsports car as they work themselves down in towards the bus stop chicane once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, whilst Cam gets settled in, we're going to step aside for just one moment. You won't miss a moment of the action, however. We're going to take you, RaceSpot TV, side by side. We'll be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Don't miss a moment with Side by Side here on RaceSpot TV. There's a look then at your overall race leader. He's got a 17.3 second advantage over Martin Piatella, but like last time by 3 seconds slower. Now this is one of the issues, Cam, at a racetrack like this. You've got those very fast, high-speed corners, like on the backstretch through Blanchimont, you've got it through Puyon here, even through the corners like Rivage and Bruxelles, which makes it, it's tricky, difficult, complex corners. You can very easily lose 3 seconds a lap, and this means that this alternate strategy that Matt Backham is running on, it's very tough for him really to make it work unless he really gets lucky with traffic.
Well, it's not just lucky, it is coming through the field aggressively as he is making his way through those GTC cars with ease, and actually a lap prototype there. So it's all where you find those roof cars, but it seems that the speed difference is enough to where Matt Backham can just get through with no real problems. You'll have your occasional problem at the bus stop chicane or at La Source, but other than that, really, he's just been able to get through the traffic from what I've been able to see.
Having a look then, as you can see, battle for position with Makia Milias losing a position there to Richard Holiday. There you can see the gathering of tweakers. Number 2 car being driven by that number 66 car, even being driven by Melchior Mult. And just ahead of him is Richard Holiday, recovering in that Phoenix Motorsports number 10 car. They didn't have themselves a good start to this race, but they're trying to work themselves back through the field. Here you can see then the top 6 in each of your classes as it stands. Backham from Bettina from Tustin, from Broadmeadow, from Catwick, from Ramstein, in your P class. Lawson from Thompson, from Fuller, from Drogonovsky, Jacobs and Sanderson in GT, and LaCroix from Goralty, from Zongard, Powell, Brown and Jensen in your GTC class. The only issue is Cam. Every time I see Jadanovsky's name, I am thinking of doing it as if I'm Jay Onright doing Grabowski.
Well, actually, people have actually been messaging me with the with some names there, so I should be a little better on some names, and I just think Pyotr Jagdozninsky.
It's not working. It simply isn't working.
I can't do it. I'm sure he'll run us over with the car.
We're going to get Friction Racing though, looking down to the inside as they come down into Blochemore as he battles and gets the pass complete then over Joshua Chin. Now Chin of course had himself a 1 minute pit stop. 1 minute 9 second pit stop like last time by falling down through the field. Of course might be on a slightly different strategy as actually you've got Hamilton onto pit road. No, he don't. I'll take that one back. I think Joshua Chin just ran very wide there, which is why it completely disappeared off our screen. We'll try and get ourselves another look at that one from Joshua Chin coming down into the buffed up chicane. So you can see the New World Simsport car down a position. Not really the way that New World Simsport car would have wanted their day to have gone. And say they did go a little bit wide there. Not too bad. Didn't go into the Astro hell, but there we are. Down in 8th place right now. That 79 second pit stop though. Basically, it was a double-length pit stop for Joshua Chin. There's no penalty awarded to them, Cam. And as far as penalties go, actually, it's still been a kind of quiet day, unless your name is KRT GT Motorsport. They are the number 80 car. They have themselves the dutiful pleasure of serving an 60-second stop and hold penalty. That one was for a voidable contact with the number 81 car. That was the Talkfreak Racing car being driven by Stefan Coppins, KRT GT. 90-second pit stop, of course 60 seconds of that was due to the fact they had to sit there and wait.
And that has to be one of the worst feelings, sitting in that car knowing it's fully ready to go and having to just wait out that timer. So hopefully that 60 seconds is enough to get their to get the act together to not make that avoidable contact, as if they determine it's avoidable contact, well, it's something you should learn from. Now, all the cars actually, after the 2 hours and 30 some odd minutes that we've been running, I've seen most cars are still quite undamaged, which is great to see. Spa, I guess, being quite favorable to allowing this faster traffic to come through, so everybody seems to have been playing nice so far.
SimRC.de. There you can see there Stefan Zvudka working himself behind Kevin Cox in a battle for position. We'll try and see whether that was a pass for position as they work themselves down this very long back straightaway. He was very close behind. You can see working themselves out as Davilo. And we have seen some drivers try and make a pass down into Blanchimont. The thing is though, Cam, in these GT cars especially, you've got to lift down at Blanchimont. Now, if you're the trailing car and you get too close, it's a bit like the kink at Road America. You lose momentum. So get close, and then at the last minute, you haven't got the momentum to make the pass. The SimRC.de car looked to the outside, wasn't able to complete the pass there, but good effort.
Yeah, these GT cars, they are pushing as they can here. Now, the Ford GT is a pretty good car to run here at Spa. Rather enjoyable, really. So the car's at home, and hopefully these guys can just get that racing underway there. There's a lot of corners to make up and a lot of corners to make that pass, or attempt to.
Yeah, and you did actually see he was able to get past at the end on the run down in towards Lacombe, side by side, then into that corner, round the outside. We've seen so many people do this, both of course in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, and of course also in the Galvin Otwika Series, which we saw yesterday here on RaceSpot TC. So SimRC.de finally moving themselves up one position. To go back though to the car we were talking about a moment ago, this driver, the number 18 machine, make matters worse for him, that 30 seconds wasn't actually a pit stop, Cam. He sped on pit road.
Oh, that's a weird timer to lose there. Well, if they didn't get a penalty and they spend that time on the pit stop, or they spent that time in pit road, it's one of those mysteries, I suppose. The mysteries of endurance racing, where people just manage to lose time and you don't know why.
Well, so It's about 30 seconds journey down pit road here. And some of these drivers are thankful that it's the shorter pit lane, because of course if you run a full 60 car field here, you have to open up the endurance pit, which means that you have yourself a minute's journey on pit road almost. Here, it's still about a 30-second journey. Add on 30 seconds for the speeding penalty, add on a minute for a stop and hold. That was a total of 2 minutes on pit stop. That is 1 lap for avoidable contact there. You've got Joshua Chin. Oh, looping the car around. Was that on the entrance to pit road? No, he doesn't. He keeps on going again. We'll get ourselves another look, though, at that one. Chin's day is not going well. So we've got Broadmeadow onto pit road. I think, no, he's had a moment as well. So let's have a look at them. First, Joshua Chin, New World Team Sport, coming down into the corner, having a look as he comes through the corner, looping the back end of that one around, then number 21 car. But then so also happened to John Broadmeadow. He hit, he spun. I'm not quite sure, but I think he might have hit the wall. Get another look at that one. Well, that could be horrible for Broadmeadow. And this is right around his own teammate as well. You don't ever want to have that one happen. Let's have a look. See, this is down into Lacombe. He deliberately stood behind his teammate. Teammate got out of the way. Oh, another car hit him there. That was the number 82 car who hit him, Cam.
Yeah, and of course that Apex Racing car not doing a very good job coming up on that Phoenix Motorsports car very quickly, and that Phoenix Motorsports car I think was getting out of the way of that, oh no, that's the other Apex Racing rough car. So very bad, unfortunate there. We'll see what damage that, prototype has.
Yeah, as they can see, Broadmeadow, let's have a look. Does he make contact with the wall? He's got to graze it, but a graze is sometimes all you need in these prototype classes. And what a horrible series it's been for Apex Racing UK. Not just today, but pretty much all season long, Cam. As here we have a look. Oh, he's looped it again. He's looped it again. That was almost like Galataulo just there. He's looped it again, Cam. And well, these days come from bad to worse. We're just talking about how bad it was. I just think that Apex Racing has struggled so much in this series. Of course, last week, a day that started so well from. This is actually behind his own teammate again as he got past him. And then he comes down into Blanchimont. We slow the camera down. Where does he lose it? I think it's going to be right on the exit of Blanchimont. But he comes back out onto the racetrack. Now, this might actually get him a penalty for good measure as well. As you can see, looping the car, catching that infamous white line. Of course, your car's a little bit damaged. You can see just, oh, losing it. And then, as he comes back out, we'll slow it down again here. You can see cars coming through the fastest section, second fastest section of the racetrack. And you can see the Apex Racing UK car right about here. Tries to bring the car back out onto the racetrack. But here you can see coming into view is one of the GTC cars.
It's Virtual Racing, it's a leader.
That is your race leader. That, in my opinion, has got to be a penalty because Virtual Racing went completely off the racetrack there. And they hit the wall because of it, Cam.
Yeah, they had to make evasive maneuvers trying to get around that prototype. The prototype was not stopped. It'd be one thing if he was on his brake and you were able to drive around him. But when that car is moving, you don't really know what they plan on doing, whether they plan to dart across, plan to stop, or plan to back up. And Virtual Racing there, and Alexander Lacroix making the wrong decision, I guess, which is not really his fault. They kind of came in and so they pancaked that wall. They'll be doing some repairs in the pits, losing positions, and they will get back underway as the Apex Racing UK does get out ahead of them in the pits.
Yeah, and here you can see then another look from Alexandra Lacroix's view. Now, we'll slow it down here and we'll have a look. As you see, he comes out of the corner. We'll go very quickly back on board of him because right about now you can see smoke on the racetrack. He can't see anything. Now, all you can see is an Apex P car coming across the right-hand side of his racetrack. He moves to the left-hand side. That P car comes across him. So, I feel so sorry for that number 77 car. There's nothing they really could have done in that instance at all, Cam.
No, not at all. And you got to really feel for Alexander Lacroix. I mean, he's been in the car for, let's see.
He's been in there for a while.
He's been in there for about one pit stop. So, I mean, he's been in the car for a good bit, but that's still not what you want to do when a guy like Anders Dahl hands you the race lead. and it's not really any fault of his own. You know, sometimes you do get collected in these things. There are a lot of cars on track, and you just got to try and recover and hope the car's set straight, and you get on working it back up.
But there you can see he's currently down into 3rd place in class. Now, as far as it goes, it's going to really... They were close to a pit window. We need to keep an eye out. You see 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the play clock. We've got Vince Jacobs, by the way, on pit road, as it's going to be Frederick Evers getting into that friction racing car then. So a change of driver there as we have a look here high above Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. So look, powered by Motorsport Safety Foundation with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this event. Pit stop continues for Frederick Evers as well. Friction always been one of the first drivers to come onto pit road as well. That one's a little bit low. We'll fix that one for you. 34.6 seconds out and away for them. So that that next pit window is kind of open, Cam. But what that does, it takes a little bit of the issue away. And did I just see Evers smoking there?
Everett, I don't know, or Evers, no, I don't think he did. He might have scooped the tires coming out of the pits here, but, right now, I'm just trying to look at what's happened here. Something has happened to Radicals Online. I think maybe they went to the pits.
Yeah, they have indeed. And there you can see Matt Backham working himself on the exit of Regilio, having a look back, and he's making another pit stop. And now we know that Radicals are on this slightly alternate strategy, Cam. They've come onto pit road a lot earlier than Piatella and Tusting all raced long. They're in 3rd place, which is a positive thing for them. However, as far as the rest of their race will go, they have got to carry on pushing. We know that Commander might try and be a little bit easier on the fuel. Radicals have got to push and hope that Commander have got their maths wrong. But here's the worst thing you want when you come out of pit road on fresh tyres.
Yes, when you are surrounded by a sea of cars that are not in your class, never a good sensation. It's like putting the cat in a Tupperware bun and then putting that cat in the pool. And he just sits there and goes, well, crap. So he's trying to make his way around these cars very quickly. You should be able to take these 2 cars. Well, it should be at least take the roof car, and that is the roof car of Alexander Lacrosse Virtual Racing. Anders Dahl reporting that the crew was able to get that car, look it over, get it back up to spuff, and they are back out on track, no issues at all. So they do have the speed. They've just lost that position as the Radicals Online is just clearing quite a bit of traffic.
It's an interesting one. Sorry, Piatella is onto pit road, so Coanda have tried to respond to Radicals because normally they've been about 15 minutes longer. Coanda is onto pit road now. He's got traffic ahead of him as well. That hurt his pit entry quite a bit. We'll get ourselves another look at this one. But this is a pivotal moment of the race now because we thought they were going to try and do it separately. But that pit entry for Coanda was so slow. He lost himself 2 seconds there on pit road compared to Ben Tusting. That's incredible stuff there.
And you hate to see that. You get parked in traffic. No real fault of Coanders, as they just have to ride that pit limiter. Very unfortunate as they pull in behind the safety car there that thankfully will not have come out today as Coander comes in, and so does quite a few prototypes.
Yeah, and Andre Borcher is going to get in behind the wheel of that car then. So you can see, keep an eye out for Jamie Wilson. And in fact, Andre Borcher is going to get out, importantly, just ahead of that SimRC.de car. And in fact, Jamie Wilson is still on pit road then in that Team Tremira car. 33.5 seconds. He goes back out and away. So this time by, it does look as though that now they changed over. They tried to get themselves inside of that window. Done it with 3 stops right now. Andre Borcher going to take over the wheel of that Commander Sim Sport car, while Martin Piatella and Andre Borcher. We know that this is a dynamic duo who can do a lot. Andre Borcher was the faster of those 2 drivers, and last time we saw them at Circuit of the Americas as Bob Van Canwink is on pit road right now, as is, I believe that was Clive Lawrence getting back out onto the racetrack there in the Apex Racing UK number 34 car. But we know just how fast Andre Borcher is. Now it's kind of gonna be go time, Cam.
It is, and you're going to have to get those straps buckled in real tight, and you've got to try and figure out how to get your way through this traffic as fast as you can on a track that's cold for you. Andre Borcher not been in the car as of today, so he's got to not only get in as he gets the door closed on him by a GT car going through Puan there, which is something that he's going to have to learn about real quick on which cars are letting him get through properly, which cars aren't, as he is getting stuck right now, which is not something you want to see.
Now, the reason for this is because the battle that he's got ahead of him is Virgil Racing trying to come back through the field. So this is why you've got this huge gaggle of cars, because of the fact that Virgil Racing, of course, they've come back out onto the racetrack. They've wanted to just get going. So here you can see that Virgil Racing car, zoom that one out. And here you can see Andre Borcher. We'll have a look at this one for you. Now, of course, it's a racing series where you don't presume, but that time by, he did get the nose chopped off of him. That was a Friction Racing car who had already committed to the corner. Now he comes up behind the Virgil Racing car. The Virgil Racing car tries to let him go past. Then Co-Anderson Sports Andre Borcher on cold tyres just basically pushes wide himself. That cost them both some time there. It did allow that battle in your GTC class to just cool down for a moment, because Virgil Racing at that moment in time were catching up, and you can see he's actually caught up again, because here you can see Jacob Sondergaard with Alexander Lacrosse just 0.3 of a second back, Cam.
Yeah, as they are trying to work their way back up, and of course the car that has caused this problem for Virgil Racing, the Apex Racing prototype car, they did have to serve a 60-second stop and hold. I wanted to get that out earlier, but we obviously had pit stops to go through, so that Apex Racing UK car did have a 60-second stop and go, and Virgil Racing is trying to push their way back as fast as they can. It looks like they definitely have the pace to do it, as he goes on the inside, looking to go on the inside of Les Combes around, this is for position, as he actually tucks back and then tucks right back out as they're going too wide through Les Combes. That prototype, I think, is going to kind of mess that battle up, but they will get back in line and reset and try again, Will.
As you can see, is the driver of Alexandre Lacrosse, Virgil Racing. As you can see, Sebastian Job, we did just show it to you a moment ago, is now behind the wheel of that Apex Racing UK car. But we're right all on board then with Virgil Racing as Alexandre Lacrosse as he continues to battle for what is now P2 in this GTC class. By the way, you've got Pitchcourt Jaganowski on pit road, and Martin Schitz getting into the VRS car. They are currently scored in P4 in class. As they can see, pit stop time for them currently 9 seconds as they continue their pit stop, as we can see 21, 22, 23. We'll let you know if anything happens in this Croix versus Sondergaard battle, by the way, because it is hotting up once again. There's just about 0.3 of a second separating those. We'll keep it on the VRS car for just 1 second though, as it's going to be 34.6 seconds back out and away then for VRS. But here you can see once again we have a look from the rear, and there's an Apex Racing UK car, that time a little bit cleaner. Sebastian Job behind the wheel there, Cam.
Yep, getting through with no problems there. Those 3 roof cars and that 1 GT, as he gets back on the way. Sebastian Job himself having to get on the way, though he did have the entire first stint to himself. John Broadmemo having that second stint, so Sebastian Job already a little familiar with the traffic, and he'll get back on the way and try and recover from that 60-second stop and hold.
Ooh, that number 95 car is going to come onto pit road though, and allows Lacrosse a little bit of freedom because he was slowing him down a little bit. So Sondergaard, just as there was contact between almost Lacrosse and one of the GT cars, Sondergaard coming onto pit road then from second place in the IRDK endurance car, working himself to make him a pit stop in that IRDK endurance car, and it'll be a driver change as well, as Kim Vendel Osterby is coming into that machine as well. So a driver change, that means another new driver getting into it, and that means that you kind of reset it, hand the car over, and hope that they don't crash it, Cam.
Yes, hope that they don't crash it indeed, as that is going to be their 3rd driver. Normally don't see, you see normally 2 drivers for these 6-hour races. IRDK running 3 drivers here. Kim Vidal Osterby is going to be taking over that car, as well as we have a couple of more prototypes in for Twisted Apex Racing and New World Sim Sports HPD. Joel Tremblay getting in, replacing Joshua Chin, and I'm not sure if, Basilas Remenek is taking over for Maxim Ramstein.
Yep, so here you can see Twisted Apex Racing coming out of pit roads. We have a look there. Right behind him is New World Sim Sport, Joel Tremblay, running himself in 7th place on the racetrack rate boot now. Got a couple of people who we're gonna have a quick chat with. We start off though with the real Sim, Jonathan Boutel, trademark. And well, Jonathan, take us through your day so far.
Just on my 2-hour stint, and Kevin is just finishing his first stint. We're just on target, no spin so far. It's looking pretty good.
Now, it's been a pretty interesting day as far as traffic's going. I mean, how have you been able to see that one working for you? Is it been a case of being able to just do it nice and easily, or have you had any issues as far as, you know, traffic goes? And we have, of course, seen a big incident involving the GTC race leader. Have you been okay for the most part?
Yes, I would say it's mostly a case of being cautious and patient. You know, you better lose 1 second than trying to make a risky move, and you better open the door than having a spin or worse than there's a crash. You know.
Well, in just 1 moment's time, do you fancy running through a lap of your car once we actually get back to the start-finish line again?
Yes, I'm just gonna adjust the sound. Sorry.
No worries. So we'll go back and have a look at that machine in just 1 moment's time. Of course, we've currently got the number 92 car Kevin O'Keefe behind the wheel. As you can see, Matt Backham still leading the way. And the gap between himself and Andre Borcher is 25.1 seconds. We'll come back onto that one in a moment's time, because now Andre Borcher is behind the wheel. It does look as though he's going a tenth of a second faster, lap on lap. 78 laps of this race going to be scored complete this time by, as we get close to the 3-hour mark of today's event here. So there you can see your top 2 drivers in your P car class. Here you can see Eric Verdorf. There you can see Eric Verdorf right up behind Ivan Basso. On the racetrack right about now, and Eric Verdorf with a 9.6 second advantage over Apex Racing UK's Clive Lawrence. Daniel Garolti does continue to lead the way in the number 74 SRN Motorsports car. However, Virgil Racing only 6 seconds back from Retribution and taking that race lead back in class. But we'll go back and have a look then at this driver. The number 92 machine has worked himself out of the Stavelo complex down towards Blanchimont, down towards the bus stop chicane once again. So Jonathan, take us through a lap in this GTC car, because it's incredibly tough in this car.
So Kevin is about to start his lap now. Out of the chicane for the front straight. Into turn 1, and pretty heavy braking, and on the roof car it's a bit of a challenge to keep the car straight when you're heavy on the brakes. And it's going down now to the famous corner Eau Rouge, and this corner you don't want to be side by side. It's really a single line, and you don't want to touch curb like just what I did, and try and keep as much momentum as possible to keep on that along the Camel straight. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the corners, but into Lacombe, well, out of Lacombe actually, for a pretty fast right and left, followed by a really fast right-hander. I'm sorry, he has to slow down now.
Yeah, that was due to the fact that he just cut the inside curb there at Lacombe. It's actually kind of easy to do in this machine, but now working himself out of Varge, down towards, well, Bruxelles, now into Pouin. Now this is that corner, which is probably more difficult than any other on the racetrack, John.
Yes, I'm sorry, Will.
No worries, we'll come back to you in a little bit. As they can see, number 44, Rev's car working himself now down just ahead of Kevin as they come down into the Funga chicane. Now, about this racetrack overall, it's 6 hours here. It's one of the most famous racetracks in the world. I know it's not your favourite racetrack. That's one that's probably in the north and west of France. But this one's going to be quite high on your list. Always interesting when you get cars here. How fun is it to be able to take on that magnificent jewel in the Ardennes Mountains?
You cannot say you're a racing fan and you're an endurance fan when if you don't like Spa. I mean, it is a monument, and yes, every time we're on the track, everybody enjoy his time. It's just that track is just so magic, you know.
Well, and you see there the number 92 car coming down towards start finish line again. Now, are you going to get back in the car today, or is it going to be Kevin bringing the thing home?
Kevin should do another stint now. Dan Randolph, Chinos should be jumping in a car for 2 hours and finish the race.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, John. Hopefully we'll talk to you a little bit later on. Come back and have a chat if anything happens along the way. But they're currently running in the 10th place in that new World Sport number 92 car. Oh, before we let you go, actually, take us through, if I'm just going to make sure I get my facts right, what happened with you guys? Actually, no, I'm not even going to answer that question because I'm getting myself confused of yesterday. So we'll talk to you a little bit later on.
Yes, thank you very much, and see you later, guys.
No worries, thanks very much for having a chat with us. So we're going to get ourselves a couple more chat in just a couple of moments' time, ladies and gentlemen. Getting close to the halfway distance of this race. That is also the halfway point of the season. So we'll step aside. Pit stops are still carrying on. But we'll be back after these messages as we will take you side by side here on RaceSpot TV.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. The race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps.
Oh,
as you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back then. We're 35 seconds until the halfway point of the season to this, the third round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV. As overall leading the way, it is still Mac Backham in the Radicals Online car. Now, earlier on, he was on a different strategy to Commander Sim Sports. We're not sure whether Commander reacted or whether the fact that they realised that their strategy just wasn't working and decided that they were going to go and get themselves onto something a little bit more rational. But halfway point of the season, second half starts right now, and here you can see Backham, 22 seconds, and he gets held up a little bit there by one of the GTC cars as they work themselves down towards P1 once again. Commentators a bit like loading them buses, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now joined by the one and only Cam Walsh, the one and only Rachel Whiteford, the incredible Paul Jenkins, and my good friend Mr. Joshua Chin. So hello to all of you, and we're also going to be joined for a quick chat by the number 64 car, the Phoenix Motorsport machine. Richard Holiday currently behind the wheel of that one. There you can see him in a little bit of traffic. So we're going to have a chat with Joris Phelan and, that number 64 car's been in the battles here today, but overall still going well, running in P number 6. This is where hopefully, I hope that Joris might talk to me.
Sorry. No, yeah, we're just doing a race to get to the top again because we were P13 at the 2-hour mark. So I think P6 is like something we couldn't expect after our disastrous first stint. So yeah, we're happy at the moment.
What happened there?
I was just nervous. I had a few very bad corners. I had a contact with the 69 car, I think, and I got punished for it. That was normal. It was a punishable contact, so no problem there. But then our second driver got in the car, and he just was not. It was not just his day. He had a problem. He was 2 or 3 seconds off pace, so we got him out of the car, and now Richard is doing his magic.
And yeah, Richard Holiday, of course, we know from the Neo Endurance Series. Sorry. But how long is he going to be in the car, do you think? And you're going to have another stint in there towards the end of the race?
He's going to do one more stint probably, and then I'm going to do the 1.5 stint at the end.
Well, thank you very much for having a chat with us. Feel free to have a chat if anything happens to your number 64 car. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, by the way, you can find live timing and scoring if you head over to live.neo-endurance.com. Paul Jenkins, Rachel White, they're probably taking that one in right about now as they work themselves. You see Holiday down in towards Rivage once again. Also joined by Joshua Chin as well. Now, Josh, we've seen you battling it along today in that New World Sim Sports car, sponsored by RaceSpot TV. How's your day been going?
It has been an interesting one. I originally didn't know if I was going to have a teammate for the race, so I might have had to run the full 6 hours, but
and then
thankfully...
get disqualified.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, I didn't think about that. That would have been a lot of running for naught. Yeah, but thankfully Joel showed up, and he's in the car now, and he's going to do probably 3 or 4 stints, and I'm going to finish off, but it's, I've had decent pace, better than what I was expecting, and I had to make a little bit of a pit stop during a pit stop, so that cost me probably a minute. So we should probably be right there with the friction car, or in between him and the gathering of tweakers HPD, but I can't complain. It's, I think, the first time we've made a race in a while, so we're showing pretty well.
Well, talk us through a lap. You're working yourself down in towards La Source right now. Take us through a lap with your teammate, Joel Tremblay, on board.
Yeah, into the La Source hairpin, heavy braking. It's a really weird corner. You can actually take a lot of different lines there. Joel cuts it in low and then lets it arc out, but you can almost take a middle line. Leading down to Yarud, it's pretty straightforward. This is probably the easiest section of the track for us. Just flat out through here, hit all the curves, get a little bit of that inside. Ooh, that's a little wide there. Down the Kimmel straight. This right-left is it's a very interesting section because it sets up for a right-hander, and you almost have to figure out where you're going to compromise and get all your speed at. Right here, let's see if he takes it out to the left. Yeah, he does. So he's going to try and get a little bit more speed at the apex and just let it track out. Still getting up to speed, but he's running good laps. Into this hairpin, really, really tricky. The banking kind of fluctuates through it. Good through there. I never know what to call this corner, but it's very quick and flowing in the HPD. Second gear on the gas coming out. In the Puhan, brake into fourth gear and just kind of let it eat from there out. A lot of this slow GTC car there.
Car.
Oh.
We'll go back to that one in just 1 second's time. But yeah, an Apex Racing GTC car just off the racetrack here. Tremblay working himself down into Stavolo. Now, this final sector, the run through Blanchimont, again, in this car it's kind of easy, but if you come up around traffic, it's horrible.
Yeah, traffic will absolutely destroy you in this section. I can't remember how many GT cars have run up today in this section where I had to stop, basically, right here at Blanchimont, but anytime you have to lift, it will just kill you.
And then down in towards the bus stop chicane. Thank you very much for having us look through that lap there. We did just see it. We're going to try and get ourselves a replay of what happened to. It was the Apex Racing UK car, the GTC machine,
and Will. Okay, I've got the whole thing set up and spooled here. So we've got Trevor Johnson in the Apex Racing UK car. He's in that rough C-Spec car with Marcus Hamilton of Friction Racing, number 15, that HBD, coming up very quickly behind. Now, you could call us opportunistic, but he just really tried to overbrake and overtake that Apex Racing UK car going into Lake Combs. They make contact, the prototype clipping the inside right rear wheel of that Apex Racing UK car and giving him quite a bit of damage on both the steering on the front wheel and that rear wheel. He has been driving that car around on the outside line for the entirety of the lap. He has been off-roading that poor little buggy, and he is trying to get that very sick roof car to the pits.
Yeah, there you can see him then, and you say number 73 car. We'll have ourselves another look at that one, but Rachel, that fatigue factor kicking in for some drivers. Also, we're into that phase of the race where I do like to say silly mistakes do start coming into play.
Yeah, good evening, Will. This is what we really like to call the twilight hours of the race. It's not the beginning, which is full of action, close racing. It's not the end, which is full of not so close racing, but lots of action, let's be fair. This is the hurry up and wait period of the race, so drivers get into rhythm, sometimes the rhythm getting broken by perhaps lap traffic or some occurrence for the team, but people can let their mind wander a little too much when they're just turning laps, and that can turn into accidents.
So we're going to get ourselves another look at this one then. As you see, working himself behind the trees. We're going to get ourselves a better camera angle of this one. We're going to slow it down right about now, because you can see the Friction Racing car coming into view just thankfully as our camera changes. And you can see Friction Racing car, it was a very late dive, and the point that the two made contact, actually the number 73 car had already kind of committed to the corner there, Josh. So it's the sort of thing that these prototype cars, yes, they do have much better braking, but sometimes these people forget these poor little GTC cars, they do have to brake a lot earlier, especially into their coom from the fastest point on the racetrack.
Yeah, the GT cars brake so much earlier, and Marcus Hamilton was given a penalty for that contact, which it sucks for him because they've been digging themselves out of the whole day, but you have to give a penalty there. That's just too late of a move. You can't, as a GT driver, you can't react quick enough to someone diving in that late when you're already committed to your line. The only option is either you're going to fly off or you're going to wreck, and either way, it's not a good outcome.
Well, as you can see, confirmation that Marcus Hamilton is going to have to come onto pit road, and that is exactly what he's doing right now. Be a 60-second stop and hold penalty. Well, he won't be able to take any tyres or fuel during that. He will have to get confirmation. I think he is potentially allowed to change drivers, and that's about it. So we'll keep an eye out on this one then. Penalty for Friction Racing, and just as you alluded to, it's kind of a tough call for him, but more so the Rachel, Apex Racing. We talked about it earlier on. They have just had the toughest luck in this series.
Yeah, they've really had some bad luck so far, and things don't seem set to change at the moment.
As you can see then, Friction Racing's Marcus Hamilton getting that stop and hold penalty. And gathering of tweakers also under investigation as well. So we are just trying to figure out what's going to happen to that one. We will let you know what the incident of that driver is. But Friction Racing's Marcus Hamilton falling down the order already. We don't know, of course, how much damage may be done to that car. Yes, Rachel.
Some news coming in. I've just heard that Virgil Racing were just spun.
Oh, and this is Alexander Lacrosse again. Well, that front end to that car looks okay, so we'll get ourselves another look, try and figure out what happened to him. It doesn't look as though there's any damage that's too substantial to it, but we know that Alexander's been pushing that car quite a lot due to the fact that, you know, he's been trying to get himself back a sizable margin once again. But, well, Paul, for that team who's been in the wars quite a bit here today, that is not the spin that they would have needed.
Yeah, that's going to cost them for the rest of the day, too. Looking at the substantial damage to the rear end of that car, it's just a bit of bad luck, and to have that happen at this point in the race has just got to be devastating for these guys. A lot of work left to do for the rest of the day, and an uphill climb.
Yeah, we'll try and get ourselves a replay of this one then, figure out what happened to that team, and we just lost them. There we are, Virgil Racing. Let's see, is the rear wing damage at this point? No, it looks about okay here. As he worked himself down in towards 1 and 2, you can see actually the damage was already on the car at that point. So we will go back in time once again, ladies and gentlemen, figure out what happened to them, but not the day that Virgil Racing really would have wanted, and that's really going to harm the ability for Understar to really bring that car home, we do think, and we will try and find that one and come back to it, ladies and gentlemen. But also potential issues for Apex Racing as they're on pit road. Gathering of tweakers, avoidable contact under review then, and that was the number 8 machine, Bob Van Catwink in that one. And we're trying to figure out who it is who we might have made contact with, so we'll get back to you on that one. But the GOT car, Bob Van Catwink, working himself through a little bit of traffic right now as they come back down in towards turn 1 cam.
Yeah, they are heading down there to turn 1 there. That is the Gathering of Tweakers car number 1 there. As they finish up with Source GT car actually having a little bit of rear wing damage. That's new on that Rev Sim Racing. Wonder when that happened. As I guess I jinxed everybody by making the comment that these cars are looking pretty clean so far. And I guess in the second half of the race, everyone decided to start hitting things. Right, Bob Van Catwijk, yes. Sure. Has been driving this car for just about a full stint. I think he might probably be doing a second stint, looking how this is, and have Nick Thyssen do the final stints. But you never know how they have, or if they have a third driver, as this is the Gathering of Tweakers car.
And they are getting a stop and hold penalty. So it'll be a stop and hold penalty. We believe it will be a 1-minute penalty for this car. Just getting confirmation from race control on that one. But they're running in the 4th position, and that is now 2 drivers in the space of 5 minutes who have got themselves a stop and hold penalty from P4 on the racetrack, Rachel.
Yeah, it's a pretty good position right now, but of course that's going to drop, so not what they would have wanted at this point. You never really want to come in and deal with a penalty and even at any point in the race, so potentially drop them down depending on where the lap traffic is in that field, but considering they were the last car on the lead lap.
Oh, they will definitely get dropped. They're going to drop all the way back to, I think, 8th, actually. Because Friction got the 60 penalty, and they're right ahead of our car now, and it's a long ways to go.
Yeah, and having a look right now, it's 38.5 seconds, the gap between GOT1 and Twisted Apex Racing. So you'll drop past them, there's only 10 seconds back to Marcus Hamilton. Then a further 1 second back is Joel Tremblay, 32 seconds to Neil Heckins. I think it'll be 8th or 9th depending on how it will fall. Sebastian Job is on a charge right now as the GOT car will stay out to do another lap. Kind of actually thinking where that traffic is. I would have just come onto pit road and got it over and done with, unless they haven't issued the penalty officially yet, that one. Of course, you do have to wait for it. Joel Tremblay, though, close up now behind the rear of Marcus Hamilton as the drivers battle for P6 and P7 on the racetrack cam.
Yes, they are fighting for P6 and P7 there. That is Joel Tremblay. That's who we're talking about, right? In the New World Sim Sport HPD?
Yes, pay attention.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out other things here, as there are a lot of things going on in the background, but we won't talk about any of that. No, Joel Tremblay doing good. He's running about a couple of seconds off.
As he's very close, actually, to the rear of him now, as they work themselves down out of the bus stop chicane again. I do have to say that Tremblay is actually about to put a lap down to Andre Borcher. The thing is for Borcher, I'm still not quite sure, Josh, why they've switched strategies halfway through this race.
Yeah, I don't really understand that. They, I don't know. The fuel strategy has been really weird because, like, Radicals, they've been stopping, like, 5 laps short of everyone else. And Coanda was basically on the same strategy as everyone else, where they would stop 5 laps later than the Radicals. And now they've changed strategies up, and I don't know why, if it's maybe just to avoid a all stop at the end or what, but I haven't. Yeah, it's really, really weird.
As you can see, riding on board with Commander Simsports' Andre Borch, the gap between himself and the race lead currently sits at about 21.8 seconds, as we've got ourselves now 2 hours and 44 minutes of this race left to go. Let's have a look down for the field, though, into your GTC class, because you've got yourself right now a little battle going on between Dennis Garrison and in the Virus car and Slipstream Racing in the number 79 car. 2.8 seconds gap between these two drivers, although Mark Hewitt in that number 79 car had a very bad lap that last time around there, Cam. Or Rachel.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Will?
The last time by, it was a very slow lap for Mark Hewitt in that number 79 car. He's now 3.3 seconds behind Virus and falling back pretty quickly.
Yeah, they are. Depending on the state they are in the current stint, it could be the fact that his tyres are going off perhaps a bit more. Could well be pushing a little bit more than he would have liked. Really not what he wants to have happening at this stage, but it's better that it happens now, if anything, than, of course, towards the end.
As these drivers continue along and see a little bit of traffic there, the Apex Racing UK car, Sebastian Job, trying to get himself back into the mix. Of course, Apex Racing at one point did lead this race and ran as high as the first place. They, of course, had themselves some incidents along the way, had a contact with the wall, of course, as well. Then they've been down as low as 10th place, trying to work themselves back for the field. Sebastian Job behind the wheel, of course, one of the drivers who is qualified for the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, which you'll see in its entirety here on RaceSpot TV, as Bob had himself a pit stop, and you just saying that one, Bob Van Catwick in and out like a good date.
Indeed, looks like he just did a quick stop and go, and went right back out. No service, no driver change. He just stopped long enough to serve whatever penalty he got, and off he goes. So retains his 4th place position, and quite a gap now between 3rd place now. So nobody really in contention at this point in that position.
Yeah, and there you can see 2.7 seconds. It was literally, for that one, it was a stop and go, literally. So it wasn't a stop and hold, it was a stop and go. Different penalties here, Cam, depending on the severity of the incident. So that one, all he had to do is come into his pit stall for long enough, and then as soon as it was fully stopped and race control were happy, we can go back away again.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the pit stop. Good in, good out. Of course, it's never something you want to see. He's still going to be up in 4th position, I believe, in that Gathering of Tweakers HPD. Bob Van Catwick there, as he'll get through the GT traffic and hopefully that roof car before the bus stop. He will, and he will continue. Now, what's really helpful here at Spa is that shorter pit lane, as we were saying earlier. These penalties, no matter the severity, if it had to do the entirety of the pit entry going all the way through Air Rouge, it would be very, very severe to just even come in for a stop and hold. But having a pit stop like this, one of those things you just get your head down and get back on track.
Yeah, and of course, one of the good things about this one is that it's not the full minute, and I remember, Rachel, we were talking about this one back in the 24 hours of Spa. I know we still have nightmares about it, but we do recognise that if you do a pit stop or have yourself a stop and hold penalty, then it was going to be exactly 1 lap, really, for these P-type cars.
Yeah, realistically it is, because the amount of time it takes, obviously, for your pit stop. If you have to come into the pits, you might as well do both, because coming in a second time is going to cost you even more. So, realistically, with a pit stop, fuel and tyres, and potentially driver change, which is best to get done if you have a penalty, yeah, you're right, it eats up the best part of a lap. That's why we saw so few drivers finishing on the lead lap at 24 hours of Spa.
Michelle Mancusi on pit road then in the Friction Racing car making himself a pit stop. And he is going to be there for just a couple more moments time, 32.3 seconds, back out onto the racetrack behind the wheel now of that number 15 Friction Racing car. He's fallen, of course, down into the 9th place after they had themselves that 60-second stop and hold penalty a couple of laps ago. Yes, Cam?
Just looking at the Apex Racing UK's GT car, Apex Racing's day is not going well. Entering like Holmes, the rear end kicked out on that car. Now, thankfully, he has not picked up any damage, but he is going to be underway. He did kind of climb over that curbing trying to get let Coander get through, and ultimately, while there's no harm, no foul, it is definitely not going Apex Racing UK's day.
Number 55 car making a driver change as well. We'll have a look then at this replay for Apex Racing UK's Clive Lawrence in just 1 moment's time. And Paul, that number 55 car, driver change, led one, now behind the wheel of that one.
And led one, I'm going to take a stint here real quick. Car looks real good, just finishing up the service here, going to be underway shortly.
As you can see then, Clive Lawrence, this isn't working down into La Source. And you'll notice as we'll just zoom this camera out to show you where, to show you where Andre Borcher is. There you can see him just coming into shot here as he works himself behind the pit building. So there you can see the gap and just actually how much is going to be closed up in this run. There you can see, once again, Andre Borcher, and there's Clive Lawrence as he works himself up the hill. Now, the difference between the LMP car and the 4GT, Air Rouge Radiant is incredibly scary in that 4GT car.
Yes, after having run the 24 here in a 4GT, that was probably the trickiest spot on the track, and the rest was pretty okay. Blanchimont was a little shady too, but every time it's just like, okay, I don't know if it's going to step out on the exit, what's it going to do?
And there you can see then, 4-wheel drift. I tell you what, if that was something that you'll see in a drifting game, that would have been a very good start to it. But then Clive Lawrence spinning that car around. Very lucky though. He just came across the front of the car of Coander. Very lucky that Coander didn't get caught up in that one in any more harm, Rachel, because otherwise Coander very easily could have been out of the race or front on impact.
Oh, completely, and those cars will come apart in no time with front on impact. And that'll just rob them of downforce, which is so critical in that car. So, incredibly lucky escape there, but no part possibly bit of skill there in predicting what was going to happen by Andre Borcher. So, yeah, very lucky escape for everybody in that part.
Let's get another look then on board with Coander Simsport. As you can see, he's having to work himself through a lot of traffic, and that's always the worst place you want to get traffic on that run down the hill, especially in gaggles of cars. If it's just one, normally they'll try and move out the way. If you've got people battling for position, then it gets to be a lot more scary. Just to let you know as well, people are continuing pit stops here. Your top 3 drivers have yet to make their 4th pit stop. Some drivers have. Joel Tremblay, of course, made a pit stop, and when Nick behind the wheel of the car. But here you can see that Andre Borcher, as they work themselves down into Lecombe, just ahead of him, you can see that driver clipping the grass, spinning in front of him, and Borcher came to a dead stop. And this is what we saw as well, Rachel. Back in the 24 hours of Spa, we see it so often with Borcher. He just got incredible spatial awareness of where a car is going to go and exactly what he has to do to avoid getting involved in an incident. And we've also got Sebastian Job and Neil Heckins within 1 second of each other.
Absolutely, and you know, it is far more preferable that you come to a stop on the racetrack than destroy your car, because one of those things makes you lose 10 seconds, 15 seconds. One of those makes you lose the race. So you can make up 15 seconds, you can't make up a totaled race car. And he understands that, and it's one of the things that a lot of racers need to learn, is that sometimes caution is the better part of valor.
As Neil Heckins and Sebastian Job continue to battle, this I think is going to be a critical part of this lap now. The run out of the source down towards Lecombe this time by Sebastian Job gets himself 4 wheels onto that Astro painted area. That's going to make this an incredibly close run. They still down, and oh no, it's not going to be, because Job gets held up there through Air Rouge, and that is every driver's worst nightmare, Josh.
Yeah, and it really saved Neil too, because he's got a little bit of rear end damage, so I think he's down a little bit in straight line, but there's not much you can do as the GT there. You can't really let him through because it's going to hold both of you up, so ultimately you just have to run your line, and the guy behind you just has to sit there and wait. And it really sucks being the guy sitting there and waiting, but it's better than wrecking.
Yeah, and just to let you know, by the way, RevSim Racing having themselves a penalty. Now, this is what happened to Sebastian Job. He had to go 2 wheels on the grass by the looks of it right about here. I think he wasn't really paying attention to what happened, but then he actually blipped the throttle as well. Now, of course, one of the advantages of this car compared to the other two is that you can blip the throttle very hard to blow the engines up here. Of course, one missed shift in either 4GT, that GT cars, or the GTC cars, your race can pretty much be over. But Sebastian Job back up now within 0.8 of a second, and surprise, surprise, Apex Racing's GT car just making life a little bit difficult as the Apex Racing and MP car is going to draw past, and well, actually no there, Cam, the GT car bulks all the way through Stavolo, the P car of Apex Racing UK. No, you don't see that.
No, normally you don't. Friction Racing, though, clipping the inside of the New World SimSport GT car of Jonathan Fuller just before they enter the final straights heading to Blanchimont. I'll have to take a look at this once again as they take the inside line, or as Mancusi looking to go on the inside line there. We'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah, as we've got ourselves still 2 hours 34 minutes remaining here as Mancusi's working himself on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Number 77 car, the Croix is out, so Edwin Boss is now into the car of the Virgil Racing as he comes back out. Pit stop time for them, 32.4 seconds, and the third driver then into the Virgil Racing car. We do still expect to have Understyle completing the race here today. We'll try and get confirmation on that one, however, because we know, of course, that Anders is just incredible behind the wheel of this GTC car, and we can see the Virgil Racing car back out, and the Apex Racing GT car just ahead of him on the racetrack. RevSim Racing, we told you, had a 60-second stop and hold penalty. That one is in the process of being served, but simultaneously we've got, once again, Neil Heckins under pressure from Sebastian Job as they work themselves down towards Rivard once again. And this pressure, Rachel, from from Sebastian Job onto Neil Heckins, Racing Lions are having to play proper defense right now to Apex Racing UK.
Yeah, Apex always bring pretty stiff competition when they're on the track, so it's a pretty good fight coming now. That Apex Racing car, he's following him through the traffic, so Sebastian Job, he's got the centre blood in the water, and Neil Heckins is really going to have to watch out. Job is at a distance he can definitely attack from. This is not a comfortable gap for an endurance race.
It really isn't, and of course we have seen how traffic can come into play as they work themselves on the exit of Farnger, right along board, as Bob Van Cantwing, by the way, is serving a pit stop right now in the gathering of Tweaker's car. There you can see him on pit road making himself another pit stop. Sebastian Job, let's see what he has then as they work themselves down this back straightaway. The gap between the two is 0.5 of a second, not likely to be close enough here. But Paul, what you can do as you work yourself out of the bus stop, use it as a momentum builder to get yourself a good run out of La Source, and that's your best way to make a pass at this racetrack.
Well, and of course, like this, a lot of it has to do with rhythm and pacing. You lose a couple of miles an hour in La Source, and it affects you all the way down to Lacombe. I mean, it's that much of a pace kind of track. So you can see it looks like Sebastian is really trying to size up Neil now, and he's going to get that draft going down this hill, so you should be able to make up a little bit of time here. But patience is the key to trying to make the passes here. You don't want to get in a hurry, especially if you're running into traffic. Looks like there's a lot of clear traffic ahead of him now, so you should be able to do a good job of hunting down Neil here and making this pass here in the next couple of turns.
A couple of people on pit road. It's Eric Vedov behind the wheel of the iRacing Denmark Assault racing car. I just realised how wrong that one sounds sometimes. But yeah, the iRacing Denmark Assault racing car, 36.5 seconds back out onto the racetrack. Also got yourself Frank Solonoff and the Cohen Motorsports car coming in to make himself a pit stop as well. Looking as though he will take this car on for another stint here. 2 hours and 31 minutes remaining in this event. As I do think we are getting, Mac Backham from the race lead on toward pit road, Rachel.
Yes, he is. Bringing that car down pit road, he'll be taking on tyres and fuel. Although, judging at the timing, I don't think this will be a driver change stop, Will. I think he's going to be coming in just for that top up and possibly run another stint.
Trying to think
Out of
who's
his
been in
box.
that car today. Yeah, and it's
I
Jonas
think Jonas is
Nakurian
going
getting
in.
back in. So yeah, Jonas Nakurian going to get back into that car. So here's the pit stop time. Nakurian, of course, has done a stint already today. So another iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series driver getting behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car. You see it's pretty empty pit road at the moment. It will be very busy in a couple of lap times. So Andre Porcher takes over the lead for just one moment. Nakurian revving that engine, getting it set to get going. 31.5 seconds back out and away for the Radicals Online cars. They work themselves just around there. The iRacing.com first safety car back out onto the racetrack, and that is what you want to be ahead of traffic as you come out of pit road. And importantly for Nakurian, no traffic ahead of him at all there, Rachel.
No, there isn't. He's got a great clean run up a Rouge Radiant onto the Camel straight there. Yep, I was wrong. It was going to be a driver change. Maybe these guys are jumping up that cycle and getting things switched around, but he's in exactly the right place, and judging by the quality of the drivers and the team at Radicals Online, I suspect this is not a happy accident. That was completely off.
Famous last
That was a
words.
happy accident, indeed. I was just going to say they carefully planned his pit cycle to give him a clean track, but I think he dirtied the car up.
Famous last words by Rachel Whiteford and Nakurian. Cold tyres, of course, part of that is because of the track temperature, which just is a little bit on the chilly side here today.
It is indeed. It's 67 degrees Fahrenheit.
You're not Josh, are you?
No, I'm not. Sorry, I didn't hear the Josh bit.
Apparently, I've had a sex change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the track is clear as well, so really fighting for grip.
There you can see then another look from Jonas Nakurian in the Radicals Online car. As he's currently in second position, of course, Andre Porcher. Well, the thing is for Porcher, though, is that he had closed up about 6 seconds in that stint. He stays out to do another lap. Now, he was about 2-3 laps longer that last time around. Maybe that was just a quick stop by them last time by. Lap time for Andre Porcher, 2:06.5. 7-1 as he can cross start finish line again. I'll be interested to see that actually what the outlet time is going to be to him for Nakurian, because he might have had to have done a secondary slowdown penalty as well, because he did take the escape road down at Nakurian. That's going to cost him about 3 to 4 seconds. That means that gap's going to be about 5 seconds on pit road. He's actually got Sebastian Job on pit road.
Yep.
His car is toast.
I believe Paul has some info there on that.
I'm trying to find out what exactly happened to Sebastian, though, but I just discovered the car rolled into the pits, missing the front clip. So, get back to you here in a sec. Looks like
he wrecked into Iru. The car just went straight, and I don't. That's really strange. I don't really know what happened there. It's almost like he had a wheel failure or something.
What a disaster! Yeah, the car just goes straight on into the wall and just annihilates itself. And that car is going to be very difficult to repair, if at all.
That must have been hardware failure. There's no way. It looks like the wheels made no effort to turn once he got halfway up Air Rouge, and that is absolutely terrible hitting that.
It's okay, just ignore me, by the way.
Well, yeah, the car's obviously, steering failures. It's not an unusual thing to happen. Well, it's less usual now, of course, but we just don't see it anymore these days.
Tell you what, he did actually have a big moment as he worked himself down into Blanchimont on that lap. We'll get ourselves a look at that one, because I mean he had a huge moment getting himself onto that kind of painted tarmac area like thing, as you work yourself out of the corner. Look there, just catching the white line, and that almost caused himself an issue. And then he said, then he had himself a secondary issue as he came down into the bus stop chicane. The young Sebastian Job, just 14 years of age, in the Apex Racing UK car. We'll have a look at this secondary incident then. This is the big one as he works himself down into La Source, out of the corner, then down in towards Air Rouge, and this is where that incident is. Unfortunate stuff there for Sebastian Job, as his race is pretty much going to be over. And again, horrible luck once again for Apex Racing. That reminds me actually about Ricardo Zonta's crash back in 1999, if anyone can remember that one.
You are digging the bottom of the barrel for obscure references, but you really nailed that one.
Well, actually, Jacques Villeneuve also had one at pretty much the same spot. We'll get another look at that one And of course, back in those days, they had gravel at Eau Rouge. This time, he just went straight on into one of the fastest corners in all of motor racing, Sebastian Job, and it looks as though he did try to touch the brakes at the last second, but Cap, there's always that thing that sometimes the bits of this car, they just don't work, and fortunately, well, Apex Racing, Egil Sandfield said to me about half an hour ago, maybe it's time they change their paint schemes, because that sometimes brings drivers new luck. I think they might do that now.
Oh my god, Apex Racing UK has not had a good season. They're if it's not one thing, it's another. At Sebring, their roof car got rolled in an incident in Turn 2. At Circuit of the Americas, I believe their GTC car had massive issues and their prototype was taken about halfway through the race, I think. The only car that's been doing good and holding the flag has been this GT car, which is now in position number 1 as far as class goes. I'm not sure if that's pit related. But I believe it is the New World Sim Sport, I believe, has gone to the pits. And so it's just the Apex Racing UK team. They have these issues every single race, and they're good drivers and they're safe drivers, and I think that's the thing that really makes us all disappointed and that these things keep happening to them.
You have still got one Apex Racing UK car in that GT division leading the way, as it's a 10.3 second advantage for himself. And New World Sim Sport update on what is going over on pit road, Mr. Paul Jenkins.
A couple of changes here. The Wilson car number 24 came in and out. No driver change there. Holiday came in and Thielsen got into the car and took off. And looks like we're getting a bunch of pits now. Wilson's, or rather, Colin Brown's in and Bocher's in. We'll take a look and see what they're going to do here. Colin Brown just up on the jacks now. No driver change yet. And Bocher is still in the pits. No driver change there yet. I'll let you know.
Yep, so here is Commander Sim Sports' Andre Bocher then completing his service. Now the interesting thing will be, see how far he is behind the race lead when all is said and done. We'll start by having a look at his pit time. You can see 19, 20, 29 seconds out and away, and that's the last thing you're going to want coming out of pit road. He had to let another driver go. That's going to cost him a second or so, as Andre Bocher, he's going to have to dart to the right-hand side, left-hand side there of that number 75 GTC car back out onto the racetrack. 19.6 seconds. So what that did there, Cam, is it neutralised the advantage that they gained when the Korean made that mistake as they worked themselves down Lecum on their outlap. Bocher, we know, is incredibly calm. If he actually goes off the track here, I'm probably going to cry. But Bocher, that one little moment for him as he tried to come out of his pit box, that cost him a lot of time.
Well, it did, Will, and I'd actually say it was very intelligent that he was able to cut over to that left side. He looked in his mirror and he saw he had nothing but roofs behind him. He did not have any prototype, so he knew that he could cut right over to the left and pass that roof car before Eau Rouge.
So you can see that, and we'll try and get ourselves another look. I think we're not going to get it from this camera angle, but we're going to try it at least. There you can see coming out of the pit stops, and there you can see that number 75 car just coming out ahead. And that's the second time in a row, second time in the last half an hour, Paul, that Andre Bocher has had to do something to avoid himself, getting into a big incident. Bocher, again, very good driving by him, as Rev Sim Racing are currently under review for investigation. And also, the number 15 Friction Sim Racing car are under review as well. Those two in the last 15 minutes.
And for Bocher, I mean, that's a very heads up that he saw that Colin Brown was coming up behind him. He saw that happening. Let him through. He had the Brown had the line. He had the exit lane. So a lot of patience there. It shows a lot of experience with Bocher just to let him go, and knowing that he's going to be able to get him on the straightaway. So good heads up driving for Bocher, especially this far into the race. The second stint you can get a little punchy, and is still doing really good.
Clive Lawrence coming back out onto the racetrack in his number 34 GT Apex Racing UK car. Eric Verdorf has actually made a fourth pit stop, but I'm not sure whether or not he's on the same strategy right now. There you can see the iRacing Denmark Assault Racing car, who goes back into a lead of sorts for the time being. Once Jonathan Fuller in the number 50 New World Sim Sports car comes on towards pit road, Fuller hasn't yet made a fourth stop in that number 50 machine. He'll be on in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Now, this is going to be an interesting point of this race, Josh, because This is where some people might start flexing their muscles as far as strategy goes.
All right, I didn't hear a name. Was that me?
That's okay. Yes, that was you.
Yeah. Something. Quick note: the incident with the 15 Friction Racing was actually with the second place running 4GT of New World Sim Sport,
which we're actually looking at right now.
That might have cost them a little bit of time on Apex Racing.
What?
But
did this happen again?
No, that is
16 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
That is the one under investigation.
Yeah, that happened earlier.
It looks like Kevin Cox has got a black flag.
Yeah, the number 31 car, Rev Sim Racing, is having a second penalty, but this is for refueling under a previous penalty, as actually that number 50 car comes on towards pit road. So they had themselves a 60-second stop and hold penalty. They refueled during that 60-second stop and hold penalty. Rachel, they've just lost themselves one lap because of the fact that they didn't play by the rules.
Well, yeah, obviously you have to follow the race director's instructions, and perhaps a little bit of confusion on their part there, not thinking they could come in and make the stop at the same time. Probably thinking, yeah, we can just change our strategy up, we'll serve the penalty, we'll do our stop, then we'll go off sequence. But of course, maybe perhaps not scrutinise the technical regulations quite enough. Maybe somebody not paying attention or sleeping at the driver's briefing, but yeah, but it's cost them big time.
And there you can see the number 50 car coming onto pit road, and it's going to be Jonathan Hall getting into the rear of that one. Do apologise for some of our graphics blinking like a Christmas tree, but Jonathan Hall is going to come back out onto the racetrack in just a couple of moments' time there in that number 50 New World Sim Sports car. 39.9 seconds as he traverses back out onto the racetrack with 2 hours and 18 minutes remaining in today's race. And very quickly, I'd like to give a shout out to someone who knows what they're talking about, and that one is Granite City Racing. Zonta crashed at Radio, and any of you who knows me with any reasonable skills will actually have a look on board now with Jonathan Hall. This is Air Rouge right here. This is all Radio. So technically Sebastian Job lost that car down at Air Rouge. That's exactly what Jacques Villeneuve did. Ricardo Zonta actually lost it in Radio. Both the BAR drivers, though, Josh, to go back to that point one more time, losing the car in a pretty much the same spot in 1999. Of course, that was the race that they were supposed to win that year.
Yeah, that clearly came to fruition. Whoops.
Yeah, oops, sorry. It was only 10 years later.
Don't call your shots unless you can back it up, kids.
Yeah. BAR, possibly the worst promoted team of all time. And also probably the worst liveries as well. As USCSR Team Optimus on pit road, Nicholas Helm behind the wheel. Yes, Cam.
I'm not an F1 aficionado unless you're talking about the Lotus 79. That bar car, was that the bright yellow one?
No, the BAR car.
It was the dual scheme.
Yeah, it was the one that had Lucky Strike on one side and Fives on the other. Now, what would work is that they originally wanted to have a car for Jacques Villeneuve in Lucky Strike colours, because that's the biggest brand in America. And then Ricardo Zonta was going to have one in Fives colours, because it's bigger in Brazil. Bernie Ecclestone turned around and said, no. Basically, it was in the Concord Agreement and all that, and the FIA rulebook. You're not going to do that. They put the team out. So BAR came back and said, okay, you don't want to play ball with us? We're just going to make the most ridiculously horrible looking car that anyone has ever seen. Now, in later seasons, what they did do, and this is what you are allowed to do, is you are allowed to occasionally run a separate, different scheme to one you normally run. As they can see, the Racing Line Team GT car coming out of pit road. Pit time for him, 35 seconds, 35.7 seconds. Which is why, for example, at Monaco, sometimes get Red Bull running their kind of Superman liveries, etc. What they used to do in the Asian racetracks is they used to run 5 colour schemes then, compared to the rest of the series, they used to run Lucky Strike colours. So therefore, targeted marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your boring fact of the day, brought to you by Will Vincent and RaceSpot TV. Over to you, Paul.
Well, good job. Anyway, car number 42, Brantwick, came in. The driver changed to Garrett, and that's about it. Thiessen, car number 31, Thiessen came in. No driver change there.
Yep. And there you can see the pit stop time for the Phoenix Motorsports car up on your screen, 36.9 seconds for him. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 10 in each of your classes then, with 2 hours and 15 minutes of this event to go. Radicals Online leading the way with Yunus Nakurian, but the gap is now down to 17.2 seconds. Could we have a showdown finish here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps? Team Tremira a minute behind Kawana now. GOT1 in 4th position, Friction Racing in 5th, New World Sim Sport, Twisted Apex Racing, Racing Lion, Kawan Motorsport, and KRT Motorsport round out your top 10. Then in the GT class, it is the IR Denmark Assault Racing class, leading by 32.1 seconds over the Apex Racing UK car of Clive Lawrence. A little bit of strategy still to be played out in that one. New World Sim Sport in 3rd, Phoenix Motorsports in 4th, Friction Racing in 5th, and then Racing Lines GT, Aston Motorsports, Lazy Man Racing, SimRC.de in the 9th position, GOT rounding out your top 10. Then in the GTC, it's SRN Motorsports from Virgil Racing, the Dark Frogs, IRDK Endurance, Supersport Racing, Team Tremira, Virus, Slipstream Racing, New World Sim Sport, and TFR running out your top 10 there. We will step aside for just one moment and we'll be back after these messages. We're going to take you side by side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You just saw it on Side by Side. We're going to show you a look at it once again. This is Michel Mancusi trying to figure out what happened to him, but well, this is one of those incidents that you don't often like to see here in the Neo Endurance Series. We'll reserve judgment for just one moment's time as you see that number 15 car of Michel Mancusi. Well, it was a wicked accident. We only saw the back end of it, but we'll have a look to see exactly what happened to him as he just goes off the racetrack there at the exit of the Fang chicane, and then I believe he does actually just stop his car pretty much centre of the racetrack. We have to have another look at it again. I say we will reserve judgment at this time and figure out what is going on with him, but we'll have a look from the rear of him, and this is on the exit of Pure, working himself down in towards Fangya, and at that particular time as well, just having a look, Friction Racing did get themselves a penalty. I'm just having a look to see if they got themselves a penalty awarded to them recently. And well, Friction Racing slowed the car down and centre of the racetrack. Again, Rachel, we've always got to be careful what we say in these incidents, but Michel Mancusi, Friction Racing, not quite sure what to say there.
Well, obviously he overshot the initial turn-in from what I saw and took it across the grass. He rejoined the track, possibly unsafely there. I mean, watching the replay, he does come back onto the track and he just doesn't particularly look what's coming through the chicane behind him, and we have an accident. Not good at all for anyone involved. No. Certainly a penalty coming Friction's way there. I think unsafe rejoin.
Also got ourselves a quick tweet before we go back to finish off our commercial break. Sonia Ford is driving at P4, top 3. too much ahead really to have a chance though, even with 2 hours 30 remaining. It's actually 2 hours 11 now. Phoenix Motorsports, but thank you very much for our tweet. Don't forget you can use the hashtag IRNeo. Follow us also at RaceSpot TV on Twitter as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back again in a couple of moments. We are going to once again go side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just come back here, and here we can see the number 87 car involved in a huge incident there with 2 hours of this race to go, and he has to bring his car down on towards pit road. Cam, wicked crash on the exit of Blanchimont, but he was helped along the way.
He was helped along the way. Car number 16, Nicholas Holland, took Blanchimont at full speed, coming up on that roof car just a little too quickly. He tried to make the evasive just a little too late, went wide, didn't think the roof car was going to be there, and Adam Parley having an absolute nightmare flipping around that car.
We're going to lose Paul Jenkins for just a couple of moments. He will be back after his messages to his lovely young children. But here you can see then Team Tremira, he's going to work himself through Blanchimont. There you can see the faster car coming up right behind him. And we'll have a look again from that rear camera right about now. And here you can see it's just all of a sudden, well, Rachel, that's definitely going to be a penalty.
Oh, certainly. Typical case of not really looking where you're going. Blanchimont can be quite tight visually, of course, but it's not that tight. There were things he could have done. That US CSR car could have lifted off when he saw the roof. I think he tried to dart to the outside, but it just wasn't enough. He clipped him full pelt and put him in the wall. That's just bad manners.
I think I'm looking at this through the roll bar of the prototype car. I believe he took the apex of Blanchimont, and he took the curbing, full speed in that prototype car. The roof car started moving over to the left, and then I believe the last moment there, he thought that the prototype might have been swinging right or swinging left and passing him on the left. I think this is just a miscommunication between these two cars in a very high-speed part of the track.
But this
very
is the
unfortunate.
Thing. You do what Andre Borgia does, is you just slow it down enough so you know which way to go. This is why we've got Commander Simsport running themselves in second place on the racetrack right now, because they have all race long been very careful the way I say that. They go 3 wide down into the bus stop chicane, but even when they do go down into the bus stop chicane, they do it in such a way that their car is firmly planted in one position. And there's that thing about endurance racing, Rachel. The more moves you make, the passing car, is going to make sure is when they come into a corner, you've got to make sure that you are in the right position. But also the car in front as well. They're looking in their rearview mirrors. They're trying to figure out where that car is going to go. If you've got a car weaving in the background, you have no idea. And yes, it's always, the job of the passed car to facilitate a clean pass. At the same time, it's give and take from both parties. That car behind, they can't be weaving about too much. They've got to kind of pick their line, stick to it, because hopefully that way you either slow down or the car will move, just drift to one side and allow you to go past. Because there was not room there down on the exit of Blanchimont. There's barely a car width.
Yeah, it's not really a safe place for that sort of thing, and I can't really it's tough because the roof really wasn't weaving around or moving. He was basically on his exit from the corner. Obviously the slowest and fastest class of cars we have in this series, so big closing distance and obviously fast reactions needed by the proto drivers. Bad timing on both parts.
It really is. Having a look, actually we'll switch right on back there, you can see to being put one lap down, but yes, Mr. Can.
And Adam Parle, I did say Parlay, it's a whoopsie doozle on my part. Adam Parle is still in the car. The car went to the pits. They did some quick work on it there. I don't think it was, they did some work, got it back underway there, so everything's straight and eager. So Adam Parle back on track, but he's way down in the positions from where he was.
Yeah, and also he's just going to have to basically, he's lost himself a pit stop in the process as well. That's going to hurt him all the way down until this race's end. But ourselves a couple of battles going on throughout the field. Let's run through some of them. We start with this one, which is going on between the Dart Frogs. They run themselves in P5 in the GTC class, and also the recovering virus car, number 82. Now, last time by, about 6 tenths of a second faster, Cam, the Dart Frogs. So the Virus car was compared to that number 88 car of the Dart Frogs. Of course, that 88 car, even though it's a very simple livery, there seems to be that simples worked to them this season because they have had some very good finishes.
Well, I mean, it's we always talk about Virtual Racing dominating stuff. This GTC field is absolutely filled with great cars. Supersport has taken a win. Dart Frogs Racing's been on the podium a couple of times, and I mean, even Apex Racing UK, I think, had a podium in the roof car. Now, this livery is nice and simple. It's the equivalent of a white Porsche, as they would say. Just fuel and tires, and they always come away with a good result. I don't think we talk enough about these GTC guys. They get bullied around a couple of times, punted off maybe once or twice, flipped over in the case of Apex Racing at Sebring. But these guys just are always good racing, and it's always great to see these guys.
As they can see, the number 88 car still continuing a long way. Got a couple of tweets to read you. No luck for Talk Freak at number 81 car, Spa-Francorchamps. Both 4GT and another C-Spec needed to dive on us from behind. Hashtag eye on ears. So they're not having the race of their lives here today, Rachel, which is unfortunate because Talk Freak Racing, of course, they are well established in this GT racing. They've been at it for many, many a year now.
Yeah, they have indeed, and they're a great team, and I always love watching them on track. They always give a pretty stellar performance. Yeah, really unfortunate for them, and just not how things wanted to go.
Also got ourselves another one as well, which we'll run through for you very quickly. This time it is from USCSR, suffering from a very buggy racing pit stop. Now in behind the KRT sports car, lost 3 minutes in total though on that pit stop. And Rachel, that's the thing as well. Endurance racing, to finish the race is important for these drivers. We've got Dennis Garrison actually on pit road right now. They can see him in that Virus car making a pit stop with just under 2 hours of this event to go. We also saw that the number 80 car coming out of pit road. That was Corey Davis there as we have a look at that pit stop for Dennis Garrison. So then, we've got ourselves out and away. Dennis Garrison in that number 82 car as he works himself back down towards the exit of pit road once again. As we've also got ourselves just a couple of other battles going on. In fact, Tom Bertie and Wayne Sanderson, they are very close together now, Cam. Just 0.5 of a second between SimRC.de and Laserman Racing, which is where they've been pretty much all race long.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in there right now. Of course, not as high as they'd probably want, but it obviously there's a few hours remaining. We've got just under 2 hours on the clock. Plenty of time yet for that to change.
And he says still 1.2 seconds. Here comes Granda right behind them though, so they work themselves down in towards Pure once again as that Sim RC car. Well, it's been involved in quite a lot of battles here today as they work themselves down towards Rifonga Chicane once again. And number 92 car is on pit road, have just made themselves a pit stop even. Now you've got Randy Chenworth in that car, who of course was involved in a little bit of fun yesterday in the support series for this, the Gathering of Tweakers series. Don't forget that is on Saturdays before the 6 hours of Interlagos. Next time we'll be on air for that one. As we've got Massimino Bindi coming on towards pit road right now, as he's going to make himself another pit stop with just under 2 hours now to go in this event, Cam. Or Rachel.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I wasn't listening when you said
no
Cam.
worries. We say we've got ourselves the Team 7 IB Class Web car on pit road, so he's going to make himself another pit stop. 1 hour 56 seconds remaining in today's race as they work themselves on pit road. Going to get themselves fuel to go, and they should just about be able to make it with one more pit stop. To give you an update, by the way, it has got mighty close between Jonas Lukurian and Andre Borgen. This is a battle for the overall race lead. Here you can see Andre Borgen is coming, and there is actually a little bit of damage to the front of that Radicals Online car, so we have missed it, but the gap is now just 3.3 seconds between these two drivers, and this is a grandstand finish that we are potentially going to be looking at over the next hour and 55 minutes in this race. Looking on board then with the Radicals Online car of Yunus Nakurian. The gap last time by about 3 seconds out of the line. Last time by the lap for Nakurian was a 2 minute 10.066. Meanwhile, it's a 2:07.507 for Andre Borcher in that number 11 machine as Nakurian works it back down towards the P1 complex once again before he'll make himself down into the final chicane. Here you can see 200 kilometers an hour through the apex there of P1, now working himself down in towards Fangya once again. And here you can see, Rachel, well, we've got ourselves a fascinating battle in the last 2 hours of this event. It'll be a question of A, is Nakurian going to do himself another run? B, is Borcher going to do another run? And C, whoever is in that car for the last 2 hours, is there a possibility that Karanda Simsport can get themselves back in front?
I think they can, Will. Andre Borcher, I think he will stay in for another stint because he's not run as long as Marti Piatella yet. So I think he needs to do it just to make up the numbers in terms of race participation for the drivers under the technical regulations. But he's got that car pretty good at the moment. He's running very good lap times, and I think he has a good chance of actually making this one up to the Radicals Online car. Let's not forget it was Karanda Simsport and that number 11 machine that finished first in the 24 hours of Spa. These guys know this track very well.
Of course, indeed, as they can see Borcher working himself now down in towards turn number 1 again, and they can see the gap to the race lead. It's 1.1 second. That last time by Nakurian was again slow, 209.452. He's losing time all over the place as he works himself on board now with Borcher up the hill. You can see that gap. We'll show that one on your screen as they work themselves down all the way towards the Lacoon Complex. Gap down to 0.9 of a second, 0.8 of a second, 0.7 of a second. Definitely, Cam, some front end damage to that Radicals Online car, and Karanda could be passed by the time they even get to Pure. Or Rachel.
Yeah, Pion is certainly going to be a bit early, but I think he might well have a chance going through the Fonga chicane or round to potentially Blanchemont on the bus stop. Bus stop, particularly good spot, but with these proto cars and how they are in slow speed, it could well be, I think for me, I'm going to put my money on the Blanchemont corner.
Well, here you can see them back on board with Andre Borcher. The gap, you can see it now, is down to a couple of car lengths, but Borcher having to slow down, split in the middle there of that number 75 GTC car as they work themselves down in towards firing a chicane. This is the battle which we thought was going to be incredibly difficult. We'll try and find out what the issue with the Radicals car is. We're just having a look to see whether or not there's anything that's come up. And in fact, the number 1 car was actually under investigation right now. And this is for a dive bomb maneuver, which was on the number 31 car. That was a couple of laps ago. And here comes Karanda then, looking for the race lead, taking the race lead away, down into Blanchemont. You can move Karanda Simsport to the point, 1 hour, 52 minutes to go, and potentially still another incident review for the Radicals Online team. Just one little issue, Rachel. That is what is the difference sometimes between winning or losing. And for Radicals, well, it's not the first time they've had their race fall apart by just the smallest of incidents.
It isn't, well, it isn't, and I'm just going to point out right here, I called that. I said Blanchemont, it happened. Thank you for that, Andre Borcher, for making it happen. But now, on the exit there, we have narrowly avoided a repeat of the USCSR Team Optimus incident a couple of laps earlier, where they came upon a roof very quickly, but Borcher dodging that car expertly. Yeah, Radicals having a definite problem with that vehicle, and it's really causing them to lose a lot of time. Last lap time for them was a 10 and 8 for Borcher. So realistically, he's going to pull away. What I could see so far from the Radicals car is they have front right damage on that bodywork. Yeah. They're definitely losing some downforce into the right-hand corners.
Yeah, we're just trying to find this replay for Nakurian. So he's had a couple of moments there, and I think at this point he already had, you can see, the front end damage on that race car. But he definitely did have contact with another driver. It is under review, and there you can see the front end damage to that car. It's not a lot, but the thing is, Rachel, you don't need a lot of damage for it to be a game changer in these LMP cars, because of the fact that they rely so much on the aerodynamic grip that surrounds it, that it's so important that they just kind of keep the car clean.
Absolutely, and I think it's something that's of course more visible, shall we say, with the top quality drivers. And you and I have mentioned this repeatedly in the Skip Barber Racing School series on Monday nights that we cover, is that lesser drivers seem fine with damage to their wings. They don't even seem to notice, even when they've got no front wing sometimes, just because they aren't pushing the car as hard. Whereas the top end drivers, when they lose that bit of grip, it makes a massive difference to their performance, and we see this here in these prototype cars. These guys are wringing every ounce of performance out of these vehicles, and the tiniest bit of damage, it is screwing their game plan.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, here you can see then the RaceSpot, this New World Sim Sport number 21 car, as it continues its journey around the racetrack with 1 hour and 49 minutes remaining in today's event. There you can see currently scored in the 5th position with Joel Tremblay behind the wheel of that car. Now he is trying to hunt down Bob Van Campling, but the gap is rather substantial right now. 42.5 seconds is the gap between that driver. We have got ourselves a couple of close battles still going on though. This is right around that on the racetrack. The CMRC.DU car still battling it along with the Laserman Racing car. One battle that has pretty much gone on for the last 4 hours in this race, Josh.
Yeah, it's as surprising as it is. I guess it really isn't, but you know, we're over halfway and people are still battling. It just kind of attests to how close this field is, especially the GT and GTC fields. It's insane how close it is. GTC is a little bit more spread out now than it normally is, with only 2 cars on the lead lap. I think the scoring's a little weird with that. They might actually be on the lead lap, but the GT field is incredibly close. It's insane to look at. Like, I'm watching here, our GT car is running in third right now, and I'm like, there's so much competition. What do I look at?
There's still a lot going on here as we are into the back end of this race now. 2/3 of it is scored complete. Eric Verdorf though continues to lead the way, as you can see in that number 35 car, just pushing himself a little bit wide on the exit of No Man Corner, as they can see work himself on the exit now of that corner. A couple of people making comments about the worst F1 team of all time. Nicholas Maz, Andre Moda, worst team in history. I can probably agree with that one. BAR, the only issue with them though, Josh, was the fact that if you say that you're going to win your first race, and you have to wait, I think it was something like 13 races for Jack Villeneuve to get a finish, that's an issue.
I mean, that's just, I know they didn't pour money in like a manufacturer, but even still, you'd think they'd be a little better than that. I mean, come on, even the new teams back when they first got in a couple years ago weren't that bad. And
well,
they're still pretty
weren't
bad.
particularly good.
But they finished.
But they finished.
And in
fact, when you think about it, what is his name? Max Chilton, as actually you can see Jonas Nakuri onto pit road, and this is a 30-second stop and hold penalty. So this is really, when you think about it now, giving the race away to, Coranda. They've pretty much won it now.
Yeah, that was a double whammy. First they have the damage from that incident, and then on top of it, they get a 30-second penalty. It's like you just dug an even deeper hole with that.
Well, what a shame for Nakura, and of course he is known as being a really good driver most of the time. So we'll try and find a look at this one, because we've got ourselves trying to find ourselves a replay from that one. We've been having a look through. We think that this might well be it. As you see, working himself down Apex Racing UK car down into Blanchimont. And coming down into it, this is the moment that changed the race pretty much there, Rachel. Potentially, that isn't the moment itself, but the Radicals Online car, well, they had themselves just a little bit too risky in this race here today, and it's costing the opportunity to go for the win.
Absolutely, Will. I think it was definitely potentially equal parts, perhaps a little fear of the oncoming Coanda machine, but they really made a rather silly move, and the stewards made the right call, I think. Obviously, I want to remain as impartial as possible because I have no particular favourite of those two. It's a tough one to call, but it's pretty safe to agree with Race Control, I think. It was, I'd want to say unnecessary rather than careless. It was a little too aggressive for that time in the race and that sort of position.
Give you an update on other things that have been going on, by the way. And we've had ourselves US TSR under investigation. Now this one is for avoidable contact on lap number, would be 87 car. We've also got a Class E word which is called an unjustified risk. Now essentially what that one means, Josh, is when you take a risk which is unjustifiable, it's too strong, and these guys of course want it to be as much as possible that these guys are running safely at all times.
Yeah, there's been a lot of these well, not the unjustifiable risk penalties, but a lot of driving standards penalties, and that's a good thing to see because it helps keep us in line as drivers, because sometimes we don't really know what we're doing wrong until we've already done it, and then after that action has to be taken. But something like an unjustifiable risk penalty is really, really useful. I mean, there has to be a point of warnings before that, and I'm sure they've gotten them, but once you get that, you know, okay, we need to step it off from what we've been doing. We're taking too many risks, too many chances that we shouldn't be taking for a 6-hour endurance race. It's something that might not even be fitting in a sprint race.
I think we found it. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. We finally found the incident with Eunice Nakurian, and it was down at Blanchimont. So we'll have ourselves another look at that one with a GT car as well. And we talked about this earlier on here, Josh, in the fact that if you get a P car right up behind a GT car, it basically is just the P car's gonna have to get out the gas because the GT cars can't take it flat out.
Yeah, it's especially the car that they made contact with already has damage, so they're going to be even slower through there. What you need to do is you need to lift off on the straightaway before the corner and just power up and go off the inside and make a pass that way. It's a lot easier doing that.
Get off the gas though. That's the kind of sad or ironic thing about it. See, we can see them. We'll get ourselves another. He did actually get off the gas. And then he just decided to plant the car inside anyway when they actually came down into the corner, pushing the two cars wide, and that was the damage and the moment, Rachel, which really did change this race more than anything else.
Yeah, it did, and it was unnecessary, and it was a little too eager, I think is the way I want to describe it. They wanted past, and they weren't prepared to wait for a better spot. We saw this with some of the other drivers like Borcher, who would nearly stop on the track to avoid something. He had the forethought and the patience for this sort of race, and I think it's just a little too much gotta go mentality of some of these guys where they take an unnecessary risk, and it happens a lot more, I think, in the proto cars than it does in the lower classes like GT and GTC, because they have so much grip available to them with the downforce. They feel they can go anywhere.
So we're gonna listen here. At this point right now, off the gas, off the gas, off the gas. He was now look at that one again, Josh. I've looked at it about 4 times now. I think the Korean, you see, by the way that it came down, we're gonna have one more look at this one, and we'll slow it all the way down, because this is the most important part of the race, right about here, where the two make contact. The Korean was clear on the inside, but of course in the 4 GTs that you start on that outside line and then you kind of drift into the corner. You can't hold the inside all the way through it. It does look as though that I think it is more of a miscommunication between the two drivers. Yes, it was aggressive in some ways by Nakurian, but he did lift 3 times and he cracked the throttle coming into the corner. It wasn't as though he was just going gung-ho. I think it was, I'm looking at it again, a bit unfortunate overall, but still, you do have to put the blame, if I think anyone, on Nakurian for trying to slow it down in there.
The problem here is that he thought he was going to have the corner, and then he's stuck in this moment of hesitation where he doesn't know if he's got it or not. And at that point, if you're hesitating, you're not sure, you just need to back out. If you don't think the person's going to give you the corner, or if you're not sure they're going to, just back out. Those second or two you lose is going to be a lot better than getting damage and a penalty like they just had happen. You have to back off earlier for something like that. I don't know if he thought beforehand that he was going to get to him before the corner and pass him on the straightaway, or if I don't know really what he was thinking at that point.
By the way, he did make a pit stop just a moment ago. Paul Ilbrink back behind the wheel of that car. They are in 3rd place after that penalty, and then having to make another pit stop with 1 hour and 40 minutes of this race to go. Update on other incidents that have been going on. Still under review is the USCSR team for the avoidable contact, and still under review is the classic web car. For friction racing, the moment we saw at the final chicane, that one is going to be reviewed after the race. So because of the fact that Michelle Mancusi is currently out the car, out the race, that one will be reviewed after the race, and we'll reserve judgment on that one until then. How could ourselves, Jonathan Fuller from the New World Simsport number 50 car, and well, you guys are running yourselves in 3rd place right now, John, so not been a bad day overall. You started yourselves in the 2nd position, been running in 3rd, up 6 spots, sorry, from where you started here today. Can't be too displeased overall.
Oh, absolutely. We're real happy. We started in 6th place, and we were comfortable starting there, knowing that we had a little better pace over everybody that was behind us. The rest of the guys could put in a little better lap that were in front of us, but we have real good consistency with our team. Put a lot of work into our setup, and we're hoping that things are going to pay off in the end, and might even pick off 2nd place when that final stop comes in. We'll just have to wait and see.
Gunnar Moore, by the way, getting on behind the wheel of the IR Denmark Assault racing car as he moves himself into the 2nd part of his race. Next part of his race even. So these guys pretty much now going to have to make one more pit stop after this one, John. And a little bit of strategy can come into play here as well, depending on when you want to come on pit road, how much fuel you'll put in now would of course depend on how much fuel you have to go towards the end of the race. Is it still going to be a total 2 stops for you, or do you think, well, is there any way at all that you can push it to only have to do one more?
No, it's definitely going to be 2 stops, but our final stop is going to come down to probably not going to need to take tires and just a splash, and so that's what we're hoping is going to pay off in the end. We don't think we have a chance of catching Gunnar and his team. Those guys are just running way too fast today, but you know, if we can just pick up one more spot, then we'll be real happy with that.
Before we let you go, as far as the other 2 New World Simsports cars are today, well, the GTC cars, Randy Chenworth currently behind the wheel of that car, trying to get back from what had been a tough start to that team, but same thing kind of applies to the P car. They can see actually on your screens right now, Joel Tremblay still behind the wheel of that number 21 car, bringing that car back up through the field, and it's been as low as 8 places, now currently running in the 4th position as Bas Lob on the number 8 machine comes on towards pit road and off pit road again. So hopes for the rest of the team overall with the P car and the GTC car.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, anytime we have a sister car on the track, we're trying to work with those guys and always wishing the best, and you know, anything we can do to help them out if we got to break a little bit early and let them by, or you know, they've been helping us a little bit more than I think we've been helping them, just because we're, you know, within the point standings doing a little bit better than those cars, but you know, we're just keep wishing them the best.
Thank you very much, John Cam. You've got Edwin Boss and Anders Dahl getting behind the wheel of the Virgil racing car, as well. Anders Dahl now just got to push after what had been a tough couple of hours for him earlier on in the race.
Yes, he just in his final couple of laps there, having an incident getting into the pits, changing the car over, and now after his co-pilots there, Edwin Boss and Alexander Lacroix, had getting those positions back. Virgil Racing is in P1, looking to get back the lead that they once had, though the SRN Motorsports car is quite a ways behind, but still, it's up to Virgil Racing to ensure their victory here, as long as they can keep the 4 wheels on the black stuff.
Oh, we're going to spin on that Team Chimera, who had moved themselves up into 2nd place on the racetrack. Let's get ourselves another look at that one. Team Chimera, who had had themselves a pretty much faultless day so far, Rachel. One little mistake with Jamie Wilson behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for those guys. They've been in a good position, and that's really going to hurt them a lot there. But yeah, it is recoverable. There is still some time. Of course, their other car, the number 24, 2nd now in the Proto class, they're doing a lot better.
Yes, Cam.
Well, I'm looking at the incident here. This was on the exit to the turn that I don't know what the name is either. It's after that carousel right-hander. I call it the squiggly bit, but I know it's Ravage. He got on the power and spun it out in the squiggly bits, and you know, it was really interesting. He had the opportunity to punch it and get back on track, but instead he did something weird. He held the brake and let it couple of GT cars go through before joining the track. So very good on him. That's he's still up in second. He actually let quite a few cars go over afterwards, getting back up to speed there. Jamie Wilson in that Team Chimera car. So he's back on track and looking to get back up as those positions that he lost.
Paul Ilvik, though, is now just 7 seconds back as he comes, tries to come back though, and what that's done, Josh, he's kind of taking that safety net away for that team now.
Yeah, it moves them kind of close to falling back into our car. I'm really glad. I mean, I'm not glad to see them having problems, but I mean, hey, if I pick up spots and get second, I'm about to get in the car in like 5 laps. Hey, I'll take any spots we can get. It's yeah, everyone's just making these late race mistakes. It's fatigue, just racing and driving for hours and hours, and it takes its toll, and we're starting to see it a lot, especially in the prototype field.
Well, Josh, we will let you go. Good luck in the second part of your race, and thank you very much for stopping by to have a nice little chat with us. Hope you bring that car home. Surprisingly enough, it's got a RaceSpot TV logo on it as well, so we can't be too biased, however.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got the logo and it hasn't wrecked, so that's a good sign already. None of them have wrecked yet.
No, now it's going
They've
to.
been close.
Now it's going to.
Well, although you do
I'll probably
recognise the
wreck
fact that if you do wreck the car, we're going to have to sue you for the fact that you're not using our logo properly.
Yeah, no, actually you have to go through Randy for that one.
Okay, no worries. It's actually Joel Tremblay just on the outside of the Talk Freak Racing Cars. He works himself back down to the last stop came. Thank you very much, Joshua Chin. Once again, we've got Andre Borcher coming out of pit road. Pit stop time for him, 28.9 seconds. Back out onto the racetrack, but he's still got himself a sizable lead right now as they come back out onto the racetrack. As well, here we are then into the last 90 minutes almost now of this race. We are also joined by the one and only Neil Heckin, who I believe is going to give us a bit of an update from Race Control. Hi, Neil.
Hi. No, I just finished my my stints.
Of course, yeah. Well, how was your stint?
Mixed feeling about it. The first stint was very good, almost no mistakes, but in the second stint I lost the car all of a sudden at Rodeo, but I managed to minimize the damage, and fortunately we're still running now.
Fortunately still running. You've also seen missed a rather entertaining part of the race as far as race control is going as well. How crazy did it seem to you on the racetrack? Do you think it's fatigue, people being overly aggressive a little bit here? Because we had it nice and easy for about an hour or so, and then all of a sudden, a bit of a backlog for race control as far as the penalties came in.
Yeah, I think it's fatigue. It was a great, in the middle part of the race, it was, I had a great flow, and then you have to be aware you don't go, you're not going to drive on autopilot, so you have to stay aware. And after 2 stints, that's starting to be tough.
Well, you can see, by the way, Richard Holiday coming out of pit road in his number 64 GT car. So, thanks very much for talking to us. Now, before we let you go, of course, you and Egil working in partnership with the Motorsport Safety Foundation for this series. I want to give shout out to those guys.
Yeah, I want to especially give a shout out to Katie Leon. She's the person we have contact with, and also all the other guys and girls, I think, of course, of the Motorsport Safety Foundation. And yeah, they're doing a great job, and that, we want to support it as race fans.
Well, thank you very much. It's Friction Racing. Fredo Gever is coming back out onto the racetrack. Currently scored in the 7th position as he completes his service. As far as these pit stop things go, it looks as though that, well, Paul Ilbrink's had one more stop, but that's because of the fact one of those was a penalty. Everyone else in your P class has only made 5 pit stops, but a couple of people who's yet to make their 5th pit stop in the GT class. One of these drivers is this driver, Clive Lawrence, in the Apex Racing UK car cam.
Yeah, Apex Racing UK with Clive Lawrence. They've been pretty much the survivors from Apex Racing. As you look down at the bottom of the list, there are 4 cars retired and 2 of them are Apex Racing. So Clive had a couple of moments, one mostly having a lazy spin in front of Coander in Lake Holmes. But Clive's just been doing a really good job with his co-pilot there, Lee Thompson and Lassie Brohansen. So It's a very good job from Clive Lawrence keeping everything good ahead of that iRacing Denmark Assault Racing car.
Yeah, working himself then out of Sutherland. Very quickly, going to be joined by Daniel Betterfield for a couple of moments as well. Good day, Daniel.
Hello, Will.
Hello. So, welcome to RaceSpot TV. It's a Monday morning, Australia. How is Monday?
Pretty dark. It's still 4:30 in the morning, so the sun's not up yet. So it's pretty dark, and I don't really know why I'm awake right now.
It's because you love talking to us so much. I was just having a look at the Apex Racing UK car of Clive Lawrence. Now, of course, you've driven. In fact, that car's coming onto pit road. So whilst we have a look at the pit stop there for Clive Lawrence, you've driven this Ford GT many a time before. Just how tough is it for being that middle-class driver in an endurance race like this?
I mean, it's fairly tough. I mean, you're passing the roofs as well as being passed by the HPD, so you literally got to look everywhere in the Ford GT, and it's not the easiest car to drive either. But when you get it right, it's one of the best cars to drive. But if you got it set up nicely, which is sort of hard to do with realistic weather, but if you do have it set up nicely, it's a really enjoyable car to drive.
Now, Lassie Brun Hansen back behind the wheel of that Apex Racing UK car, but final part of this race, of course, 19 minutes to go, it's kind of game on time. You talk about the compromises that you have to make in setup. What sort of compromises would you really have to make here overall? And, you know, what kind of differences can these drivers make over the course of pit stops to kind of, you know, get that car to work a little bit better for them?
I mean, it depends what car. Mainly tyre pressures. I think that's what we'll mainly see. Maybe some of the cars further down may change up the tyre pressures a little bit, try and find a little more speed. But pretty much on the run, it's more like changes in-car changes like traction control and all that. See if they can find more speed just by freeing up the car a little bit and seeing if they can improve their time.
Well, thanks for having a chat with us. Daniel Betterfield here on RaceSpot TV, as also Joshua Chin has gotten behind the wheel of the new World Simsport car cam.
Yes, he has. Watched him come into the pits there. They got their tires, they got their fuel, and they'd have Joshua Chin now as their pilot as he enters Lake Holmes for the first time. Well, at least in this stint, as he did, of course, have that opening stint before handing the car over to Joel Tremblay. So, he's gotten in the car. He's now going to be on track and looking to take over that car in 5th position right now, Will.
And with another one of the New World Simsport cars, here you can see Team Tremira's Simon Trendell battling with New World Simsport's Randy Chenworth. Last time by Chenworth was about 6 tenths of a second faster. Right up on the rear, they must have worked themselves down in towards Blanchimont one more time. Here you can see Chenworth, will he try and look down to the inside as they work themselves down into that final corner? Well, not quite, but he might think about doing it on the run down in towards Lecombe. And that's the thing, as I said earlier on cam, what you want to do is, you know, use these couple of corners, the bus stop chicane and La Source, as the sighter to kind of get yourself into the groove, get yourself the apexes that you want. Then as you run down the hill and back up the hill, that is where you get the true momentum to make the pass.
Yes, it is, and as they come out through heading to Air Rouge, actually Team Chimera, they're making the pass on New World Simsport before we started, so actually now, Randolph was ahead, now he's going to have to knuckle down and see if he can't catch up to that Team Chimera car, currently piloted by Sam and Trandell. So as they're going to be coming down the Kemmel Straight here, they're going to be actually coming upon the other GT car. This is actually going to turn into a three-way battle here as Slipstream Racing is right ahead of both Simon Trandell and Randolph Chonworth. So this is quickly turning into a three-way battle for position number 31, 32, and 33 on track.
Yeah, that is 7th, 8th, and 9th, of course, in class with 1 hour and 26 seconds remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll stick it with this one for just a couple of moments, but we will take you side by side. We shall be right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the front. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
There you saw, ladies and gentlemen, side by side, a great little battle continuing there between Simon Trendell and Richard Albert and Lenny Chenoweth. Of course, Chenoweth was one of the big victors of that one, getting himself at one position. In fact, both him and Trendell were, but they are still separated, Chenoweth and Trendell, by 1.7 seconds on the racetrack. We stick it with this GTC battle, Rachel.
Yeah, we do. They've had some brilliant laps back and forth, Will. Those guys really punching each other's numbers. This could be a brilliant fight to the end.
We've got ourselves another tweet. It's about time we've had ourselves a food tweet here today, Can. And this one is making me moderately hungry now, because at GCR George, sausage rolls in the oven. 170 degrees for 35 minutes, just in time for the final hour. Now, CGR George, if you're anywhere near Birmingham in the UK, don't listen to what Fox News have to say. Bring me some sausage rolls. It's okay. Just because they're not halal, you will be able to bring them past the border.
Yeah, and also, this is just the American commentary. Why wouldn't you just microwave them?
No! Oh, Rachel, I think we're going to have to give Cam a 5-minute time out for that one.
I'm sorry.
I think we did.
I hate to...
Sorry, but that one is unacceptable. You do not microwave sausage rolls, do you, Rachel? Under any circumstances.
No,
What's
and more
wrong with
importantly, Cam doesn't microwave anything after the popcorn incident during the 24 hours of Spa.
Yes. I'm just going to... No, you're on timeout, Cam. You can come back in 5 minutes. But yeah, having a look now at Racing Lines GT versus Lazy Man Racing. We've had quite a bit of Lazy Man Racing on here today. We're always kind of being involved in a battle or something of sort, Rachel. But, well, with an hour 18 minutes of this race to go, they've kind of fallen down the pack a little bit, as we've also got battle between George Britton and Stefan Wexler also going on in that GT class.
Yeah, the GT class has just become really, really scrappy of late. These guys realising it's now time to go. We're starting to see some action happening. Of course, different strategies, different tyres. This could become quite an exciting part of the field.
Yeah, here you can see then the Sim RC DE car currently with Stefan Zitka behind the wheel of that car. As you can see, working himself from the exit of Stavolo down. You can see he's got a very good run. The issue, of course, in these GT cars is they're not flat out through Blanchimont. That way he's going to have to try and do this one the hard way, but he will go down to the inside to work themselves down into Blanchimont this time by Sim RC.de as they come out of the corner. Nice pass, but he goes wide. They'll just about get away with that one, Rachel. If he had all 4 wheels off, I think Race Control would have wanted him to get that position back.
Yeah, I think they would, but Race Control are also racing fans, and my god, that was a great move. I think they give him a couple of inches leeway there because that was awesome.
Yeah, as we have another look then, you can see coming through the corner, you can just see 2 wheels, not all 4 wheels off the racetrack, so SimRC.de should just about get away with that one without any further issues at all. Andre Borden has continued to lead in your P-Class, 54.3 seconds, but we will stick it with battles going on down in your field. This is one of them that's going on. Racing Lines GT and Lazy Man Racing still 1.3 seconds separating those drivers, and at the very rear of the field, Tall Creek Racing versus Gathering of Tweakers. They are separated by 0.2 of a second. Rachel's going to reset her microphone as here you can see down to the inside will go, so to the outside even, that number 99 car will go, sweeping around that Tall Creek Racing car as you've got the Dark Frogs right behind them trying to put them a lap down, and you can move GOT up 1 position, you can move Tall Creek Racing down into the last place in their class. Talk about drivers who are out of this race. Well, there's not many of them, Rachel. Michelle Mancusi, Sebastian John, Trevor Johnson and Jose Almeida. And the only ones out of this race is TFR. Gets back down to the inside of the outside for a Rouge. Due to the fact that we had ourselves a GOT car pushing a little bit wide. It does look as though that the GOT car might just be able to sweep past him though. As it were, yeah, he just sweeps past there down at Air Rouge itself.
He does indeed well. And yeah, we have 4 cars out at the moment. That's Friction Racing's 15 car, the 2 Apex Racing cars, the 3 and 73, and the number 10 Phoenix Motorsports car, all 4 retirees from today's racing.
Well, we're going to slow the replay here, and the Darts Frog car just on the exit of Radion. You can see we're just about here, little bit of contact to the rear of that number 81 car. Now, it damaged the 88 car more than anything else there, Rachel. I don't think there'll be a penalty for that one. Maybe just a quiet word in the ear of the driver of that Dark Frogs machine. Of course, he's currently running himself in the 5th place in class.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not every contact has to be a penalty. I mean, they both got away with it. It was just a racing deal, I think I'd like to say. I think somebody famous once said, if you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing.
Come on, this is GT. We can't talk about Dan Earnhardt right now, okay?
Of course not, but no, it's a racing deal. Now, these things happen. Drivers will get in a bit of a side-on fight, and maybe they'll touch, but that's no reason to hand out a penalty for something that both drivers really drove away from.
Gap between P10, P11 and your GT class is still about 0.8 of a second. I'll take it up on the top of your screen once again. We've got ourselves another message. This one is from Apex Racing UK. Kind of sums up their day. Another bad day at the office for our P and GTC class. GT car still in contention. Currently sat in 2nd place. Hashtag IRNEO. You have got a feel for that Apex Racing team because, Rachel, they've had the pace and really, especially that GTC car, nothing really they've done wrong. Just unfortunate circumstances for them means once again their day at Neo has not been one that they wanted, and definitely they don't enjoy it.
No, I completely agree, and there's always one team that ends up taking the short end of the stick, and unfortunately it's been Apex, who are a class outfit. Of course, that number 34 GT class car, driven by Lasse Brun Hansen, still running pretty good at the moment in 2nd place in class. Though currently podium finish, in fact they're 2nd and final car on the lead lap of the GT class, so that's, unless they screw up, is a guaranteed podium. So yeah, that could help brighten their day somewhat, although I'm sure they'd like to go after the iRacing Denmark Assault Racing car, which is just coming through the bus stop right now as the Apex car goes through, heading towards Blanchiment. But yeah, I know it's going to be a sit down and think about what they've had this race, and if anything really was their fault, and they can change. Of course, the issue with Job, not their fault.
Well, we've got ourselves a replay coming up here. Team Chimera, after what had been a great race for them, goes down in a horrible fashion as well. They're falling down the pack right now. And here you can see super slow-mo replay. Sim RC car on the outside, Team Chimera on the inside. Let's see what happens between these two drivers. They come down into the corner. It looks as though, it looks as though that Team Chimera car just forgot to turn. So, well, that is not what you want after doing 4.5 hours of this race pretty much faultlessly. Cam, your 5 minutes in the naughty stepper over, so you're allowed to comment on this one. Bad luck there for Team Chimera. It looks as though they just locked up their brakes going into the bus stop chicane, but it's sort of thing. Fatigue has kicked in at this point. We all know that one. But more importantly, these drivers now, you know, their tyres aren't at the top of the peak. They're getting close to their final pits of the day. You had over a race leader behind him. He didn't want to cause any issues. I just think all of it going on at once just kind of hurt him, and he is now down in 7th place after being in 2nd place in this race, and really comfortably in 2nd place.
Yes, how they do fall down as they also collecting that Sim RC car. Very unfortunate for him. I think maybe he just got on the brakes a little too hard, and maybe those tires are starting to let go on him. Maybe he just had a little too much confidence in the brakes, or maybe a brake bias adjustment or something like that didn't work out. But ultimately, it is what happened. That's a very American statement, John Madden. As he did have to bring the car down, he's now sitting in pit lane. Very tragic. As I will finish this tweet for you.
There we are then. You see Team Chimera, a long pit stop for him, 2 minutes plus for him. And seeing as you mentioned it, Cam, don't forget, a little bit later on, the NFL on Fox.
Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, go Packers, because I really don't want to see the Seahawks in the Super Bowl for the 2nd year in a row. And of course, a little bit later on the same day, you will get to see the Indianapolis Colts versus the New England Patriots. I have not at all this week been arrogant about it. The Colts have heart. The Patriots are probably the better team on paper. It's going to be a great game in the AFC Championship game. You can catch it only CBS. There you are. I'm a real fan. I'm so scared. Oh, Joshua Chin has spun his car. We told him not to do anything. And as he ruined that race car, as he burnt off our RaceSpot logos, Joshua Chin down at No Name Corner, having himself a bit of an incident there. So let's have a look at him. As again, that attrition is coming down for these cars. And this is Joshua Chin working himself through Rivage, down through the centre of Rivage. Don't think there's anyone around him to really hit anything. So this looks like it'll be a spin. All on the entry of the corner, all by himself, and Rachel, he missed everything. Although he did cause the TFR car to go wide, he might get a warning for that.
I think a warning is all he could really rightfully give him for that one, because Joshua Chin managed to literally miss every possible thing he could hit. That was an impressively lucky spin. I can only call it lucky because that doesn't involve skill. That was just pure and utter luck. But yeah, managed to stop that car before it damaged anything, so that RaceSpot logo is nice and intact, of course. Not that we're being biased at all. Very nice logo, I must point out. Yeah, he's back on and running, so still looking like he's in that 4th position right now. Twisted Apex, of course, might have some speed coming, but they're a bit too far back to make any sort of effect, so a freebie there for Joshua Chin.
Well, he did. He was moving with a car behind him, so that one might be reviewed by Race Control very quickly. Nell Heckins, how dare you? Yeah, he's speechless. He knows what you know. What I mean, don't you? You know what I mean. As we'll let you get back to Race Control stuff. As we continue, and let's have a look actually. As far as protest goes, classy web car and justifiable risk. Well, that one was about half an hour ago, so there's not been any more penalties in the last half an hour, Rachel. The one that we saw a little bit earlier on hasn't yet been under review with the Team Chimera car and the CMRC.de car. Of course, they will take a look at it if it is reviewed to them, but the CMRC.de car is still in a fight. We've seen him in so many fights already today, and that is with George Britton in the Asprey Motorsports car, the CMRC.de car, looking around the outside as they work themselves out of Stavolo. And I have to say, the CMRC.de car has had incredible speed on corners all race long.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good run, and it's been nice to see that from those guys. At the moment, that's a pretty good position they're putting themselves in, but it's really not going to be enough as it comes to it, because they're just not quite close enough to make this a podium position.
So here we are, another look at that one. The CMRC.de car driving around the outside at Stavolo, and I tell you what, that does take some kahoonies there, Cam. Incredible stuff by that sim, and they're trying to, of course, recover after that incident with the Team Chimera car. What we do know by that is that if they did have damage, it's barely noticeable.
Yeah, that tank is still on, rolling in that Ford GT, as they're absolutely ripping up, trying to recover from that incident that they've had. They're up to 17th position overall, which is definitely not where they want to be, but they will, Stefan Zeitwager and I believe maybe Stefan Zeitwager will actually might finish it off, or might be Manuel Sanchez, as this is a 3-driver team, also with Tim Bertie, so those 3 guys are going to be working together, try and get that Sim RC car back up front in their class.
There you can see Asprey Motorsports pit stop for them, 31.9 seconds. That means that they are going to have to make one more stop or save fuel, Cam, because you can do 65 minutes in this car at a push. Realistically, 1 hour 6 on the play clock, you're going to have to go another 1 hour 8 overall. I think a splash and dash is in order for Asprey, and that pretty much is going to be their race done. I do think that they were potentially trying to save fuel there, because the CMRC car did get past them rather easily. You've got to pay attention to them. By the way, Diego Colafabrio, I've just ruined your name because you ruined RaceSpot TV's name. RaceSpot TV. We're
Race Show.
Awesome.
I like it.
Yeah. I'm going to have to buy RaceShow.tv right now, just in case anyone already owns it. Off you go, Cam. But yeah, Aston Motorsports, that pit stop, just in the outside of the window, what they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ashbury, they've been kind of quiet throughout this race. They've been doing good. They qualified in 33rd, so I'm guessing they started way at the back as far as their class is concerned. They've gotten their way up there, 18th overall. Nothing wrong with that. The car looks clean. And, that's just fuel and tires. Fuel and tires is always going to give you a great result. And David Desroches right now is doing a good job just keeping it clean.
Here you can see then the number 92 machine in the New World Sim Sport car. She's running himself in the 8th position. Randy Chenworth behind the wheel of that one was able to get himself past Richard Albert in the Slipstream Racing car. We saw those two battling earlier on. Randy Chenworth not having a bad day, Rachel, trying to come back through the field after that number 92 car had himself some issues in the early going of today's race.
Yes, he did well, and of course, pretty good recovery there by Chenworth and his teammates, of course. Not a one-man effort in the slightest. But, yeah, really good moving back through the field now for those guys. They're, currently sitting 9th in class, but that's not 8th in class, I apologise. But there are 2 more cars on their lap, sorry. That's Team Chimera, the 87 and the 82 of Virus. So there is definitely something they could still do. And if somebody can do it, it's probably the likes of Randy Chenworth.
Here comes Egil Sandfield, going to go side by side, almost there. As we run on board with Egil Sandfield as they work themselves down towards Lecum once again. Sandfield in the number 95 car. We know that he had himself some Chinese food earlier today. No pizza for him as he worked himself down towards Lecum. Let's have a look to show you how this one developed then. And very close racing still in your GTC class, Cam.
Yes, doing some great racing in this GTC class. It's coming out great also because I feel like I have to, because somebody has to. Obviously, that car is slightly faster because he has not eaten the pizza and instead chosen the much healthier and lighter weight Chinese food.
Yeah, and actually, this is the issue. The number 74 car had himself a spin. That bunched that entire pack up together with Stephen McGarvey, the car battling with Egil Sandfield. There you can see, number 79 car is a lap down to these guys, but that allowed Egil to have a half look down in towards last doors. Not quite close enough one between the two of them. Let's give ourselves another look then from Stephen McGarvey's perspective as he worked himself down into the bus stop chicane, and you can see right about here coming down into the corner. And we've seen this a lot here today, Rachel. People losing it on corner entry, and that comes down quite a lot to the brake beards. And they do that over the course of the race. They will change that brake beards as those tyres, get more and more worn. They have to if they want to keep their maximum speed out throughout the course of this event in some of these cars. Of course, in other cars, you can't do it all the time. These prototype cars, of course, have got more bells and whistles than an iCloud Christmas tree. Can I call it that?
I think you probably can. Yes, exactly. Other mobile phone companies, Android and Smarties and Windows phones, everything you can imagine. No, I agree. Well, obviously you obviously will have to change the brake bias throughout the run. That's part of racing. You want to keep the car in its optimal position for turning in. Too far in each direction can obviously wear the tyres, so forward brake bias can start to wear the tyres more than you'd like. But as you want to bring it back as you shift the weight off the car, and yeah, it's something you have to control, but you also have to remember to reset it before a stop. So when you come out of the pits, you don't come out of the pits with the brake bias and fuel load and end up pile driving one of the corners.
Number 24 machine is classified as out of the race. That is Ben Tusting. We'll come back to him in just one moment because here you can see New World Sim Sport, Randy Chenworth making himself a final pit stop. Just, I think, can. He's going to have to hope that the play clock works in his favour.
Well, and it's a 2-minute swing. If you're right behind the leader, that's 2 minutes of fuel. It's a whole lap of fuel you got to carry around for the entire race. And if the leader, you get just right, that's 2 minutes saving of fuel. So it's really going to come up to that. Obviously, it's going to be way too early to predict where that's going to end up. But you just got to take your gambles and you got to roll with it. As this GTC field has come alight with battles. Right now for position 35 as Randall Chula comes back onto the track now. You've got 2 cars, Torque Freak Racing and Gathering of Tweakers are fighting for position. 2 wide up the bus stop is actually Gathering a Tweaker car goes wide there. And then the Torque Freak Racing car, Fishtails, as that's definitely not how you want to go 2 wide up the bus stop between the two of them. Is actually, Peter Van de Kolk and Kevin Veckmans are both fighting, swapping positions there, as I definitely think you want to take a look at that bus stop there.
Yep, we've got it on your replay right now, down to the inside, looks the Gathering of Tweakers car as he just pushes wide, spins that car into a half spin. There you can see the TFR car coming out of the corner. It's as if none of them, Rachel, actually want to lead between these two.
Well, I'm sure one of them wants to lead, but the there's still an hour's racing left to go, Will, so of course being second wouldn't be bad, because now this is hopefully leading up to the final stops any moment now, and you'd really want to be in a place where you can obviously follow the car in front of you in a close battle and stay with it, rather than you staying out and them coming in and running a faster lap next time round.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour of the race starting finally right now. So 5 hours of the Neo Endurance Series is scored complete here on RaceSpot TV, and we welcome you to the final hour and a bit of our coverage. Will Vincent along with Rachel Whitefoot and Cameron Roche. We're going to work this lap on board then with the Talk Freak Racing car, as actually at the moment the GOT car is ahead as they work themselves back down in toward turn number one. Who aren't actually number again? So back down in towards the final chicane, they will come as actually Talk Freak Racing car has just fallen back a little bit now on this lap, although we do know these two drivers have been battling for the last half an hour or so. We've shown you little snippets of it here on RaceSpot TV. I'm sure we'll have something more to say between these two drivers before this event is done. TFR car right now about 1.3 seconds behind that driver ahead of Kevin Viekman. Got ourselves another tweet to read, and this one is from the driver who we put on the naughty step, and whilst he was on the naughty step, he decided that he's going to go and make microwave pizza. Thank you very much for your tweet, Mr. Cam Walsh.
Hey, you know, if I'm gonna opportunize here on this stuff, microwavable pizza, about a minute in the microwave, it's done, it's right there, it's delicious, kind of, and it's probably absolutely unhealthy, so I'm being very American right now, Will.
Yeah, we did also see that almost the last remaining Apex Racing UK car having himself a little bit of work to do. Now, that was in your GT class, and that is, I believe, currently Lassie Hansen behind the wheel of that car. So we'll have a look at that as they work themselves then behind the back straightaway down towards Blanchimont, the run once again as they work themselves behind the trees. Two wheels on the grass then from that number 34 car, TFR car, giving plenty of room. They don't want to be that guy who takes out the only Apex Racing UK car left still in this race, Rachel.
Yeah, that'd be like, wow, killing a wild panda. You know, it's the rare animal in the race, and I think someone should probably put Apex Racing UK in a zoo. But first, they've got to finish this race, and they're in still a pretty reasonable position there in second, so let's hope it's more of a wildlife reserve.
Well, there you are. See, very close. Apex Racing still charging hard. They're currently 23 seconds behind their class leader, which is currently John Moore, who's leading the way there. They can see the gap. 23.5 seconds in the IR Denmark Assault Racing car, and Apex Racing UK with 57 minutes of this event left to go. Now, Cam, this final run to the flag, you will have people coming onto pit road at different times. Some people, it looks as though if you haven't yet pitted, then you can probably be good to go to the end of this event on the next tank of fuel you take.
Well, it's not just the tank of fuel, it's the quality of the tires, because the last thing you want is somebody to come in for, come in 30 minutes to go, they only need 30 minutes of fuel, and they have brand new tires, and they end up right behind you. Those guys are going to get past you, so it's these big, huge gambles going between these great teams that are on track here. You've got three completely different type of cars, so you've got three completely different tire decks to consider. Obviously, Coanda knows through this season that it's not just taking fuel, it's taking tires. When the tires go off, it's just faster to come in and get new tires. So it'll be interesting to see who takes the gamble to fill the tank to the absolute brim and shove their car out to the end of the race, and who might consider short filling with tires.
Well, yeah, and of course, we've got ourselves 56 minutes of this race to go. I think that if you go out to pit in the last 20 minutes of this race, then you probably will try and go without tyres. They do fall off a cliff to an extent, but you should be able to do yourself about an hour on them. As it stands right now, we've got ourselves still Andre Borcher leading, but Rachel, this is what endurance racing is all about. Radicals Online, they had that penalty, fell down into third. Team Jamira ended up having their own issues, and Radicals Online cars back up into P2. An update, by the way, on the Team Jamira car, their day is done.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but on the subject of Radicals Online, well, not only are they back into P2, but they are gaining on Coanda. Coanda potentially running a little bit slower to save some fuel at the moment. Make that to the end of the race with Andre Borcher there. He's just working his way through traffic as we speak. But his last few laps have been a 10, a 9, 6, then a 10, then an 8. So he's been actually pretty much off the pace, but Paul Ibrink of Radicals Online Car has been doing almost consistent 7s, 8s and 9s.
Rachel, did you ever watch that Friends episode with Monica? A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's basically your version of that club. You will see it on RaceSpot TV. And onto a slightly even more confusing note, we have this tweet that actually just came on YouTube. I'm not going to change the logo. From Clive Lawrence. Any chance of getting Carter McGee's name on the broadcast? Something glitzy and classy for the girl. There you are. I'll leave it up there for another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and it's gone. There we are, Camps. Don't say that we don't do anything here on RaceSpot TV.
Well, we care about our fans greatly, and so anyways, the Team 7 IB class web car with Ivan Basso. I don't even know who Carla McGee is. I'm sorry, I don't even know who these people are. I'm too American for this this politeness with our friends because, well, I don't know. Anyways, Ivan Basso in that car for the Team 7 IB class web. He's taken over from Luca Creti and Massimo Bindi being that third driver as well in the middle stint. So Avian will be in the car for the finding of the race, the final running prototype car 4 laps down.
Ladies and gentlemen, 54 minutes to go here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Final round of pit stops going to come up soon, but you won't miss anything as we take you side by side. We'll be right back. miss a moment here on RaceSpot TV. Twisted Apex Racing running himself in P5 right now. By the way, you've got Roland Goss on pit road as well, and you can see he is making himself his final stop of the day in the Cohen Motorsports car. Now, Cam, would you like to explain to the viewers what we're discussing there on commercial break?
No.
No, because if you don't...
Okay, I know. I'll do it. All right, so we were conversing about the real-life Daytona 24 hours. Of course, the virtual one you can watch right here on RaceSpot TV for the whole coverage of it, and it'll be great, fantastic. But anyways, I wanted to... I didn't even realize I did it. I asked somebody who lives an ocean away what the coverage of the race will be in my local area, and he knew it, which is concerning on so many different levels that I think we're just going to ignore that and
no,
and
you're
say
not.
that
You're giving me my green card. It's part of the green card test. Surely, if you've got Lassie Brun Hansen
it's got to be on there, yes.
Dark Fox, by the way, are on towards pit road, so they're making their final stop. We just saw that at the rear, as you can see, 2 cars coming onto pit road. Dark Frogs are on, and you've also got Andre Kasher and the number 75 car on towards pit road. By the way, if you want to know the answer to that question, it is going to be
okay.
Daytona 24 hours. As David Denton gets into his race car, it will start 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox. Then over to Fox Sports 2 for 4 hours. Then 2 hours on Fox Sports 1. Then it'll be on IMSA and also on the Fox Sports Go app. And then from 7 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. only on Fox Sports 1, the home of Fox Sports Live and Jay and Dan. There you are.
Bonus question. Yeah. Can I watch as an American online?
Yes, you can overnight on the IMSA.com website.
Oh, fantastic! They're getting smart. That's it's interesting how endurance racing has gotten to be is getting more and more popular, which makes me happy.
Well, actually, they go through peaks and troughs, in my opinion. And to answer the question first, basically, whilst it's on a Fox network, they don't allow you to watch it. And as soon as they basically go off Fox onto Fox Sports Go or onto the IMSA website, they'll turn it on, watch it overnight, and then basically when Fox come back in the morning, you won't be able to watch it again. The kind of same thing applies to the Le Mans coverage as well. But yeah, overall, endurance racing has its peaks and troughs. Of course, it's been a while since we've had this level of interest in endurance racing. Of course, the Tudor Sports Car Series in America, the culmination of the 2 series over there, of course. You know, it's been a big thing, I think, and it's getting itself, now it's one combined series. When Fox Sports aren't playing adverts for 55 minutes out of the hour, the coverage ain't that bad. And the thing is, Bob Barsh and Brian Seal kind of lead that one up. Seal is a much better endurance commentator than he is an IndyCar commentator, I must say.
Yeah, and I just, the things that I've noticed, because I begrudgingly watched it on TV live and through DVR. I pretty much had to watch it through DVR because of the amount of commercials, and that's sort of one of those things where the song drives me nuts because you hear it. It's, I mean, I like the song. It's a fine song, but when I hear it, like, if it's like an hour-long race, I will hear the song for like 20 minutes. It's nuts, but that's what they have to do. I'm surprised you don't have a soundboard of that. Now I have it in my head. I hate you. I hate you so much right now.
You're gonna get used to it anyway. Okay?
I know. So anyways, but I think it's one of those things where they look and they say, okay, you have a race, you have 2 hours to do it. This is the only 2 hours you have. There's no pre-race show. So like for the first half an hour, 45 minutes of the race, they're basically doing their pre-race show, and for the last 15 minutes of the race, they're doing their post-race show. And I've noticed it. Like they will do, I'm serious, you know, and it kind of sucks that they have to do that because I can tell that they don't want to do it, just kind of from how it's produced, but it's just what happens. So like, in the first 15 minutes of the race, the packs haven't even, you know, the prototypes aren't even lapping yet, and they'll do an onboard lap that's commentated by, you know, one of the Corvette drivers before the race, and I'm like, this is supposed to be pre-race, yet it's during the race, it's just, So
by the way, you do know that our pre-race of 24 hours at Spa would be at least 10 minutes, right?
Well, hey, that's 10 minutes more than anyways. So
David Dossers, by the way, is trying to close up to the rear of Timo Vorhus. So this is why we're good commentators. We can kind of get back into the groove As actually
I don't know about that.
Horse coming onto pit road. Ashton Motorsports making a pit stop already, but they're trying to work side by side with the gathering of tweakers, number 99 car. Number of people have made their final stop of the day. Paul Overbrink is going to bring that car home in the Radicals Online machine. We talked to him a moment ago. 32.7 pit stop for him. Conrad Motorsports made their final stop. Danny Rich has made his final stop there. You see the racing lines as Anders Dahl. Is he going to bring the car home? You would expect him to, really, Rachel.
I think he will. They've made their definite stops, and he's still lower in numbers than Marty Piatella, so that will probably likely be Andres Borchard making that final stint.
And Anders Dahl coming back out onto the racetrack. He will bring that virtual racing car home in the GTC car. 33.3 seconds back out and away. He will go then onto the racetrack as Andre Borchard is on towards pit road for that final time. Now, Peter, to be fair here, Cam, you can pretty much get anyone you want into this car with a 1 minute 36 second lead right now. They can pretty much go and pick someone off the street and say, look, don't crash it, just bring it home. You don't need to worry about being slow.
Alright, Will, it's a prototype car. It's just like the Indy car, just don't crash it. Now go. Right?
Whilst commentating.
No, whilst commentating. Oh,
okay,
God,
yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Challenge accepted.
And he comes in.
There's a seat over on the left side. I'll sit there, and you can sit there, and we can both commentate from the car. It'll be great. It'll just be like old Indianapolis times. I'll be your engineer.
Andre Borch is in, guys. That corner sim spot number 11 is coming to pit road. Of course, that 1 minute 36 second gap was not actual race time because, of course, he's now making his stop, and the Radicals car have stopped. So we will see just how close they actually are when he leaves the pits.
We did say, Rachel, that he was on pit road. Please pay attention.
Well, if, we were talking about more than you two commentating from a prototype car, then, I might have noticed.
Hey! In fact, there is the gap. It is currently showing as 96 seconds on our timing and scoring machine. We'll get an update once Commander gets himself past Sector 1, which they've done right now. So we'll wait for the Radicals Online car to toddle along past the start-finish line. And the Radicals car is, well, actually on the exit of the start-finish line. So it's not quite 90 seconds, but it's not too far away as we have a look there at the Radicals Online car past the start finish line, and the gap is coming down actually pretty dramatically now, so it's somewhere in the region of about 60 to 70 seconds realistically. As there you can see then the Radicals Online car working himself down towards turn number 1. Now one thing we haven't yet done, Cam, is we haven't actually had too much of a look at this driver. Is Egil Sandfield. We're going to work a lot on board with that number 95 car, working himself out of La Source down in towards Air Rouge, and you are going to take us through it.
Alright, I've been waiting for this for a long time, actually, which is kind of sad. Anyways, we're going to get a little loose coming off the end here at the bus stop chicane. He's going to go up through the gears as he comes through that prototype coming over on the left, as I can see in the mirror, as he will let that prototype go through, have the apex to the La Source turn. He's going to take a little bit of that curb close as you can to that wall before getting on the power. A little bit of a little rear kick out there, but he's got that completely under control as he goes up through the gears, heading to Air Rouge. Now, these cars cannot take it flat out. He's going to have to brake it a little bit. I'm not sure if they downshift here, actually. We'll hear as he does get back on the throttle. He does not downshift going up into the Kemmel Straight now. He will be checking his mirrors here. This is where you want to check your mirrors to find out who's coming behind you. I don't see anybody coming behind him in the mirrors. I'm behind. No, I'm live. It just takes me a while to talk about the corners. As we do go into Les Clombes, as it's a quick right, quick left here. He's going to take both curbs before taking this right-hander wide before going into this carousel right-hander before going into the squiggly bits. I'm sure the squiggly bits do have a name, but they are the squiggly bits to me, as it's a quick right, brake left-hander. Now this is where the prototypes have been going out. They ride this inside curb, they track out wide, and that right curb is actually high now in these roof cars. They can just tank right over it as they are sitting higher. Those prototypes have been slipping around that all day, as we will now go into Pouan. It's a quick left-hander as he'll get fully on the accelerator coming off the corner up through the gears before heading into these quick little S-bends here. I believe there's a chicane name somewhere in there, as he'll track it tight right, tight left, and then he'll hit the accelerator to get on the gas early apex before coming into these final two corners as he is not going to be taking the curbings here. He's going to ride the curb on the outside before cutting in. Now he gets off the throttle, gets it on, and he's going to head towards Blanchimont. This is another area where you are going to be looking at your mirrors, finding out which prototype cars are going to be coming, or if a GT car wants to play ball. But he will come through Blanchimont now. It's a left-hander on the brake, down a gear, in through a left-hander right, take the curbing, and he will head to the bus stop chicane. Full stop on the brakes early, down through the gears completely, as he will take the curbings as close as he can, avoiding those red sausages before getting back on the power, controlling any counter steering, and heading through to the finish line.
Couple of points. First one, you were behind by about
I'm live. It says
15
live.
seconds. By about 15 seconds. As you can see, Egil Sandfield continuing there. The viewers know exactly what I mean.
I'm on Anders
and
Dahl.
The viewers are... Yeah, we were looking at Egil Sandfield. Pay attention to what we are saying.
I gave you a lap of Anders Dahl. Why can't you guys pay attention?
We did a lap of Egil Sandfield. Which is the one
That's
that
a
we
you
said
problem.
that we were going to ride along board.
That's why.
This is what we have to work with here on RaceSpot TV.
Wait, when did Virgil Racing go into second place?
Because of the fact that they've made their final pit stop and Egil Sandfield hasn't. Please.
I thought they had the distance to take a pit, though.
No.
I guess they don't.
Well, Egil
okay.
Sandfield is currently leading the way, and there you can see confirmation of the gap is 14.3 seconds between the UK Endurance car and the Virgil Racing car. Got another tweet to read out to you. We've got this one here from UK iRacer. Fed and showered now, sitting watching the last hour of IR Neo at Spa. Hashtag 6car. Hashtag it won't polish out. Also got another tweet. This is from my friend John Porzik. And he wants to know why screaming and commentary in my books aren't classified as the same thing, Rachel.
Well, I don't know, because pretty much your commentary is just screaming, so it's hard to tell at times.
I thought that was me. Oh, we've got a picture now from UK and iRacer. That's he's got cake.
Oh, whoa. It's a UK and iRacer, and he's got cake. Where is my cake? I want some.
What I want to know is which UK and iRacer
I just noticed this as the fuzziness is coming. He's wearing Homer Simpson slippers. I think we'll have to get that picture up on the thing because we do have the technology to do that here in RaceSpot TV. Unlike having the technology to have the commentators know where the cameras are.
Well, here you can see New World Sim Sports car of John Hall. He is, Rachel, just 0.7 of a second behind Gunnar Moore. And this is going to be a close battle to the line. Although John Hall hasn't yet made his final pit stop. He did say that he's going to go a little bit longer. He will have to pit one more time. But when they do, it'll be fresh boots for actually try and not do it on fresh boots. Just trying to have a quick pit stop so they will not be able to reach challenge for P2 overall. But realistically, P3 is what they are going to get unless they have a horrible moment. As I think they've got the Racing Lions car right behind them.
Oh, certainly, and it's a pretty good position for them to be in, actually, right now. But obviously not what they would have wanted, but, you know, any port in a storm.
As they work themselves down in towards Blanchimont one more time. 37 minutes left on the play clock again. Well, here is the point for these drivers now, Cam. When they pit, with 37 minutes of the race to go, if you pit now, I think you still take tyres. If it's less than 15 minutes to go, Lassiter Hansen's actually on pit road right now in the Apex Racing UK car. It looks as though, as it stands, he is going to be the driver. Is that a yawn I hear there, Rachel Whiteford?
No, it was not.
You can see Apex Racing UK down into the third place. Of course, that should be a net second place overall. Gunnar Moore goes back to the race lead. He has made his final stop of the day. Apex Racing UK, Lassiter Hansen, gotta bring this car home to the finish, Cam.
Yes, he is, and this is the time to take tires. You're going to get good life out of the tires now, but as you just said, I think even 20 minutes out, taking tires is just a little too much unless you have the gap to take tires, because tires will help you defend very nicely as people close up. But that Apex Racing UK car getting off or not ahead of the iRacing Denmark Assault Racing car, as he actually has John Hall. This is actually a fight for position between New World Sim Sport and iRacing and Gunnar Moore, which I believe you guys were talking about earlier. Anyways, that's Gunnar Moore having been closed up on by John Hall, one of the New World Sim Sport racers there. And so
but
they will fight on.
The pit stop. That's the important.
No, they haven't.
point to
That's
remember.
right.
They haven't
Okay.
made the pit stop, so they will have to do so. The gap between Hall and Lassiter Hansen as well. Now, Cam, that's only 15 seconds, and of course, Apex Racing have a pit stop at this point in hand as well. So as it stands, it looks as though that your GT field, it does look interesting, as you've got Cohen onto pit road as well. It does look interesting, but really, it's guys just scrapping for fun right now.
Well, yes. I mean, that's always a good thing as long as it's done safely. And that's exactly what's going on. Nobody's being a knucklehead out there right now, so that's very good to see between these three very quick Ford GTs, as Phoenix Motorsports has recovered fully from what they once were. I remember I first came on, Phoenix Motorsports was basically last in the Ford GT field, and they've recovered very nicely. So Richard Holliday, Joris Thalen there with Nilton Carvalho doing a very good job bringing that car back up to snuff.
Yep, as they're currently running 4th place in class, as Sean Holdstick still remains behind Gunnar Moore. These drivers battling for position, even though it's not that important. Now, one battle which is going to kick off in the last part of this race is between these drivers of Randy Chenworth, the new World Team Sport car, and Slipstream Racing's Martin Ensman. Last time by Rachel Ensman in that number 79 car was a full 3 tenths of a second faster than Randy Chenworth, and is closed up by a couple of tenths of a second in this lap as well.
Yes, he has indeed, and of course Slipstream Racing now just approaching that turn into the bus stop. Within visual range now of Chenworth. They've definitely got their sights set on them. This could be a change of position in the last laps as Chenworth will cross the line. She'll see the splits between the two drivers. Chenworth was doing a 2:29.6, Slipstream a 2:26.8, so looks like Slipstream will have the major speed to catch that New World Sim Sport car.
Yeah, as they work themselves down the hill once again, they can see the gap just 1.4 seconds. Got a moment then to have one more tweet, and well, the only way I can describe this one is to quote one of the best comedians of all time, Cam, cake or death.
Yeah, yes, I like the slippers, but I think somebody just posted a picture of their sausage rolls.
Yeah, I'm getting to that one in a moment, okay? There's only so much I can do. As you can see there, it's a gap down to 1 second between Chenworth and Slipstream Racing. Now, both these drivers have made their final pit stop. The question here, Rachel, is maybe, just maybe, Chenworth hasn't got enough in the tank. And he's having to save a little bit. Of course, if you want to do that, you save it now. You don't try and save it at the end. You get yourself to that fuel number as quickly as you possibly can. And then from then on, you can then come back on the attack and push if you can.
Oh, definitely. Now is the time to go. You've got those tyres, you've got the fuel you're going to need to the end. This is it now. But yeah, I do feel blessed to know the comedian behind the cake or death reference. It's quite reassuring.
Yes. And also, they can see the gap down to 0.5 of a second. I have as well, actually. So, Cam,
yes, I chatted to him.
No, there we are.
No.
Do you even know what we're talking about here? No. Rachel,
I don't. I'm just trying to.
He's actually short. Very, very short.
Well, I'm looking at the picture that I don't. What am I? Ew, that doesn't look appetizing.
Looks lovely. It's coffee cake, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, not the cake. The cake looks delicious. I'm talking about the other one that's coming up soon.
Oh, wow.
Slipstream Racing's Martin Ensman. You can see their arrival on board of him as the gap is still 0.4 of a second as they work themselves down towards Blanchimont once again. I do think clearly Chenworth is saving fuel. But now, the fact that he's got Ensman right behind him, potentially what you do is you just try and play that defensive game, Rachel. Try to, break a little bit earlier. But hold the apex, hold the line. That way you can still save fuel, but then you have track position from when you need it.
Yeah, of course, and it's a good strategy to use in the closing hours of the race because now, you could save what you want to save, but it's all going to be surplus. It just means you have extra confidence to go flat out. It's all about when you jump.
Yep, as you can see then, we'll stay on board as he works himself down the hill in that battle for the 9th position here on the racetrack. As down in towards Rouge they come once again, down in towards Radio, up as they come into Radio once again. Faster GT traffic is going to provide a little bit of an interesting scenario here. The gap is down just 0.2 of a second. Right behind him is that number 79 car, but he's going to have to wait until he can go 3 wide there, down the back straightaway in towards then Lacombe Lacombe. And you can see that easily sweeping past Randy Chenworth there. He almost made it look easy. Chenworth is either damaged or very low on fuel can because he made that one just a little bit too easy.
He has, and I've been trying to prod around their pit stalls, but unfortunately they heard word that I did not like that sausage thingamajigger, and they closed the doors on me. So I don't know whether confirmation from the team, but I think it's fairly obvious just from looking on track what's happening. Though he is trying to counter right now, which is a little weird. Maybe he's just trying to stay up and maybe scrap some fuel in the draft, which I don't even think is possible in these roof cars, especially here at Spa. But you never know. So anyways, Randall Truenoff letting that, I don't even know if he was letting that car go, but what's about to happen though is John Hall in the New World SimSport car, his teammate, is going to be coming up in the next couple of turns, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this battle when the Ford GT comes up.
Let it go.
What am I letting go?
Will Vincent is broken, people, we apologise.
Oh,
He's now singing Frozen songs.
Twisted Apex Racing versus Current Motorsport. Current Motorsport closing our race. About 1 second a lap then. 29 minutes left on the play clock. Here you can see then, ladies and gentlemen, another tweet. This one is from the very hungry but hopefully now satisfied CGR George. Sausage and beans who Blanchimore in the Neo Endurance 6 hours. Well, I do have to say, even though Cam doesn't like your sausage rolls, I do like your sausage roll.
What the heck is that?
Sausage roll is sausage meat wrapped in pastry.
I guess.
Naughty stat.
I don't know, with
Naughty
beans,
stat.
It's like a hot dog made of cake.
This naughty stat. I'm sorry. Simple as that. That's the second time he's been able to offend our in one race.
Yes.
You don't. 5 minutes once again. Meanwhile, Rachel, Gatling or Tweakers versus Racing Lions GT. 6 tenths per second right now. And it does seem to be that last time by Corin Jurett in the Racing Lions GT car was 2 seconds faster. This is about 0.5 of a second between the two drivers. Some of these guys, I did say about half an hour ago, were about 5 minutes short on fuel, and we always know here at Spa as well, it very easily can be a case of having to do that extra lap of 2 minutes 30 plus, or you being able to get the checkered flag as you see the Racing Lions GT car right behind. So these guys want that extra lap of fuel just in case, and we do know the way that Spa works as well, that play clock can play mind games for people a little bit.
Oh, it can indeed, and if the leader just happens to get it at the wrong moment, you're screwed, as we see a P1 car making a bit of a sandwich out of the two Ford GTs in that head-to-head battle right now. If I was actually the Gathering of Tweakers guys in the number 66, I'd let the Racing Lions car through, because that would mean I could save fuel behind him and pounce when I needed to, and put him at risk of actually needing to come into the pits for a splash and dash.
And save your tyres a little bit as well.
Indeed.
Well, Cam, hopefully you're here to redeem yourself.
No, not at all. So anyways, Randall Truenoff is definitely saving fuel. I already made this report. So the second time, it's not going to be as good. I'm sorry. He's definitely saving fuel, which obviously we want to save the fuel now, not later. So definitely letting that go and trying to keep up with it. Now, what's interesting though is I do look to the commentary on the YouTube channel, and everyone is now talking about food. So I don't know why, but for whatever reason, with Neo Endurance and food, they just go hand in hand for some reason. Well,
it does indeed, and YouTube is blown up with it as well. Next time out, I tell you what, Michael Booth, I will personally, because it'll be just after Burns night, give or take a couple of weeks, I will, just for you, do part of the broadcast with haggis, meats and tatties, because actually it's one of my favourite meals out there, and I always do look forward to it on Burns night. Randy Chenworth, though, is definitely saving fuel. 3 seconds off his fastest lap of the race, you see, this is an education, Rachel. As much as it's a race, it's an education of culture here on RaceSpot TV.
It always is, Will. We have such a varied commentary team from so many different countries in the world that we do have a rather interesting breadth of food knowledge and interests and tastes even. So, especially during the wee hours of our 24-hour broadcasts, we do get onto some very bizarre topics, and those do include food. Let's not forget the burnt popcorn saga with Cam during that race.
Almost burnt down an apartment complex. That's pretty cool.
You did actually nearly burn it down. You definitely burnt the popcorn because you couldn't work out how to use a microwave.
Right, Gary Tweakers in the third place right now. They're currently in a podium position. However, they've got a new World SimSport car charging them down. Last time by for the Gathering of Tweakers car, currently being driven by Bas Lom. It was a 209.462. Last time by for Joshua Chin, it was a 206.991. More drivers saving fuel. More drivers, other drivers are flying right now. It looks as though that Chin is in the catbird seat as he continues along in that New World Simsport car. We're right on board with him then, Rachel, as he works himself up the hill. And he's doing staggering lap times compared to his competition right now.
Yes, he is. Those times are looking brilliant from those guys. It's really tough, and he's closing out, especially for the performance cars. When you are the prototype cars, sorry, when you're in the breadth of the lap traffic here, that when you are having a head-to-head battle like these guys are in terms of times, it becomes very critical that you get past traffic quickly. Unfortunately, that can lead to drivers being a little impatient, and we get the typical HPD bulldozer effect coming into full force, where they will use that rather slopey front to force their way past some of the other cars. And I do remember the Neo from Sebring, where we saw one flipping over the top of one.
Yep, just to give you an update, by the way, on some of the incidents that are being reviewed. First one is with the number 14 Racing Alliance car. There you can see him. He's gotten himself a warning for exceeding the track limit. Well, the fatigue kicking into this race, you kind of expect one or two drivers to get that one, as he is going to work himself past a 4GT. More importantly, though, the Torque Freak Racing number 41 car, Cam, the late stage of the game has got to come down. 60-second word with the Lollipop Man, as they've got themselves a stop and go penalty.
Well, that they do, and Torque Freak Racing is going to have to obviously serve that, and now the critical moment here is that if these guys are good for fuel, that's one thing. If these guys still have to make another pit stop for fuel and tires, that is very painful indeed. Now, Torque Freak Racing, though, they're down in position 21. I believe they have well, not necessarily a big gap between the Lazy Man Racing car, but they definitely will lose that position. But just not having a great day for that Red Ford GT.
Mick Claridge will definitely get past them. I'm just having a look at the timing scoring here. 21.5 second stop, by the way, for Ashton Motorsports. They make their final run to the flag here as they come back out of pit road. Now, Mick Claridge in the Laserman Racing car is only 7 seconds back from the rear of Timo Vorhorst.
He's already
into his box. He's fast already. The next driver in line is Kevin Cox. Basically, one position they lost for Torque Freak Racing. So some of these penalties, Rachel, in the course of this race has been worth more than others. But of course, you've got to have some form of consistency, and that is what has happened with these people. They've been consistently throughout the course of the day, and it means that in the case of going down the rear of the field, yes, you do lose less positions overall, but of course, everyone wants to keep themselves a nice clean record.
Oh, certainly, and these drivers are definitely, there is separate standings, in fact, for clean racing, but yeah, it's easier further down the field because obviously the gaps will be bigger between cars, but of course you still run the risk of being passed by other traffic. Some of it clean, some not, but it's a bit of a challenge, but they do find that whilst they are perhaps not as fast as some cars, the faster guys going into battles and issues will crash out, which means just being consistent, tortoise in the hair, you can still have some pretty good finishes just by keeping it on the black stuff.
Tortoise in the hair was yesterday's conversation, by the way.
Well, it's now today's as well.
Cool. Of course, don't forget Torque Freak Racing had themselves some issues a little bit early on in the race. They can see penalty served. They've got 21 minutes and 55 seconds of this race left to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take ourselves our final commercial break, but don't worry, you won't miss a moment. We will take you once again side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. This will be the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Professional Broadcasters RaceSpot TV. Coming on Tweakers with a 2.8 second advantage over the new World Supersports car. If you had any idea what these two have been doing on the course of the commercial break, yeah, no.
I don't care. I don't care. We'll bring it right in here.
Have you two been able to go through a single commercial without tearing each other a new one? I've been trying to get myself some noises out of my head, and you two on and on and on and on and on.
I'm just saying that the gull-wing doors on the Mercedes SLS is stupid.
But they're gorgeous. It's a...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we say we've got ourselves 16 minutes and 29 seconds of this event to go. Gathering on Tweakers P3 got themselves a 2.9 second advantage to the new World Supersports car as they work themselves down towards No Name Corner once again. As you see there, the new World Supersports car last time by was again 3 seconds faster, riding along board then with Joshua Chin in his P car as they work themselves down in towards who are once again, well, Rachel Chin is on a mission right now, but we've also got ourselves a very close battle actually in our GT classes, and it's going to be down almost side by side as they work themselves down into the coupe. Great little scrap going on, a 3-car scrap now between the driver of Martin Fitzpatrick and the VRS car, gathering the Tweakers number 2. Also got ourselves the Racing Line GT car, nose to tail.
They are indeed. And more importantly, they've got the roof GTC car ahead of them, which is making things interesting, as those 2 cars behind them are coming through. So that's VRS ahead of Gathering Tweakers 2 and Racing Lions, all 3-4 position on the track. That GTC car is getting the hell out of Dodge. He does not want any parts in this battle. Those cars will kill him. Yeah, coming down to the Fengyan chicane. This could be an interesting spot.
Chin on the outside, so come down through turn number 1. And you can see there Joshua Chin right on the rear now of Bas Lob. We know this has been going on for a while. Bas might not have enough fuel, but they work themselves down into Air Rouge once again. Now if you're Chin, just got to get yourself a nice run for Radioff. Now you work yourself on the outside. You can see that Slob is attempting to defend last time by a 209.986 lap. It's going to be, if I was going to be Bas, I would tuck him behind Chin. Here comes Chin down to the inside, and Joshua Chin will move himself up into a podium position there and moving himself ahead of Bas Lob. Capturing those 2 drivers, it just pointed to him a second. A little bit of traffic ahead of him. That's a number 74 car getting himself out of the way. But great move there by Joshua Chin to get himself into podium contention. And now can we go back to the crazy 3-car battle for P number 8, 7, 8 and 9 in GT.
Yeah, and these battles are coming to a head. They've been brewing all race long, and now with just about 15 minutes to go here on the track here at the 6 hours of Spa for the Neo Endurance, we are in quite a few dogfights between a couple of cars in a couple of different classes. This is the VRS, the Gathering of Tweakers car, and the Racing Lions GT car. Right now, the Gathering of Tweakers car seems to be the fastest on out of the 3 of them as far as lap times go, but there is that VRS car with that wing damage up front. It's going to be interesting to see how they do this. Now, there is the Phoenix Motorsports car, which is faster and a lap ahead, so it'll be interesting to see as the Gathering of Tweakers car looks to the inside but thinks better of it. I kind of knew that wasn't going to happen, but these 4 GT cars, they are running quite wide, and they are going to be using their tires, so it will be interesting to see how they go, Will.
You know what the interesting thing is as well, as Zidane to the inside in Ravage, looks at GOT number 66 car. They are all being caught by this guy. That is the Asbury Motorsports car, who Rachel will remember pitted later than everyone else. He's got himself fresher boot and is going 3 seconds a lap faster than last time by, just 6 seconds back with 12 minutes to go. 4 drivers battling down in the mid-pack in GT to finish off an endurance race. Can't complain, really, can you?
No, that's not something we expected really, but Asbury Motorsports could have themselves an upset in that 44 car and potentially put themselves into the, I believe, 6th, 7th place in class, which is going to be an impressive jump from where they currently sit as last car on the lead, well, first lap down of the GT class, which is 16 down from our prototype class leader, Commander Simsports, but still, amazing opportunity there for Asbury as they come past the lapped GTC car. He will very shortly be on the back of them as, oh no, as I mentioned, Commander passing that little battle.
Yeah, and the thing is that the second, third GT in line is having to wait and see there. That's going to close this back up together. But Corey and Gurex there in the Racing Lions car. Going to look down to the outside. Those 3 drivers still nose to tail to tail. Oh, and the Racing Lions GT car pushing one, turning the car around there. The number 66 car, that will be reviewed. Possibly it'll be something reviewed at the end of the race, because that number 66 car, well, he's fallen back there by 3 seconds. And we'll get ourselves another look at that one. That's hard racing at the end of the race. Race Control will undoubtedly take a look at that, Cam, because there was contact, and that GOT car held its line. The Racing Lions car did push into the second part of the bus stop.
Yes, and news, very bad news for that Gathering of Tweakers car. The pilot is holding that wheel at a 45-degree angle. That has steering damage on the front. That is terrible. Towards the end of the finish here, this race, having that front end get knockered as he will try and continue. Obviously, we're going to look at the replay here at the bus stop 1 or 2 times, but very bad for Orange Shepherds in the Gathering of Tweakers number 2 car.
Yeah, and he's actually just been passed there by David DeSholes, and you can actually see there the amount of damage to that car, and I don't know if he's got enough time to be able to run this one out. The thing is, there's only 3 people behind him in class, and in fact he's really struggling right now. He's gone off again down at Lacombe. I do think that he's going to have to park it. It's going to be a horrible way for that GAT car to lose this race, and here you can see the Racing Lions GT car. He was the driver involved in that one, Rachel. Now, if you're him, you've got to try and go as quickly as you can, because of the fact that if you get a penalty, you lose time added to the end of the race. We'll get confirmation from Race Control on this one, but if he does get a post-race penalty, it'll be a time penalty. It doesn't really matter now if he gets ahead of Fitzpatrick, but what he really needs to do is to try and get as much gap to DeSholes and Chespers behind him, and also Claridge.
Yeah, he does, and that will be critical for them because I think a penalty is probably coming for Racing Lions.
Well,
whilst they were turning in, and the Gathering of Tweakers car on the outside did turn almost into them, I want to think it's probably Racing Lions' fault for being very tight on the inside there.
Yeah,
but that's just my opinion.
I think looking at this in kind of slow motion would be very healthy to do, because when the Gathering of Tweakers car made contact with the Racing Lions car, the Racing Lions was already committed to the turn. The wheel was already caked all the way to the left, and they were already taking the red sausage. I don't know, unless they completely yielded the corner, which I guess could be a thing. They entered too wide. They stayed too wide, and the Gathering of Tweakers car's rear end kicked out on it, and he had to counter steer, and then he immediately took the turn. So I'm not necessarily sure if this is going to be a penalty.
Well, we'll get word from Race Control as quickly as we can. Just having a look at, is it being reviewed? Not yet. So we'll let you know if it does go under review here. Dramatic conclusion then to our event. And also, actually, I did just see the GOT car was a little bit wide. And, you know, at the end of this race, you always know people try and push the margin a little bit. But we are going to slow it down then. We'll have a look from our aerial coverage. They come down into the corner. There we are. Get yourselves a good look from here. So we slowed it right down. You can see it's too wide racing through the center of the corner, and we can see as he come in, the Racing Lions GT car. You see he had the inside line. Having a look at that one again, I do need to have one more look. It is very hard. That might come down to a racing incident. We'll get ourselves one more look at that one. We'll see if we can get ourselves a different camera angle, but that one was probably the best one we are likely to see as they work themselves behind the trees, then down into the bus stop chicane. And we're not going to get a look from anything here until they come in. There we are. So we'll get ourselves another look, one more look then, as they come down into the bus stop chicane, and we'll slow this one down as much as we possibly can. Almost take it frame by frame here. And here you can see that number 42 car had the inside line, the rear end of it kicked out right about here. Caught that white line in the centre of the bus stop. We know how dangerous white lines are. Came across the racetrack just a little bit, which caused the initial contact, but realistically, Cam, now I've looked at it again, that 66 car was pinching a little bit there.
It was, and this is one of those things where it's really tough. I think after the rear end got squirreled out away, I don't think the driver corrected for that, for the rear kicking out. I think he thought he was wider than he once was, because after that, the rear kicked out, he countered. I think he figured he was on the right side, so I think this is one of those things where it's two cars racing hard, 10 minutes to go, everyone's racing. I can't put blame on anybody, but that Gathering of Tweakers 2 car is definitely sick and definitely still now on pit lane.
Yeah, so we can have a look then. We'll get ourselves a final look at this one then. We've had a couple of good camera angles. I think this one will be a good one as well. But Rachel, late London endurance race, of course, these three drivers, every position to them will matter. Such a shame for the GOT car, but you have to look from their perspective.
No.
About the fact that, you know, you can gain one, you might lose one position, but what they've done now is they've lost 3 spots, which they wouldn't have done otherwise.
Yeah, and it's a silly thing to have happen at this stage of the race, Will. Something they probably will be regretting heavily. But yeah, not good at all.
Now, also, we've got ourselves the Radicals car. They have fallen back behind Joshua Chin. Here you can see Joshua Chin is hunting them down. There is a lap difference between these two cars, Cam, but Chin is flying right now. He's going to get himself past the Radicals car. Maybe that Radicals car is light on fuel as well.
Maybe. I mean, they've been running similar lap times, but I think Radicals would be very wise just to let him go. You're not racing with him. If he's faster than you, what's the thing? Alonso is faster than you, whatever. Which, obviously, they're not if they're a lap behind, but I think it's just one of those things where you let him go. Don't worry about it. Just because you're ahead doesn't mean that you have to be ahead. Let that lap car go, use him as a snow plow to get through this lap traffic as they go around the Dart Frogs car and then onto the inside of the Super Sport car. So it's just a good move from Radicals Online, I think.
The VRS car is under investigation of Martin Fitzpatrick getting a big wiggle there from the exit of Bongya as the Racing Lions car working side by side with them. So this GT battle continues here, as here you can see the VRS car falling now behind the Racing Lions car. Now, Rachel, that might have been a deliberate thing. Let the Racing Lions car go past. It didn't look as though he made it easy for him. We're going to see if we can get a look at that one. Also, we've got the 42 car under investigation. That is the Racing Lions car. So both the 55, two parties that we're having a look at right now, Racing Lions car and the VRS car, both under investigation. 42 car for avoidable contact, 55 car for an unjustifiable risk.
Yeah, like we said earlier, this is the part of the race where it starts to really hot up and people get some blood up and they want to make some moves and we get problems occurring. Yeah, I think Racing Lions and both Gathering Tweakers have had some issues, so it's not going to be particularly kind by the stewards.
Yep, and here you are then, the GOT car protesting both of those drivers. As you can see, he still scored on pit road. Now, the thing is, Cam, even if they both get a penalty, they don't fall behind the GOT car. This is really just justice being done. But also, interesting to note that we've got ourselves Andre Castro in the Super Sport Racing car being caught right now by David Jensen, captain those two drivers, down to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's closing there. Where is that, GTC?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was just watching the VRS car, or the Sim-RC car, whichever one it is, have a slide coming out of Radeon. Randall Chilnoth is in the pits.
Oh, so
he went into pits.
Able to make it then, so he's going to have to pit. This is going to cost him a lot of time, and so plenty to show you now in the next minute or so. We start with this VRS car as he works himself down in towards Rouge Radeon. So we have a look first at this one, working himself out turn number 1. Down he comes then towards Rouge, and it will be just as he works himself up the hill. We've seen 4 GT drivers do this quite a lot here. So we will slow it down for you right about here. And how many times, Cameron, will we seen drivers get their rear end kicking out as if they were twerking?
Oh my goodness, it's not just that. That car was ready to bolt into the Armco barrier on the left-hand side, on driver's left. That is impressive. I don't care who you are, how damaged that car is.
He would have lost it. He would have lost it had he have drifted maybe another 30 centimeters to his right. He would have definitely lost it. And the reason for that was because of the fact he took too much on the inside of Radion coming up the hill. Then he drifted that car out. Yeah, green gutter. It's a green painted gutter right about there. As you'll see right again here. He'll come. We'll change our camera angle here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 wheels. And that's a slow down penalty in itself. But then as he slides that car, he just misses that green gutter, painted gutter on the outside. Had he have caught that, it would have been game over for him into the wall. We have got ourselves Randy Chenworth, as we alluded to. He has made himself a pit stop. He's come out in 9th place in that new World Sim Sport car. Rachel, tough end to his race.
Yeah, exactly. That's not what he wanted to see happen. Well, of course, coming down into the pits at this time means their strategy has not worked. And it's been a tough race for those guys, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's not really going to be helpful for them. They're now back down in the bottom end of the GTC field. And that will be a real blow to New World Sim Sport's C-Spec car. But at least they can be quite pleased at the moment. They're sitting at a podium spot in the C1.
No further action involving the Racing Lions incident. We have got Twisted Apex Racing being caught quickly by Current Motorsport for P5, P6 in your P class. Also, you've got yourselves battle still ongoing between Andre Castro, just 1 moment ago, I saw him on my screen, battling with David Jensen in the number 75 car. So once again, Rachel, we've got ourselves Supersport Racing versus the Dart Frogs with minutes of this race to go.
Yes, we do, and the Dart Frogs are pushing pretty hard at the moment, so it's going to be really sort of flipping a coin to see which one of those two finishes ahead of the other one. But right now, they are looking pretty racy, and they're looking at the back of a Supersport Racing car. They want a piece of the action.
Yeah, so we'll let you know if anything changes in any of these battles over the next minute or so. Let's have a look to see where Andre Borch is. He's working himself now up the hill, so this will be the white flag lap. This time by, here we ride along board with Andre Borch. We've not talked about him much recently, but Coanda Simsport with a minute advantage over the Radicals on a line team of Paul Ilbrink, who has really slowed that pace down. Importantly, they won't get the extra lap because of the fact that all these drivers have had a couple of issues along the way. They won't have to do that extra lap. That's going to be critically important for some of these teams. Here we can see them, the two drivers of Racing Line CT versus Aspen Motorsports. They work themselves out of Blanchimont down towards the start finish line as the play clock will expire now. So we've got ourselves the last lap here at whatever lap these drivers are on. This is going to be their last lap for your leader as he crosses the start finish line. All other drivers will then complete their final lap behind him. Andre Castro versus David Jensen. It's a close run to the start finish line for them, working themselves down towards Blanchimont for them. The Dart Frogs trying to get P4 away from Supersport Racing 1/10 of a second back as they work themselves down in towards the bus stop chicane. The Dart Frogs, can they do a last minute lunging? Will get one more attempt at it, but they're going to look down to the inside. Not quite close enough between these two drivers. They will have one more opportunity to get the job done, as here you can see them out of Stavelot down towards Blanchimont. For the final time, it is Coanda Simsport as they work themselves out of the bus stop chicane. You can see a slow car there. That is the New World Sim Sports car. Also, you've got yourself another GT car slowly, but Coanda Simsport, Andre Borcho and Marty Piatella will take victory in the 3rd round of the Neo Endurance Series. Great stuff by them. Got a while to wait then for your 2nd place in the P class, and here you can see a while to go also for your GT race leader. Here you can see Anders Style coming towards the start finish line. He will claim the GTC class. Rachel, still battles going on the racetrack.
Yes, there are. We just had a bit of a bullying moment by the Team 7 IB class web car driven by Ivan Basso. Coming through the first corner of the track at La Source, he basically bullied his way between the two battling GTC cars of Supersport Racing and Dart Frogs Racing, causing Dart Frogs to have to really drop back. He then nearly ran into the back of Supersport heading up round Eau Rouge, and then the run up to Radion, clipped the corner, got himself a slowdown, and he is now behind the pair. He's probably going to have another stab at getting past them, but he is not waiting, considering the fact he is last car in the C1 class. Yeah,
number 44, guys, his last chance is to work himself down towards Gustavino for the final time. We're right along board with him. This is the battle for P7, P8. Ashby Motorsports battling there with the Racing Lions car. Ashby pushing wide. He's doing everything he can in the final lap there to try and get himself down to the inside. Not going to be close enough unless he can get a big run. He's going to try and go around the outside. An inside line for the next corner. Side by side as they work themselves towards the start finish line. And somehow it looks as though that Ashby Motorsports will steal a position in the final corner. Incredible stuff there by Ashby Motorsports. Going to get ourselves another replay of that. That was an incredible move, Cam.
Yes, and that is how you make a pass on the with cooperation on both parts. Racing Lions not sliding out. They got so close through the middle of the final part of that bus stop, and Ashbury able to push their way through to a great finish in, well, at least a good finish for them in the Ford GT.
Yeah, so we're getting ourselves another look then at this one side by side in the final corner between the 44 and the 42.
We still have Supersport and
we'll come back to that one in just one moment's time. Replay up for this one. As you see, they work side by side through the corner. As far as Jensen and Castro are concerned, we'll come back to this replay immediately. They did have themselves a very close call at the end of the race, but here you can see how
do the same
they're
thing.
able to get past, and Ashby Motorsports move themselves up one position. Now we'll go and have a look at Andre Castro and the Dart Frogs are trying to work themselves against Supersport Racing, and here we have a look then from the rear of Supersport Racing as they work themselves down the back straightaway for what will be the final time. You'll see another close call down into the bus stop chicane. As you can see that the two drivers incredibly close as they work themselves down into that final corner. Couple of battles in the final lap of this race. As you have a look again from our aerial coverage, they come down into the corner. Mighty close racing between these two, and here you can see the Dart Frogs looking to the outside once again. You then had yourselves, you had a car actually off the racetrack as well. Dart Frogs having to try and slot in behind. It was a dart to the line there, and it was actually Supersport Racing who was just able to get ahead in that battle. So incredible finish to this race. A couple of people, of course, who we didn't get the chance to mention. This is a driver who won the GT class throughout all the chaos and drama. It was Gunnar Moore who claims victory in the IR Denmark car as they worked themselves there towards the slowdown lap to complete this race. And someone's asking me to change something on a channel as I'm commentating. No! But ladies and gentlemen, let's run through then your final. In fact, we'll run through your final race result in just one moment's time, because it's been an incredible run those last 15 minutes of this race, Cam.
It was, well, it spaces out and then it closes right back up. That's absolutely fantastic that we had quite a few battles right at the end there between the classes. Very good to see clean racing through the end, though. We did have it marred by about the 15-minute mark, but this is racing. This does happen, and ultimately, though, most cars coming home in one piece. Quite a few clean-looking cars out there.
So then, to run through your final race results here from Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and when all was said and done, we start with your P class, and it was Miranda Simsport, Andre Borcha, and Marty Piatella claiming victory in that one. Radicals Online only to settle for second place after a penalty earlier on in the race, which actually, had they stayed together, would have been very close at the end. New World Team Sport coming home in third, with Gathering of Tweakers in fourth, Twisted Apex Racing in fifth, Coyote Motorsports in sixth, KRT Motorsports in seventh, Racing Lions in eighth, USCSR Team Optimus in ninth, and Team 7 IB Classy Webb in the 10th position. Then you have yourselves Team Jamira in 11th, Friction Racing in 12th, Apex Racing UK, and Phoenix Motorsports rounding out your field. C2 IR Denmark Assault Racing in first, Apex Racing second, New World Sim Sport in third, Phoenix Motorsports, Friction Racing, SimRC.de, Ashby Motorsports, Racing Lions, BRS, and Lazy Man Racing rounding out your top 10. Talk Freak Racing and Revs Racing down in the field, and Gathering of Tweakers, your sole big time retiree in your GT field. Finally, in GT, once again, Virgil Racing dominating with Andrew style. SRN Motorsports claiming second place, ARDK Endurance in third. Supersport Sim Racing able to hold on from the Dartbrogs in a close battle between those two drivers. Virus in 6th, Team Shimura in 7th, Slipstream Racing in 8th, New Art Sim Sport in 9th, and then rounding out your top 10 is KRT GT Motorsports. Talkfreak Racing gathering on Tweakers and Apex Racing UK, rounding out your field. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll step aside for just one moment. We'll be right back after these messages. You are watching RaceSpot TV, home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to post-race coverage from this, the third round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV. 3 different class winners in what has been an absolutely stunning battle for the last 6 hours at one of the world's greatest racetracks. And we start our post-race coverage by having a chat with the winners, Coanda Simsport. Welcome back to Victory Lane here in the Neo Endurance Series. Been a long, tough race for you. I want to start by asking about the strategy, because it does look as though at one point you kind of switched strategies to be on the same one as the Radicals. Is that correct?
Not really. We were kind of holding off until the later half of the stage. I kind of wanted Andre to have a bit lighter car to attack if necessary, which kind of resulted in, at that point of the race, the need for Andre to attack with a lighter car. Unfortunately, the Radicals did have their incident at that point, so it's gonna be just as good a guess of what could have happened.
Second race in a row we've had this one, isn't it?
But yeah, we went pretty much on our initial plan to kind of stay a bit heavier on the early point of the race and kind of see what's going on in the race, and if there would be a need to attack, then the last part of the race would be the part where to kind of make the difference.
Well, yourself and Andre have had yourselves another good race here today, and one thing that really stood out for me is how careful you guys have been in working yourself around traffic and working yourself through incidents. I think, as far as it goes, I mean, how hard is it when you can see that you're losing time? Is it to just keep every incident in the back of your head, just work methodically through traffic?
Yeah, it's quite hard to maintain self-control, I guess, in traffic, but so far it paid off for us, and it's always hard to see the direct opponents to pull away, but well, paid off for us, and so I think we're doing everything right.
Well, winning here today, middle part of the championship, heading ourselves in a month's time to the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace, better known as Interlagos, of course. Thoughts, hopes, aspirations heading into that race?
For the win.
For the win.
What else?
And of course, the final, and this is another quick question. Final rounds of this championship, it's kind of getting a little bit close to prep time for the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series 2015. Are you worried in any way, shape or form that especially the last round of the championship might clash with your prep for that at all?
We'll see. We have plenty of drivers who can take part in the series for us, so I don't see a problem with that yet. We'll see how our preparation for the VCS goes, and if there is a possibility for us, the VCS drivers, to take part in the series. I don't think there will be any problems, but we'll see how it turns out in the end.
Well, congratulations on the overall race victory. Anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yes, to Marty, my awesome teammate for today. The rest of our teammates, of course, as well, and our sponsor for Racer.
Well, thank you very much. Anyone else, Marty?
Yeah, of course, Andre. Awesome job again today, and rest of the guys in the team, and of course my wife. She saved my race in the midway to my second stint. I was getting pretty low on blood sugars, so kind of got a handful of chocolate in my face on the Camel Straight, which kind of helped me on the rest of the race.
Oh, Marty Piatella being stuffed chocolate. It kind of keeps one of our food theme here, Cam, today.
It does. Great race from you guys. Very good to see you guys. And luckily everybody got through that traffic fairly cleanly.
Well, congratulations once again. And by the way, before we go any further, just the reason why Coanda Sim Sports is called Coanda Sim Sports from your end. We picked our team names and Will can pronounce it correctly. So thank you very much, guys.
You're welcome.
But we've also got ourselves our GT race winner. We've got ourselves Gunnar Moore and also Rasmus Larsson from the IRDK Assault team. Gunnar, I'll start with you. You brought the car home at the end. It was all pretty easy, but you still had to withstand the pressure and also being that middle class here at Spa. We have seen it being a little bit of an issue for some of these drivers. How nerve-wracking was it?
No, it was not too bad. I just knew I had to drive safe and bring the car home without losing too much time. So, yeah, it was okay, but not too bad.
Well, you started yourself kind of thereabout. You finished out front, beating the Apex, the only Apex Racing team car that seemed to be able to make it to the finish. The early stages of this race, when it was kind of close between you and there's a slightly different strategies going on, how tough was the racing between yourselves and Apex?
It was very tough. I was pushing a lot in the beginning to see if I could get Lasse to make a mistake, but he drove the hell out of that car, and so I just fell back and just tried to follow him and let the other guys do their job when they got in the car.
Well, I say we've got Rasmus Lausen here as well, and Rasmus, it's been a fun race here today at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Now into the second half of the championship. Are you thinking championship, or is it race by race that you're still thinking about?
Race by race, definitely. We take it one race at a time and hope for the best. And this third time lucky this time, so it's good for us.
And of course, next time we head ourselves to Interlagos, a very different racetrack to this in some ways, but it's got kind of the main key features. You know, long straightaways, tight twisty infield section. How do you think your car will perform then when we head over to the South Americas and to Brazil?
Hopefully good. We have a good baseline setup so we can work from track to track, and hopefully we will do well. Or at least Egg and Gunnar will do well. I don't like that track very much, so let's see how it goes.
Well, before we let you go, time to give a shout out to anyone you'd like to give a shout out to. Off you go.
Shout out to Eric and Gunnar, definitely. They brought the car home.
Gunnar?
Yeah, no, just my teammates, so it's all good.
Well, congratulations on class victory for yourselves here today. Now we're going to bring in Cam Walsh, and he stood by with Anders Dahl, winner, GT3 Virtual Racing, dominant once again.
GT3?
Not
No.
GT3, GTC!
Yeah, GTC.
That's the first mistake I've made all day.
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
We won. Ooh, yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, so Anders, we actually had an instance where I did an onboard lap with you. Everything looked good, even though everyone was looking at somebody else on the board. Everything went really well for you guys up front. You had that issue early on with an incident where it dropped you right back down the field. How was it like to come back up through the field?
The first incident we had was we didn't actually lose that much time. We just had to take our pit a bit before. And luckily there was a fast repair, as our car was pretty damaged, but we didn't actually lose anything, more than 10 seconds maybe. And then we had another one a couple of laps later, and again we had a fast repair, so we were pretty lucky. Again, not losing that much time.
Well, everything going good there for you guys. I mean, it was pretty much you guys were in control, though. There was a point where you guys were starting to trade first place around pit stops. Eventually, you guys got that through. Now, is that just on straight time, or do you think you guys just have the best setups here in the roof in this series?
I think at some point we were a bit afraid that we were behind, but for the most part we had a pretty good idea that the others had to do more pit stops or spend longer time in the pits or whatever. So it was pretty safe all the way through. No changes needed to be taken.
Well, that's always great to hear. A good race from you guys. Anyone else you'd like to thank out there?
Alex and Edwin did a very good job today, and the team is also always supportive with strategy and stuff. Very good.
Well, thank you very much for coming into the booth with us here, Will.
It's back to me, and I've got myself now the driver of Paul Ilbring from the Radicals Online organisation. Now, Paul, we start with the controversial moment. Take us through the incident.
Yeah, that was quite tough. We were coming to Blanchimont behind the 4GT, and we hesitated a bit and decided to go for the gap that wasn't really there, and that kind of ruined our race and most of all Ref's sim racing's race, of course, because it was totally our fault.
Now, one of course of the things about this race is that it is a team event, so you've got individual parts which make up the overall picture. Was, as a team, did you think that Yunus had done potentially the wrong thing? How was there, any ill feeling towards him, or was it just a case of, someone's made a mistake, anyone can make a mistake, we just pick up and move on?
Well, if we put somebody in the car, we have total faith in them that they can do a good job. So then, if things like this happen, it's just a team thing, and we won't really hold anyone responsible personally.
You had yourself a chance to win here today. Potentially had yourself the chance to win a month ago at Circuit of the Americas. Interlagos in 4 weeks time even. What are your hopes when we head over there?
Maybe we should do it for once again after the maiden win at Sebring. It's time for another one, I think.
And the championship, it's going to be close. If you win there, it pretty much will come down to, in my opinion, who's going to be the best at the final of the championship. Are you looking for a straight shootout like that?
I think that's best for everyone if we do that, so yeah, we'll try.
Well, thanks very much there. Andre Borcho coming home in second place in the Radicals Online car. Gonna quickly go through some couple more interviews, and we start them with a driver who had a comeback for the ages. It was Joshua Chin in the number 21 car, which I'll happily show the rear spoiler of that, because look, it's a RaceSpot TV logo. Chin, well done.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think it may not count. Talking to one of my teammates, I think I went over drive time by 18 minutes. So.
Oh, it's Riku Alatalo all over again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not overly upset. We're not really in the championships, and it was just more of a, hey, let's finally get the car out and going. But well, I don't know. I had fun. It was an entertaining race for sure. Everyone kind of started falling apart at about the 3-4 hour mark, and we were just sitting there picking up the pieces. Joel did a good job. Didn't put a wheel wrong. Didn't get any penalties. No damage. And I had the car for the final 2 stints, and it was a rocket.
Now, take us back. Do you think the pivotal moment of the race is when you had to make a pit stop when you didn't want to?
Yeah. The biggest thing was I had to make a pit stop, and I figured, okay, well, I don't know if I'm gonna have a teammate here or not. I need to go use the bathroom. I'm gonna go. So I went, came back, and it cost me probably a total of about a minute more than it should have. And in the middle of the next stint, Joel came back, and I'm like, oh great.
Hi.
So I wasted a minute really when I didn't need to, but yeah, it definitely cost us a little bit on track. It might have that minute might have put us up there with Paul in contention for second once he had his problems with the Radicals car, but oh well, I can't complain with third place finish after the way it looked like it was going to be going early on.
Well done. Third place here today. We're going to see you at Interlagos?
Most likely, yes.
Well, we will see you then. Joshua Chin, the new Ultimate Sports car, coming home third place in his class. Gonna carry on with some quick ones. Gonna hand it back over to Mr. Cameron Walsh, and he stood by with Team Tramiro's Jamie Wilson.
Jamie Wilson out on track today. Very good run overall. How did things go on track today?
On track pretty well, for the most part, obviously until our unfortunate demise, but until then I think it was going really well. We had Ben in the car at the start who did his normal, ridiculous pace compared to Darren and I. And I was sort of maintaining third pretty comfortably. And it was going pretty well at that point. We joked along the lines of, well, Jamie's in the car and everyone's getting penalties, so let's keep him in there for a third stint. But yeah, Darren got in. Again, we were just sort of maintaining a gap to third. And unfortunately, he made the slightest little mistake, managed to damage the car very slightly, brought it into the pits, and we had too much damage. We're done, we're out. And it was pretty devastating, to be honest.
We can definitely imagine. I mean, that prototype car was doing very good overall. I mean, you guys made it so close to the finish, 36 laps away. But overall, I mean, what can you take away from the race? Obviously, you got 5 hours or so about racing in. So, I mean, that's still a good race. Do you think that you guys are a little more confident together, a little more, cars a little better, maybe when you go over to Interlagos?
Yeah, I think we made very positive progress on the setup going into the race, through all the practices and what have you. And I think we're getting, Darren and I are getting further towards Ben's natural pace, which I think bodes well. The unfortunate thing is that Interlagos and Road Atlanta don't really suit us, and the concern is that we were given such a good opportunity on a plate to finish third in that race. We may not be so lucky next time. We've just got to try and do the best we can and hope we can rescue the season, really. I mean, we're not going to go up there and fight Coanda or Radicals or that crew, but we're aiming to finish top 8 to fulfil the entry criteria for next season. This hasn't helped, but we can take solace in the fact that we did pretty bloody good for 5 hours.
Yes, most certainly. Now, is there anybody you'd like to thank out there for Team Chimera?
I'd like to thank Will for completely messing up our name every single time he's managed to say it on the broadcast.
I got the message. I got the message. I have a private message from...
When you said GT3 just now, I heard, that was my first mistake. Nope.
Can I interrupt you there? As a commentator,
no, he's
it is our job to interpret the action on the racetrack. That includes the cars who are circulating on it.
Not when they message you how to pronounce their name.
Actually, he just said 24 is out. You see, he didn't even bother saying it at the end. It's like, 24.
Team Chimera, yes. So, anyways, anyone else you'd like to thank?
Yeah, so I'd like to thank, obviously, my teammates Darren. Darren's beating himself up about what happened at the end there, but I made the same mistake 6 or 7 times myself without consequence, so it's really, I feel really sorry for him. Ben Tustin, of course, with his ridiculous pace. Adam Pyle and Simon Trendle in the other car. Obviously, they had their own dramas. Just like to thank all of them, really, because I think the team's really working well together at trying to move us forward. Simon's coded a fuel tool that we've got all this bells and whistles and all this, that and the other, so we're well equipped. We've just got to convert it into something now.
Well, thank you for coming in with us. We hope we see you guys at Interlagos and you can get things around for you guys over there in Team Chimera. I got it, really. So back to you. I've already messed up, I see. But Team Chimera.
Yeah. It's okay. It's been a long-going joke. Thank you very much, Jamie, and to your entire team here today. He doesn't even realise that he's talking.
Oh, no, I was talking to Chandler.
There we are. So we were going to do rapid-fire interviews. Cam, pay attention. This is rapid-fire interviews on RaceSpot TV. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. First of all, we start off with third place in your GTC field. We've actually got a tweet for them, but we've got ourselves Jacob, good race overall. A tough, hard race, but you did bring it home with a podium finish when all was said and done.
Yeah, thank you. We had a tough race, but we managed to do what we set out to do, so keep a clean finish, and we finished in a good position, moving up compared to the first 2 races of the season.
Now, 3 rounds done, 2 rounds to go, 2 very difficult rounds of the championship to go. Do you think you can repeat that performance, get yourself another podium, move even further up in the championship standings?
We're definitely hoping for it, and we're going to try to see if we can make a repeat at Interlagos with the same performance. So yeah, we're definitely going to try.
Well done. There you can see the tweet there on the screen from @Mav87th. Finished third. Great job by drivers Mayo, Sondergaard, Osby and Sandveld here today. #IRNE. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before I forget, for all of the people who's tweeted here today, including all of you who have tweeted through, thank you very much as well to Jacob, coming home third place in today's event. Got ourselves a couple more people to talk to. They start off with Mike Young. And Mike, of course, was in the one and only SRN Motorsports GTC car. Take us through your race here today, Mike.
We had a pretty uneventful race, to be honest. The goal is always keep it on the track, keep it off the other cars, and everybody else kind of ran into issues today.
Well, just having a look very quickly through the overall results when all was said and done, and it wasn't a bad finish by that number 74 car, finishing home in the 2nd place. Happy with your performance? Could you have gone for the win, or was Arn this just untouchable?
Virgo Racing's just incredible. The lap times they put up is just amazing. Good on them for coming back. I know they had some challenges during the race. Honestly, this race is on Steve McGarvey. That guy's incredible. He put in a ton of work over 3 hours today. Fastest guy I know. This is his race. This is his result.
Well, next time out, we head ourselves to Interlagos, to South America, and of course, it's up in the hills, altitude-wise as well. Gonna need much changes for your race car next time out?
Well, I hope not. You know, every race we just try and keep it safe, keep it on the road, and it seems to be good enough for us. But we're proud of this podium, and we're looking for more. So hopefully, you know, top 3 again for the next 2 races would be incredible for us.
Well, congratulations, second place here in today's event. Finally got a chance to talk with Randy Chenoweth. And Randy, well, you had to pit towards the end of the race. What went wrong?
We were short on gas, and then we pit and took gas, and we were still short on gas.
Well,
so I let the leader go ahead.
You need to really get someone else to do your kind of fuel numbers.
Our fuel numbers are okay. It was Jonathan Battelle. I'm just, I think that's John just getting payback for my performance in the Ford GT yesterday.
We shan't comment on that one, shall we? But overall, you did have good pace towards the end of the event until you had to slow down and try and get yourself some fuel mileage. Go to Interlagos in a month's time. It's going to be a different type of race. It's going to be a very close race. Traffic's going to be very important. In a GTC car, how tough will that race be for you guys?
Interlagos is going to be interesting. I've actually never done a multi-class race there in these cars for maybe a couple years ago when the track first released, but I've never seen a big major race held there, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a first-timer. Traffic is going to be... There's a lot of slow corners in Interlagos, whereas Spa has a lot of quick corners where the Fords get caught up behind the roughs and the HPDs can get caught up behind slower traffic as well. I think with the slower corners, it might actually be a bit of a cleaner race, what we saw, traffic-wise. But I know it'll be interesting because Brazil is slippery.
It is indeed. Chenoweth coming home down the pack here today, unfortunately, in Cam. We'll talk very quickly about the next round of the championship because, of course, that will be in 1 month's time. It will be at Interlagos, and it's going to be a race where it's not point and squirt kind of track. It's a bit like Road Atlanta in some ways, that you've got flowing sequences of corner all the way from turn number 4 up the hill, all the way down until you get to Young Cow. It really is sweeping corners, and the apex to one leads directly into the apex to another.
Yeah, Interlagos is a very tricky, very rolly track with a lot of... It's a very short lap time as well, so we're going to expect to see a ton of laps here. Now, it's just going to be difficult trying to do this multi-class. You've got prototypes that are really only going to be able to do it on the straight and through maybe turn 4. That whole inner section of turns is really not meant to have prototypes be flipping through, so it'll definitely be difficult, definitely will be interesting to see, and will definitely be a trying race for everybody involved.
Got ourselves Neil Heckins then. Neil, do you want to talk about your race at all?
It was okay. Could be better, but we're pretty happy with it.
There we are. That's how you do a quick interview, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to present the greatest award in all of sim racing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dance for the Kleenex Award. And Neil, who's the winner?
And Coanda Simsport won the Kleenex Challenge and the $50 with it, with only 50 incident points this race. Congratulations.
And of course, Coanda Simsport camp, they were so strong as far as clean driving went in the 24 hours of Spa. Doing it here again. That team's really got this place nailed down.
Well, Coanda definitely had it good. They had a challenge from Radical early on, but unfortunately that didn't come to fruition, though, as they were able to come out nice and clean. They had direction of the traffic. They were able to get through nice and cleanly. Didn't really have to go through pressured, so no mistakes there. And Spa, just a very nice track for Coanda. They'll move on to Interlagos, where they will have an entirely different set of challenges that they have not had yet this season.
Yeah, and very quickly, Neil, to talk to you about that. Last 2 rounds of the championship, very different from the first 3. You got yourself Interlagos, you got yourself Road Atlanta. 2 very short race tracks. In fact, we're going down in order now. because Road Atlanta is the shortest track we'll go to all season long, or the least corners, but we know that both of these tracks have a potential for concertina effect. We've gone from spread out racing now to being able to lose 5 seconds in one lap. That means that you guys have got to now have a different mindset, and getting it wrong on one lap, it's not game over. You cannot, under any circumstances, let it get into your head.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very tough track at these small tracks, but everybody needs to pay attention, and in real life they can do it. Why not we?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to say goodbye, as this has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of the third round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV.
What?
Dear Mr. Jonathan Fuller, if you're going to come for an interview, please do it in a timely manner.
Are we still on the air?
Yeah, we are. Hi, Jonathan Fuller. Congratulations on your 4GT performance here today in the new World Sim Sports car. Managed to make it pit road just in time. Take us through how that number 50 car was able to do it when all was said and done.
Well, I had John Hall and Amjad Yaman driving the car, so I think it was all in their hands. I put a lot of work in getting the setup going, and those guys were happy with it. So I think I'm kind of the lead weight on the team at this point.
Well, you've got yourselves, of course, a podium finish here today in that number 50 car. Been tough racing. Do you think that you could have challenged the two guys in front of you, the iRacing Denmark car, the Apex Racing car? Had strategy gone your way a little bit better? And what do you think your thoughts are as we head into Interlagos and then after that into Road Atlanta over the next two events?
Well, as far as today goes, I just don't think that we had the pace to challenge those guys. We were really hoping that our pit strategy was going to work out, but we were consuming a little more fuel than what we anticipated. But as far as going ahead, we're very much looking forward to heading down to Brazil, and at Atlanta are a couple of tracks that everybody on the team really enjoys, and we'll be looking to put pressure on them then.
Thanks very much for talking to us, John. Coming home in the third place in the New World SimSport Ford GT machine. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of the third round of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV. For those of you expecting 16th Street Racing League coverage, it's at a special start time of 12:30 p.m. That's 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on RaceSpot TV. We'll be back, of course, in 1 month's time. It will be February 13th through 15th. So basically the race will be on the 15th of February. It'll be right here on RaceSpot TV as we do 6 hours of Interlagos. Then, of course, the final round of the championship 1 month later. That'll be at Road Atlanta. For more information about the series, head over to neoendurance.com, and don't forget, Saturdays before the 6-hour race, we've got the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. That is also right here on RaceSpot TV as well. Myself, Will Vinton, from Rachel Whiteford, from Cam Walsh, Joshua Chin, and even the 10-minute appearance by Daniel Betterfield. We shall talk to you all next time. Bye-bye.